Pierre Broué and Emile Témime, The Revolution and the Civil War in Spain. 1961. Introduction. We were 10 years old in 1936. To us, the Spanish Civil War was, first of all, a shock. The sight of thousands of emaciated men, women, and children, hungry and often ragged, the Spanish refugees. Disturbing words, charged with anguish, fell from grown-ups' lips. Hitler, air raids, the fifth column, the war. So the war itself did not come as a surprise to us. We had, if not understood, at least sensed, quite simply, that these crowds of Spaniards had been through it before ourselves. Later on, Spanish comrades, for whom the struggle had never ceased, informed us of the end of their hopes. Franco had survived the collapse of the dictatorships. It was the vagaries of academic life that led to our meeting at the Lycée Condorcet, both of us having been attracted for some years by the Spanish Civil War, which one of us saw as the neglected, distorted preface to the Second World War, the other as a workers' and peasants' revolution, disfigured, betrayed, and stifled. We were in agreement only on the need to work, and it was for this very reason that we undertook, while there was still time, to listen to the survivors, both observers and protagonists, and to write a history of the Revolution and the Spanish Civil War from 1936 to 1939. We intended, in the face of ignorance, neglect, and falsification, to recreate this struggle in the most truthful possible way, and to rid it of the legend that had prematurely buried it. Today we realize that this objective, once attained, is but a first step in the compilation of a more complete history, which would require thousands of eyewitness accounts and even documents from archives that are still inaccessible, whether in Spain herself, France, Great Britain, the USSR, or the Vatican. It would be wrong to expect more from our work than we intended, more than we could include in it. Those readers to whom, we hope, we have conveyed the feeling of Spain will have to look elsewhere, to experts on Spain, for answers to the questions that will arise when they start reading us. We suggest that they go and look in geographical works for a detailed description of this country that is a world apart, as African as it is European. Spain, wrote Joan Maragall, is as far from the world as a lone planet, and its people, who are in the world, seem forgotten. They will then learn that Spain is a homespun cloak fringed with lace, that she covers 506,000 square kilometers, that her population consists of almost 30 million inhabitants, that she survives with difficulty, that her production is inadequate for a very frugal people, and that she lacks capital and means of transport. If they pursue their investigations into history books, they will learn that the ancients placed the Elysian fields in Spain, that Strabo, the first geographer, called Andalusia the dwelling of the elect, and that Muslim Spain, because of her agricultural and craft techniques and her scientific and philosophical knowledge, was in the vanguard of civilization in the Middle Ages. They will also learn that the ravages of the Reconquista, the first trial of strength between a prosperous if exhausted Muslim world and a barbaric Christian West teeming with life, did not prevent Spain from becoming mistress of the Old and the New Worlds. In all the books, the age of Louis XIV follows that of Spanish dominance. But they will also be reminded that the Golden Age of Spain, as Gaston Roupnel called it, was both a fount of pride and vale of tears, according to whether one considers its potentates or its masses, its court or its vast, wretched territories stretching from frontier to frontier. Perhaps then our readers will find their way more easily into the Spain that shrinks back as you approach her, as Dominique Aubier and Manuel Tunandelara tell us. With them, they will be able to negotiate the difficult journey toward the subterranean unity that forms the bone structure of a Spaniard, whether he be loquacious and Andalusian, severe and Castilian, crafty as a Gallego, self-interested as a Catalan, or industrious as a Basque. They will learn the words that make up the Spanish reality. Tierra, the earth, which gives life but does not maintain it; hambra, which we translate as hunger, but which is to our hunger what rage is to anger; castizo, inadequately translated as of good race, whereas it daily affirms the craving for dignity that emanates from the whole history of the Spanish peoples. Perhaps they will also grasp what, more than anything, defies description and explanation, the place occupied by death in the life of the Spaniard, whose passion for toros will have already hinted at its importance. They will pursue their inquiry still further, in order to fathom the profound spirituality that goes hand in hand with the most fanatical faith and virulent anticlericalism. They should learn about the land of the Inquisition of auto de fe, in which the act of burning a man, whether ill-converted Moor, baptized Jew, secret Protestant or enlightened spirit, was termed an act of faith. They should pause for a long while in front of Goya and the Dos de Mayo drawings, to ponder the violence and the death of these bare-handed men facing the guns of the firing squad or the sabers of the Mamelukes. They will not easily forget the uprising against Napoleon by this people whom he called beggars, and will note that, while the great fawned on the conqueror, the peasants, in their village assemblies, declared war on the Grand Army and coined the word guerrilla. They should spare a few moments for the siege of Saragossa, captured by the French in 52 days, house by house and floor by floor, and for its 60,000 victims, including women and children, because they too were combatants. They should listen to Marshal Lannes. What a war! Having to kill such brave people, even if they are mad, because these madmen fought with their fists and their teeth. They will stumble on this violence again in the Carlist Wars, in all the 19th century civil conflicts, in the royalist repression that sickened even the French ultras who had come in the name of the Holy Alliance to crush the Spanish Revolution, the first one, in peasant uprisings, in strikes and repressions, and in the tortures and the exploits of the civil guard immortalized by Federico Garcia Lorca's Romancero. In discovering this Spain, they will discover thousands. They will learn that the same Castilian word, pueblo, stands for both people and village, and that the village is a small homeland, Brennan's Patria Chica, living its own almost autonomous life. Then they will be prepared to follow, in Rama's works for instance, the laborious construction of a state on top of an incomplete nation, the vanity and artificiality of this liberal enterprise in a country where caciques and senoritos still hold sway. Because the caciques, those local tyrants, are not merely the traditional bailiffs of the large estates, using their delegated authority to slake their lust for power and to crush at will and contemptuously those whom they employ and control. Caciquism has permeated the whole of social and political life, the administration, the parties, and to some extent the unions, the fact being that this vice of medieval society can still be spontaneously secreted by 20th century Spain. No doubt our readers will then have a better understanding of certain distinctively Spanish features of the Revolution and the Civil War, the arrogance of the nobility, confident of embodying a superior race, the contempt for death and the ferocity in battle of all the combatants, their particularism and their attachment to their towns, their villages, and their soil, what is known as individualism, lack of discipline, and anarchist tendencies, the violent fanaticisms, the hatred and the mistrust that binds social hierarchies, but also the constant affirmation of dignity, the part played in the lottery of war by each contestant's idea of man, hombre, an interjection and an affirmation, whom they wish to exalt and liberate or attack and destroy by systematic humiliation. Preliminary researches into our subject suggested many routes that a Hispanist might take. A Spanish woman friend, once deported to Germany, proposed that we should describe, after a scientific study, what she had witnessed in her own life and in the files of the dead, the long journeys by peasant groups from their pueblo to the front and then, still together, to the death camps. No doubt this would be a perfectly Spanish way of writing the history of the Revolution and the Spanish Civil War, and it would have brought us closer to the secret reality, the collective soul of the people during those terrible years, and nearer to an understanding of what this drama meant to the millions of individuals who comprised the masses. However, we did not choose to approach Spain by this path. First, because we are not genuine Hispanists. Second, because the preoccupations that bound us to this work extended far beyond the context of Spain alone. We have not tried to understand everything, still less to explain everything. Neither Boabdil nor Avicenna nor Don Quixote nor Torquemada nor even Ignatius Loyola. Our intention was to confine ourselves to facts that were perhaps simpler, but above all universal. Spain is Spain, of course, but she is also one of those countries that were once known as backward, and that today have been hypocritically rechristened underdeveloped countries. All the tests that the modern economist applies to countries to reveal the characteristics of underdevelopment place the Spain of 1960, like the Spain of 1930, among the most populous and poorest nations, those of which it cannot be seriously maintained that their poverty bears any relation to the opulence of the rest. In spite of the unreliability of Spanish statistics, it is clear that it is only with great difficulty that Spain attains an average of 2,500 calories a day per inhabitant, the minimum below which undernourishment occurs. Infant mortality remains high. Life expectancy at the age of 1 is 55, more than in India, of course, but far less than in the West. The birth rate remains healthy. The number of illiterates is still considerable. The proportion of the active population, does not exceed 37%, mainly agricultural workers. The inferior position of women is underlined by the fact that only 9.4% of them can be classed among the active population. Child labor is still widely practiced. The middle classes are numerically small. The average national income is half that of the French, and there are far greater divergences in the social scale. According to Professor Bayret, Madrid includes 300,000 servants among its 1,800,000 inhabitants. As in the other backward countries of the world, mineral wealth and industrial development in Spain are in the hands of foreign capitalists, except in some subsidiary sectors. Big proprietors and middle-class businessmen form a small oligarchy, wholly preoccupied with defending its privileges. The Church's only mission seems to be the one attributed to it by the hardly religious Napoleon I, to acknowledge inequality of wealth, and to accept the fact that one man dies of hunger alongside another who is gorging himself. The teaching of history in the Spain of 1960, just as 130 or 20 years ago, devotes 100 pages to counter-reform and what a one, to the French Revolution. In short, the Revolution and Civil War in Spain were merely a bloody and violent interim period. They simply inspired great fear and made the regime of the ruling class harsher. Primo de Rivera's dictatorship, which held sway, under the aegis of the Spanish monarchy, until 1931, to the proclamation of the Republic, was replaced by a more absolute dictatorship. The Republican experiment did not convince anyone, and the weak state, which did not succeed in reforming Spain or even in really becoming organized, was the first victim of the events of 1936. The soldiers' victory robbed it of all hope of revival in the near future. In an authoritarian state, the army dictates its own laws, and it will never be adequately stressed what weight is carried in such unessentially stable countries by armies, which are good only for civil war and for the preservation of an appointed order. It is not, in the 20th century, a feature peculiar to Spain to contain a mass of landless and impoverished peasants, on the border of survival, who fling themselves all the more willingly into the struggle because they have all to gain and nothing to lose. Nor is the existence of a working class, still closely linked with the peasantry and made up chiefly of laborers and non-specialist workers, in which there is practically no working-class aristocracy apt to temper the aggressive impulses of the masses, rough but capable of sacrifice. It is not only in Spain that such workers and peasants have set themselves up as the shock troops of the revolution that the bourgeoisie refused to fight through fear of the future. The 20th century Third Estate, even though it was dubbed Popular Front, everywhere cracked very quickly under the impact of the Fourth Estate of workers and poor peasants, fighting on their own behalf. Nor is Spain the only country to have provided a striking demonstration of the popular trend towards direct democracy. The same determination to wield power through people in arms already existed among the Paris sans-culottes in 1794. Those who cry Eternal Spain at the sight of the militias of the Republic with their elected workers' leaders and their high-flown titles should remember the Paris Commune and its federates, its elected officer militants, its commune turcos, its avengers of flowerins, and its lascars. For it is not only in Spain and in Cuba that revolution is romantic. Need one recall that it was in Russia in 1905 that the first councils emerged, where, as in Spain, parties and unions sitting by virtue of their qualifications had equal representation, and that the word in Russian is translated as Soviet? Need one, nearer to our own time, invoke the role played in 1956 by the revolutionary committees, the Workers' Councils, and the Central Workers' Council during the Hungarian Revolution? Moreover, the Revolution and Civil War in Spain were far from being an exclusively Spanish affair. From near or far, all governments had a hand in them, intervention and non-intervention being founded on immediate interests and strategic and diplomatic preoccupations, but also on general interests, those known as historic. The affairs of Spain could no more be settled within her own frontiers than could those of Korea and the Congo yesterday, and those of Cuba and Vietnam today. Such civil strife ultimately involves all powers and all peoples, because it is merely a particular aspect, in a precise geographical context, of the crisis that is rocking humanity in the century of world wars. Jean Jouers, who was also a historian, admitted that he would gladly have sat alongside Robespierre during the Revolution. We shall be equally frank. There has never been such a thing as a perfectly objective historian, and anyone who thinks he is one is lying to himself just as he lies to others. All the precautions with which scientific research and criticism are surrounded do not in the long run suppress either our feelings or our personal reflexes. Why hide it? The choice of subject itself reveals our deepest sympathies. We, too, having lived our subject, were inclined to take sides. Though in spirit we were on the same side of the fence, we willingly parted company, one of us more in sympathy with the progressive Republicans and the moderate socialists in his concern with organization and efficiency and the world balance of power, and the other with the dissident communists and revolutionary socialists because he felt, like Street, just that those who fight revolutions half-heartedly are merely digging their own graves. Our division of labor is proof of it. The Revolution is the subject of Part 1, edited by Pierre Broué, whereas Emile Témime dealt with the international aspects of the war, as well as with the birth of the national syndicalist state. However, it should not be thought that our book is the result of a juxtaposition of two accounts on related themes. We intended these two parts to be distinct in order to emphasize two points of view, in our mind the most important, from which the study of our subject can be approached. The main disadvantage of this method is to produce unavoidable repetitions, which we have, however, limited as far as possible. Its advantage is that this dual clarification may shed a more revealing light on events, illumine their complexity, yet not overload the exposition with comment and flashback. During the 3 years of our collaboration, we have made daily comparisons of our points of view, exchanged our notes and index cards, criticized our documents and interpretations, forcing each other into fresh researches and, in the final stage, successively fruitful editing. May we be forgiven if, being our own first readers, we feel it our right to maintain that this collaboration, our sometimes lively though always friendly mutual criticism, is proof of the conviction and the seriousness we brought to our common task. We think that we have made our point, at least to the extent that this is possible with the only printed sources, already vast, that could be placed at our disposal. Whatever their origin, we have tried to judge them as historians and to eliminate all prejudice, to set out the facts honestly while passing only a minimum of judgments. We hope thereby to have given everyone the opportunity to stress one or another aspect of primary concern to him. This is why we shall be glad to listen to objections, criticisms, and fresh evidence, all of which, in and through our work, may contribute toward the truth, which in our view can only be the fruit of constant research. All that remains for us, and it is not the least of our duties, is to thank all those without whom this work would not have seen the light of day. Jerome Linden, director of the editions Diminuit, our friends on Arguments, Edgar Morin and Costas Axlos, who introduced us to him, and, above all, our co-authors, all the witnesses, Spanish and non-Spanish, politicians, writers, and workers in Europe and America, too numerous to be mentioned, who have responded to us, ransacked their memories and their records, devoted hours to our questionnaires, and searched for unpublished documents and missing witnesses. Their sole concern, in spite of the diversity of their political outlooks, has been to help us in our search for the truth. We are especially grateful to Jordi Arguer, who placed his library and document collection, unique on this subject, at our disposal and helped us with his advice. Finally, Jean-Jacques Marie translated Russian material for us. Pierre Broué, Emile Témime. List of initials, groups, and political parties. Action Popular, Conservative Catholic Party. Alliance of Anti-Fascist Youth, Alliance in early 1937, of the majority of the JSU and Republican youth. Asaltos, Republic Assault Guards. AVER, Association of Volunteers for Republican Spain. Camisas Viejas, Old Shirts Veterans of the Falange. CEDA, Confederación Española de Derechos Autónomos, Spanish Confederation for Autonomous Rights. CNT, Confederación Nacional del Trabajo, National Labor Confederation, Anarcho-Syndicalist Union. CTV, Corpo Trupp, Voluntary Italian Expeditionary Corps. Esquerra, Catalan Autonomist Party. Euskadi, Nationalist Party of Basque Autonomous Party. FAI, Federación Anarquista Ibérica, Iberian Anarchist Federation. Falange, Spanish Fascist Organization. Flechas, Falange Youth. GEPSI, Federación Catalana de Gremios y Entidades de Pequeños Comerciantes y Industriales, syndical organization of small tradesmen and manufacturers, belonging to the UGT. HISMA, Compañía Hispano-Marroquí de Transportes, German company, in charge of relations with nationalist Spain. IC, Communist International, Comintern. JC, Communist Youth. JCI, Juventud Comunista Ibérica Iberian Communist Youth, POUM Youth. JL, Libertarian Youth. JONS, Juntas de Ofensiva Nacional Sindicalista National Syndicalist Offensive Juntas, which merged with the Falange in 1934. JS, Socialist Youth. JSU Unified Socialist Youth, after the merger in 1936 of the JS and the JC. Liga, Catalan Bourgeois Party. NKVD, People's Commissariat for International Affairs Russian Secret Police, OGPU. PCE, Spanish Communist Party. POUM, Partido Obrero de Unificación Marxista Workers Marxist Unification Party. PSOE, Spanish Workers Socialist Party. PSUC, Partido Socialista Unificado de Catalunya Unified Socialist Party of Catalonia, from 1936. Requeats, Carlist Military Organization. Revolutionary Youth Front, Alliance in 1937 of the JCI and the JL. SEU, Sindicato Español Universitario Spanish University Union, founded in 1937. SIM, Servicio de Investigación Militar Republican Secret Police. Single Party, the only nationalist party after April 1937. Tercio, Spanish Foreign Legion. Traditionalist Community, Carlist Monarchist Party. UGT, Unión General de Trabajadores General Workers Union, of socialist origin. 1. Oligarchs and Republicans. Spain, at the beginning of the 20th century, was the anachronism of the West. She was an oasis of tradition in an increasingly uniform world, and her masters were proud of having preserved her Hispanidad in spite of modern political and economic trends. Yet it was in this country, deeply entrenched in her past, that in 1936 the last interwar revolution broke out. Like Russia in 1917, Spain was at the time the weakest link in the capitalist world. Here, however, the similarity ends. Unlike the October Revolution, the Spanish Revolution was not the first spark in a growing conflagration but the last flicker of a fire already extinct throughout Europe. The Russian Revolution had heralded the end of the First World War. The Spanish Revolution merely provided a rich testing ground for the powers then preparing for the Second. The revolution that turned into a civil war was in the end merely a dress rehearsal for World War II. A country weighed down by its past. Tsarist Russia owed her extremely backward character to the slowness of her general economic development. Spain, by a curious paradox, owed hers to the direct consequences of her lead over the other European powers at the beginning of modern times. During the period when her hegemony over Europe coincided with her dominance of world trade, her monarchy was becoming centralized and her regional characteristics were growing blurred. Feudal Spain was on the wane and a modern state was emerging. But the very precocity of this expansion recoiled upon her. The discovery of America and the creation of a vast empire in the New World contained the seeds of decadence. While precious metals brought home by the king's galleys infused Western Europe with fresh blood, it was as if the home country were paralyzed, becoming the vale of tears as well as the fount of glory described by 16th-century historians. In the 19th century, Spain lost her remaining world outposts and was in the end barely touched by the industrial and liberal revolution that succeeded in transforming the old Europe. The classes in the old regime continued to disintegrate, without however completing the formation of the emergent bourgeois society. The slowness of capitalist development and the withering of economic relations acted as a brake on the formation of the nation and strengthened centrifugal trends and the separatism of the provinces. Businessmen in the Basque provinces and Catalonia, who had benefited from restricted industrial development in the 19th century, bore the yoke of Castilian oligarchy with impatience but had no means of shaking it off. The mass of proletarianized peasants sometimes gave vent to their anger in violent outbursts, actual peasant uprisings in the midst of the machine age. Still linked in 1,000 ways to the peasant world, a proletariat, stimulated by the same aggressiveness, began to organize itself. Thus, the seeds of destruction of a past so alive and so burdensome that at the beginning of the 20th century it seemed eternal were building up in every pore of a complex society. A semi-colonial country. At the turn of the century, Spain was a basically agricultural country. More than 70% of her active population was engaged in agriculture. The Spanish peasant used the same implements as his forebears in the Middle Ages. Throughout most of the country, the hand plow was preferred to the horse plow. The yield per acre was one of the lowest in Europe, and more than 30% of the arable land lay fallow. Industry, where it did exist, had barely emerged from the manufacturing age. There was very slow progress in industrial concentration. Only the iron and steel works in the Basque provinces bore any resemblance to the heavy industry of capitalism. In Catalonia, the textile industry, the most important in terms of total output, was still split up into a mass of tiny business firms. Spain had nothing to offer on the world market except the products of her soil and subsoil, in return for manufactured goods from foreign industry. But she was also an inevitable corollary fertile ground for foreign capital invested several decades earlier in the most substantial and profitable sectors. Belgian capital, $1 million, in railways and streetcars. French capital, $6 million, in mines, textiles, and chemicals. Canadian capital in the hydroelectric works in Catalonia and the Levant. British capital, $10 million, controlling the entire metal industry in the Basque provinces, the naval shipyards, and the copper mines, including Rio Tinto. Note: on the eve of the revolution, the Rio Tinto copper mining company was making annual profits in the order of $4.5 million, while its capital was $18 million. The Duchess of Athol, Searchlight on Spain. Harmonsworth, Penguin Books, 1938. Accused it of having financed the military rebellion by supplying its leaders with pounds sterling at 40 pesetas, whereas the normal exchange rate was from 80 to 100 pesetas. It is also worth noting the presence in Spain of the large British armaments firm, Vickers Armstrong, closely linked with the Zubaira and Urquio banks. Endnote: American capital, recently arrived but already substantial, controlling the telephone companies. Note: traction, light and electric power was in control of 9/10 of the production of electrical power in Catalonia. Endnote. And finally, German capital, which was already invested in the Levant power companies and was trying, in 1936, to infiltrate the metal industry. The First World War brought Spain relative prosperity by providing her with trade outlets. She became at one and the same time a supplier of foodstuffs and even, to some extent, of manufactured goods. But the return of peace drove her out of the world market, where she was unable to compete with the industrial powers. The 1929 world crisis hit her hard. Customs tariffs imposed by the great powers meant that she could not export her agricultural produce and brought about the collapse of her domestic market, already barely able to absorb the products of her national industry. Countries like Spain, with a semi-colonial structure, were probably even more affected by the crises of the 30s and their social repercussions than were the more advanced countries. Note: it was at this point that the American millionaire Detterding withdrew his support from the peseta, by way of reprisal against the establishment of the oil monopoly by General Primo de Rivera's dictatorial government. Endnote: the structure of Spanish society. Extremes in social differences aggravated the slightest economic setback and hardened an organism whose chances of adaptation were already limited. As Henri Rabassière estimated, of the 11 million Spaniards making up the country's active population, there were 8 million poor, whose work provided no more than subsistence. 1 million small craftsmen, 2 to 3 million agricultural workers, 2 to 3 million industrial workers and miners, and 2 million tenant farmers or small rural proprietors. Between this mass and the million members of the privileged class, whom Rabassière called parasites, officials, priests, military, intellectuals, big landowners, and the upper bourgeoisie were sandwiched fewer than 2 million members of the middle class, half of them well-to-do peasants, the other half members of the petty bourgeoisie concentrated in the more advanced centers, such as Barcelona, Valencia, Bilbao, and Santander. No expansion was possible while these 8 million poor workers had no alternative except to try and survive painfully in unvarying living conditions, with expenditures reduced to a strict minimum and a budget devoted mainly to food. The development of means of production within the framework of capitalism was sealed off from outside by custom. At home, the creation of a solid and prosperous peasantry would have permitted the formation of a domestic market. But this presupposed the solution of Spain's chief problem, that of land. It was in the rural areas that the fiercest social antagonism existed and that secular hatreds were fostered. The agrarian question. In 1931, 2 million agricultural workers owned no land at all, whereas 50,000 members of the gentry owned half of Spain's acreage. While 1.5 million small proprietors whose land did not exceed 21 acres were forced to work on the estates of the big proprietors in order to live, 10,000 landowners owned more than 250 acres each. In certain provinces, the big landowners were in complete control. 5% of the landowners in the province of Seville owned 72% of the total. In the province of Badajoz, 2.75% of the landowners owned 60%. It was common knowledge that the Duke of Medinaceli owned 200,000 acres, and the Duke of Penaranda more than 125,000. Yet the overall picture of the condition of the land and the peasants was infinitely more complex than these crude figures might suggest. The agrarian systems varied according to natural conditions, especially the degree of drought. These different forms of tenure were also the result of centuries-old battles among the peasants for land. Between the seasonal worker and the small independent proprietor was a whole spectrum of farmers and tenant farmers, with leases of varying length, and of small proprietors compelled to pay dues that derived straight from the medieval feudal regime. Thus, as Gerald Brennan pointed out, there were two basic agrarian problems: the small holdings in the north and the center, often too small for subsistence, and the large estates in the south, developed through the work of laborers who were kept at starvation wages through the plentiful supply of manpower. The small proprietor in Asturias, who benefited from the addition of vast stretches of commonage, and the tenant farmer from the Basque provinces, Navarre, or the Mestrago only very occasionally experienced poverty, though they enjoyed little comfort. But the Galician peasant, on his tiny patch of land, was crushed by the weight of the foro, a survival from the seigneurial taxes, and his counterpart from Leon, Old Castile, and the Aragon plain was too often struggling in the clutches of moneylenders. Although the peasant from the Levant sometimes managed to buy back the hereditary holding, subject to the payment of the censo, the farmer on the well-irrigated plains of Granada and Murcia had to pay enormous rents. The small Catalan proprietor enjoyed relative ease, but the condition of his neighbor, the rabasser, note: rabasser, tenant farmer of a special kind, rabassa morta, dead root, whose lease expired when 3/4 of the shoots were dead, comparatively favorable in the 19th century. These conditions became disastrous through the ravages of phylloxera and the introduction of new shoots that required more care and did not last so long. Under the influence of Cambo and the right, the Tribunal for Constitutional Guarantees abrogated the law that was voted in favor of the rabassers by the Catalan Parliament shortly before the 1934 uprising. Endnote: had deteriorated in recent years. On the plains of New Castile, the estates of the aristocracy were nearly always rented out. The trouble here was the shortness and precariousness of leases, the absence of any obligation on the part of the landowner, who could raise his rents at will and often allowed his agents to abuse the peasants. According to the 1929 tax records, 850,000 heads of families out of a total of 1 million had a daily wage of less than 1 peseta. In La Mancha and Extremadura, estates were larger and small cultivators less common. In the plains, the typical peasant was the yuntero, a landless peasant with a mule team who cultivated the land of an absentee estate owner whenever he could. Andalusia was the traditional domain of the latifundia. Here the average annual income of a big landowner was about 18,000 pesetas and a small one about 161 pesetas. But the majority of peasants did not own any land. They were braceros, day laborers who seldom worked more than 1 day in 2 and had to survive all year on starvation wages by working on the large estates in the worst of conditions. Note: the work lasted from sunrise to sunset. At the beginning of 1936, the majority of the agricultural workers' salaries varied between 0.60 and 3 pesetas, but work was both intermittent and seasonal. Endnote: under the supervision of the labrador, the predatory bailiff, who was always ready to line his pockets through arbitrary fines or blackmail over jobs. Much arable land remained fallow, its owner either preserving it for shooting or because he was able in this way to make the braceros pay through the nose for their demands. For this region, which probably included some of the wretchedest people in Europe, was also the land of class hatred, of the slave ever ready to revolt against his master. The rebellious peasants were hungry for land. In short, a handful of big landowners held sway in Spain. Note: Rabessier estimated the number of landless peasants at 2 million. The conservative Matteo Espadia stated that, in addition, 84% of the small landowners needed a wage in order to live. The oligarchs, as they were known to their enemies, had for centuries managed to preserve the majority of their privileges and their wealth at the expense of the peasant masses. Their regime had been the monarchy, the only one in keeping with their interests and aspirations. It was to save it that they agreed in 1923 to the pronunciamiento that heralded General Primo Rivera's dictatorship. In 1930, it was the general agreement between the king and the oligarchs that led to Primo's dismissal and the summoning of General Berenguer. In 1931, the Republic was proclaimed without any violence. It was the glorious exception of a peaceful revolution, as the landowner Alcala Zamora, the new president, described it over the air. The monarchy made way for the Republic without seriously damaging the social and economic system. Alfonso XIII left Spain but did not abdicate. The vast majority of the oligarchs remained loyal to him. Under the new political system, they preserved the solid pillars that had supported their dominance over the years: the church and the army. The church, the Spanish church, which seemed to come straight from the Middle Ages with its 80,000 priests, monks, and nuns, was also an anachronism. Its spiritual and temporal power was considerable. However, it is difficult to assess its wealth accurately. It was almost certainly not the largest owner of land in the country, as has often been stated, but it was not far from it. The inquiry made shortly after the proclamation of the Republic attributed to it 11,000 estates, valued at some 130 million pesetas. Its urban properties were no less great, and it was a force in the business world, in banking as well as in industry, controlling directly or through puppets firms as important as the Urquio Bank, the Rif copper mines, the railways of the north, the Madrid streetcars, and the Transmediterranean Company. Under the monarchy and to a large degree under the Republic, the Church still controlled education. Note: the laity congregations, voted by the Republicans, which was to have removed control over teaching from the congregations, was never applied. Among the secular achievements of the early days of the Republic, there remained by 1936 only the separation of church and state, the institution of divorce, and the ban on the Jesuits. Endnote: in a country with 12 million illiterate, half the population, its schools taught and educated 5 million adults. But this control over education was far from being matched by equal influence. The anti-Catholic disturbances and the burning of convents and churches that occurred in May 1931 revealed a deep-rooted phenomenon. The popular masses were freeing themselves from the Church's sway and were turning against it. Note: the events of May 1936 are significant in this respect. Since a rumor had circulated that priests and Catholic women were handing out poisoned sweets to the children in working-class districts, there were attacks more or less everywhere in Madrid on churches, on priests, and on persons known for their religious zeal. All the parties had, of course, cast the blame for the origin of the rumors on provocateurs. But anti-Catholic feeling must have gone very deep for them to have found a hearing. Endnote: here it is also interesting to note that the Church was still heeded by the rural masses only in the regions where social inequality was less pronounced, either because everyone there was poor, as in Galicia, or because the general level of existence was acceptable, as in the Basque provinces, Navarre, the Levant, Catalonia, and, to some extent, Old Castile. Elsewhere, in the Spain of the latifundia, the Church was regarded as an instrument of propaganda and the province of the rich, as the defender of property and an iniquitous social order, and as the determined foe of all social betterment, the enemy of the workers. Cardinal Segura, the Archbishop of Toledo, whose annual income was 600,000 pesetas, was a perfect example of the integrative reactionary side of the Spanish Church. This prelate, primate of Spain, a 13th-century churchman, who thought that a bath was the invention of heathens if not of the devil himself, and who wore a hair shirt like an early monk, was the champion of unyielding opposition to the Republic, the resolute opponent not only of all subversion, but of all liberalism. The Spanish army. Unique in its structure and in its place in society, the Spanish army had no equivalent in Europe. Although it was defeated regularly for a century while defending its remaining colonial possessions, it established itself as an autonomous political body. In short, it was a pronunciamiento army. It is no accident that this is a Spanish word. Repeatedly beaten and humiliated, the officers blamed their reverses on successive governments. The Rif War against the Moroccan leader Abd el-Krim dragged on from 1921 to 1926. It cost Spain the lives of 15,000 soldiers in 1924 alone, and was successfully concluded only by the intervention of Liaudes's French troops. In spite of such disasters, the military leaders regarded themselves as the champions of colonial reconquest in the face of negligent governments, and it was in this role that Lieutenant Colonel Francisco Franco, one of the commanders of the Spanish Foreign Legion, first appeared in the political arena. After the victory, Morocco remained the fief of the army. The generals there behaved like veritable proconsuls. An honorable outlet for rich men's sons, the senoritos of the officer caste, jealous of its privileges, the most important of which was to pronounce, was, in the view of traditionalists, the incarnation of every Spanish virtue. In the general morass, it was the only real weapon of the ruling classes, their final recourse and their supreme hope. The Republic had been proclaimed with the consent of the army leaders. But the failure of the highly respected General Sanjurjo's pronunciamiento on August 12, 1932 showed that this consent could be withdrawn at any time if the Republic decided not to fall in with the injunctions of the oligarchs. Note: the pronunciamiento failed because of the general strike launched by the unions in Seville. The police, who had not intervened against the troops, fired on the workers who were asking for them to be punished. Sanjurjo and some other officers were sentenced to death. The general stated before the court that he had been in favor of obtaining the return of the Jesuits and preventing the application of agrarian reform and Catalonia's autonomous status. End note. It is a remarkable fact that this army, whose artillery consisted of old 75mm field guns, whose infantrymen were armed with 1909 Lebels, and whose planes could not have taken on any foreign air force, was plentifully supplied with machine guns. It would not have lasted a week against a modern army. It was still able to drown a revolutionary upsurge in a sea of blood. Ill-fed, ill-clothed, and ill-equipped, its recruits were also very poorly trained. Its officers were very mediocre technically, the most experienced being the colonial officers who had served in Moroccan units. Yet it had its elite, a genuine professional army, in the Tercio of the Foreign Legion, organized during the Rif War by General Milan Estrée. Its Moroccan regiments recruited from the most backward and most warlike mountain tribes. These mercenaries, legionaries, and Moors were the shock troops of the Civil War army. When the miners of Asturias rose up in October 1934 to prevent the right's accession to power, it was these elite units, unsympathetic to Hispanidad but efficient, that crushed the workers' uprising in 12 days. In the front ranks were some of the officers sentenced for serving in the insurrection against the Republic that was led by Sanjurjo 2 years earlier. However, this army was not short of officers. Under the monarchy there were 15,000 of them, including 800 generals, that is, 1 officer to 6 men and 1 general to just under 100 men. Under the Republic there were fewer and fewer Republican officers. The Azana government, in order to free the cadres, offered full pay to anyone who applied for early retirement. Many left-wing officers seized the chance of leaving the army and its stifling atmosphere. The overwhelming majority of the cadres and all of the senior officers were resolutely monarchist, supporters of the oligarchy, opponents of change, and deadly foes of the revolution. Note: Colonel Doval, guardian of public order in Asturias, went so far as to state that he was determined to exterminate the seeds of revolution, even in the bellies of mothers. Summary executions and wide-scale torture were features of the 1934 repression, which working-class opinion attributed entirely to the regular army. End note. The bourgeoisie. The weight of the past lay even on the theoretically new forces of the young Spanish bourgeoisie. The industrialization of Spain had, as we saw, progressed very slowly during the 19th century and then only in geographically limited areas. This slow progress and localization explain the peculiar characteristics of the resultant middle class. It was only in Biscay and Asturias that a genuine financial oligarchy existed, as exemplified by the banks of Biscay and Bilbao. The majority of historians have made a point of stressing the political circumstances of the emergence of this financial capitalism, which flourished after the defeat of the liberal movement by the agrarian oligarchy of the Restoration. Bourgeois liberalism not only suffered from the ineffectual implantation of the middle class in the country, it also labored under the handicap of always having been denounced by its opponents as a foreign product. At the height of the 20th century, the liberal bourgeois had first to avoid being an afrancesado. Note: reminder of the Napoleonic era. in which only a few bourgeois dared to collaborate with the French occupiers. Endnote, suspected of being nothing but a mouthpiece for foreign ideas or a front for foreign capital, the Spanish bourgeois, in his concern to be accepted by the leading circles, was driven to further concessions, denials, and capitulations. The millionaires of Bilbao and Asturias were anxious to join the landed oligarchy and to share with it the directorship of the Bank of Spain. Note: according to Victor Alba, 16,000 persons held all the shares in the Bank of Spain whose profits, over some 5 years, redeemed the capital. The dividend paid out was never less than 16%. During the year of repression in Asturias, it reached 130%. Endnote: the new financial oligarchy was, from the outset, linked by 1,000 ties, personal as well as economic, with the aristocracy. The Count of Romanones, one of the most prominent statesmen in the monarchy, was a large landowner in the province of Guadalajara, the biggest apartment owner in Madrid, and a substantial shareholder in the Penarroya mines as well as several important banks. The bourgeoisie was therefore quite unable to provide the Spanish economy with the impetus necessary for a radical change, since this would imply an attack on the landed interests, which were ultimately only one section of a vast oligarchy of men of property. This oligarchy found its most vigorous exponent on the eve of the revolution in Juan March. A former smuggler, then director of the tobacco monopoly under Alfonso XIII, this powerful financier and industrialist, accused of treason and fraud by the first Republican government, was at one and the same time the owner of vast country estates, the confidential agent of British capitalist circles, president of the Central Office of Spanish Industry, where he sat alongside Roman ones, Sir Auckland Geddes of the Rio Tinto mines, and representatives of Italian, French, and German capitalist interests. He put money into anything that was opposed to the Republic and played a decisive role in the events, both at home and abroad, that led up to the Civil War. The Spanish aristocracy and the conservative parties. The Spanish aristocrat was very different from his English counterpart, who had succeeded in joining the tide of capitalist expansion. He was not particularly concerned with making his estate prosper as a business, but was mainly occupied with preserving his seigneurial authority over the cheap manpower that he believed was his right by birth. His only raison d'etre was his caste, and he would have openly admitted that he was the very incarnation of Spain. Behind him were his ancestors, who had bequeathed him the inseparables of name, fortune, and authority. The majority of the aristocrats were supporters of Alfonso XIII and of the monarchy as a principle of social preservation. Under the Republic they supplied cadres for Renovación Española, which was, according to Ansaldo, a legal cover for insurrection, led by Goicoechea and José Calvo Sotelo. The latter, on his return from exile, became the figurehead of a much more avowedly conservative party, corporatist and authoritarian, rather than monarchist. Still young, he was born in 1893. He already had a brilliant political career behind him. A deputy at 25, he became governor of Valencia the following year, and then Minister of Finance under Primo de Rivera's dictatorship. Through Balba he was in constant touch with the fascist government in Rome. Linked with all of the oligarchy's influential circles, especially with Cardinal Segura, a self-confessed admirer of National Socialism and fascism, he was a remarkable orator and a good journalist with a reputation as an economist. In the 1936 Cortes, he became the spokesman of the extreme right and one of the leaders of the General's Plot. The Traditionalist Communion, the other monarchist movement, unquestionably had a popular base among the small peasants of Navarre, led by a fanatical priesthood. The Carlist movement, born after the Napoleonic Wars, had for more than a century been attracting the most fanatical Catholic conservatives under the motto God, King, and Country, and plotted tirelessly to restore the legitimate authority of its successive pretenders, the last of whom was the aging Alfonso Carlos. Its true leader, Manuel Falconde, had for several years been systematically preparing it for an armed uprising against the Republic. On March 31, 1934, Antonio Goicoechea for Renovación Española, Antonio Lizarza for the Carlists, and Lieutenant General Barrera signed a pact in Rome with Mussolini, by which the Duce undertook to support their movement for the overthrow of the Republic by supplying it with arms and money. Between 1934 and 1936, many young men from the Carlist military organization of the Requetes underwent periods of military training in Italy. Stocks of arms were built up in Navarre, thanks to Italian funds. Note: Antonio Lazarza, in his Memorias de la Conspiración en Navarra, pointed out that Italian money allowed the purchase from Belgium of 6,000 rifles, 150 heavy machine guns, 300 light ones, 10,000 grenades, and 5 million bullets. The first military unit, the Pamplona Tercio, was formed on January 10, 1936. Endnote. In fact, both Carlists and Alphonsus refused to bow to universal suffrage, the very conception of which was an insult to Hispanidad, and believed themselves to be entrusted with the providential mission of saving Spain and Christianity from the threat of subversion by liberals and revolutionaries. Acción Popular. The Church in Spain did not immediately respond to those of its members who wished it to follow in the tracks of the monarchist conspirators. Apparently it was on the advice of the more politic Vatican that the subtler line of the Jesuits and their confidential agent, Angel Herrera, director of El Debate, prevailed under the Republic. The idea was to create, staff, and inspire a mass Catholic party, rejecting both the monarchist and Republican labels, agreeing to participate within the framework of the parliamentary system but openly proclaiming its intention to abolish all reference to the secular state in the Constitution. Note: thus it was that the party's moving spirit, Gil Robles, could write, "Democracy for us is not an end but a means to go to the conquest of a new state. When the moment comes, either the Cortes will submit or we shall make it disappear." Gil Robles criticized the disastrous tactics of the monarchists, who by reacting against the dictatorship, risked provoking a social revolution, the Communist Republic. Endnote: thus formed, Acción Popular was merely the entry into the electoral arena, in the guise of a reactionary and authoritarian party, of Catholic action, Acción Católica, with its hierarchical leadership. Its head was José María Gil Robles, son of a Catholic barrister, brilliant pupil of the Salesian priests in Salamanca, and a journalist on El Debate. Chosen by Herrera to lead the party of the church and the property class and married to the daughter of an extremely rich count, he had the qualities his role required. A good organizer, a capable orator, and not without a flair for action, he took for a model not Hitler, whom he disliked for his anti-Catholic attitude while admiring him for his efficiency, but the Austrian Chancellor Dollfuss and his corporative state. In 1933, he merged his organization with other right-wing groups to create the CEDA, Confederación Española de Derechas Autónomas. This electoral alliance with the monarchist groups won him enormous success. From 1934 to 1936, the CEDA was the heart of the coalition with the right-wing Republicans, who systematically destroyed every achievement of the first Republican government. These 2 years, christened the Bienio Negro, the 2 black years, by the Republicans and Socialists, led to the shelving of agrarian reform, the systematic reduction of wages, and the restoration of monarchist officers, momentarily on the sidelines, to positions of authority. Ferocious in its repression of the Asturian miners, the CEDA left the coalition government when the President of the Republic refused to order the execution of González Peña, the socialist leader who directed the uprising. It opposed even the modest reforms in favor of the Junteros proposed by one of its members, Jiménez Fernández, the Minister of Agriculture. Note: Jiménez Fernández, a kind of Spanish Christian Democrat, was for several months the bête noire of the oligarchs, who dubbed him the White Bolshevik. When he ventured, in support of his plans, to quote an encyclical by Pope Leo XIII, a monarchist deputy replied, "If you try to take our land from us, encyclicals in hand, we shall end up schismatic." Endnote: in 1935 it vied for the power that from then on it meant to wield alone. The military plot, the military conspiracy on which the extremist elements were relying, burgeoned under the benevolent eye of Gil Robles, Minister of War from 1934 to 1935. One of the first acts of the government formed after the 1934 elections was the proclamation of an amnesty for the troops implicated in General Sanjurjo's 1932 pronunciamiento. Convicted and dismissed officers were rehabilitated. In 1934, on Sanjurjo's initiative, the Unión Militar Española was formed. It very soon became the nucleus of a conspiracy in which most of the top leaders participated: General Franco, Chief of Staff, General Fangel, Undersecretary of State, and General Rodríguez del Barrio, Inspector General of the Army, all monarchists and conservatives with positions of authority in the Republican Army. One of them, Lieutenant General Barrera, in company with the monarchists Lazarza and Goicoechea, signed the pact with Mussolini. Under the nom de guerre Don Pepe, Colonel Varela, soon to be promoted to general, cemented relations with the Carlist leaders and supervised the military training of the Requetes in Navarre. In summer 1935, during the annual maneuvers in Asturias, Franco, Fangel, and Gaude, according to one of the movement's official historians, laid the groundwork for the preparation of a national uprising. The leaders of the army were ready to move if Gil Robles's party proved unable to seize power by means of elections. The Phalange. The German and Italian examples led certain sections of the oligarchy to contemplate the use of political instruments more modern than the traditionalist parties. Long before 1936, Juan March, the millionaire, had financed, note. Among the Phalange's financial backers, it is interesting to note the name of de la Querica, later ambassador in Vichy, and then foreign minister. End note, a movement that was to play a leading role during the Civil War. In 1932, José Antonio Primo de Rivera, the dictator's son, founded the Falange Española, which became the Falange Española Tradicionalista in 1934 when it merged with the Juntas de Ofensiva Nacional Sindicalista, JONS, and which remained a tiny group without real influence until after the February 1936 elections. The Phalange's 26-point program was typically fascist. It reproached the Republicans for their timidity toward the oligarchy, advocated nationalization of the banks and railways and radical agrarian reform, but at the same time denounced the corrupt and disruptive Marxist doctrine of class struggle and countered it with the ideal of harmony between classes and professions in a unique destiny, that of the fatherland and Europe. Only in its attitude toward the church was the Phalange different from Mussolini's fascio. A Phalangist, even an atheist, respected in the Catholic Church the historical ideal of Spain. Note: in contrast to José Antonio Primo de Rivera, a genuine señorito, the plebeian quality of Phalangist fascism was more clearly revealed in Ramiro Ledesma Ramos, founder of the JONS. An admirer of Hitler and an enemy of Catholicism, he directed the propaganda of the JONS, whose flag was also red and black, against the CNT. Member of the Phalange, in company with José Antonio and Ruiz de Alda, he left it at the end of 1935. He was shot at the beginning of the Civil War by the militias. End note, the successes of Hitler and Mussolini seemed to José Antonio's supporters to guarantee rapid victory, and their dreams of an empire turned them toward French Morocco and the restoration of sovereignty over South America, that other product of Hispanidad and the common destiny. The founder and leader of the Phalange, José Antonio, as he was known, was a young Andalusian of great charm, with all the qualities of youth in his favor, undeniably elegant in appearance, and even quite generous, which meant that many of his fiercest opponents found it hard to resist a natural liking for him. Nevertheless, his movement was not yet taken seriously. Like fascism and National Socialism, Phalangism had only been placed in a social context in order to combat the Marxist organizations and oppose them with the weapons of terror and violence. Until 1936, the Spanish oligarchy remained cool toward this apparently plebeian movement and preferred to look to Gil Robles for a victory to be won within the legal framework of elections. It was not yet ready to accept the disadvantages of being saved by a party with fascist methods and doctrines, often as harsh with its allies and supporters as with its opponents. In February 1936, the Phalange had only a few thousand members, 1,000 of them in Madrid. It entered the elections alone and was resoundingly defeated. It remained a reserve force, ready for use if the working classes threatened to take to the streets again. José Antonio, who had met Mussolini too, was at any rate in close touch with the military and political leaders of the plot. The autonomist Republicans. The forces that could have countered such threats were weak and, more important, divided. It was one of the tragedies of the Spanish liberals and Republicans that, in spite of the existence of a Basque and a Catalan bourgeoisie, the incompleteness of the Spanish nation and the persistence of autonomous leanings had hindered the formation of a genuine Spanish bourgeoisie. The bankers in the Basque provinces and the biggest Catalan businessmen were hand in glove with the oligarchy. All the petty bourgeois elements, which in the Western countries served as the base for the parties most strongly drawn to the parliamentary system, had turned toward autonomous movements. Included in them were barristers like Manuel de Irujo and Lizela and industrialists like José Antonio Aguirre y Lecube, who in 1936 led the Euskadi Nationalist Party, founded in 1906 on a racial, political, and religious basis that its motto expressed perfectly: "To do para Euskadi y Euskadi para Dios." The country priests gave solid support to the determinately conservative Basques. The capitalists were glad to subsidize an anti-socialist party that had managed to rally strike-breaking Catholic trade unions and solidarities of Basque workers against the UGT and the trade unions adhering to the ideology of class struggle, a party that acted as a solid rampart protecting both the church and the propertied classes. In the early days of the century, the industrial development of Biscay, though continually a prey to the incompetence and corruption of the oligarchical state, increased the attraction of the nationalist ideal, firmly rooted in the ancient traditions of a people that was indisputably unique and proud of it. Under the Republic, the Basque nationalists, naturally enough, made common cause with the right and the conservative and reactionary parties. But in November 1933, the majority of the right having rejected the autonomous status provided for the Basque provinces, the party was forced into opposition and into a de facto alliance with the left-wing Republicans and Socialists. A similar phenomenon occurred in Catalonia. Here, too, autonomism was fostered by the Industrial Revolution and conflict with the retrogressive agrarian oligarchy. The upper bourgeoisie, of course, remained cautious. It needed the Spanish market and the support of the central government against a restless proletariat. Its leaders, Cambo and his friends in the Liga, were more oligarchical than Catalan. But the petty bourgeoisie did not have the same reasons for caution once it was clear that Catalanism could only succeed if it enjoyed the support of the workers and peasants. Moreover, its party, the Esquerra, was a party of the masses. It was started in April 1931 by an alliance between different Republican parties and groups in Catalonia, and it leaned on the powerful peasant trade union, the Rabassers. Its prime mover and inspiration, Luis Companys, once linked with Salvador Segui, was for a long time the legal representative of the CNT, with which he remained in close touch. The Republic was proclaimed in Barcelona before it was in Madrid, and the status of autonomy for the province of Catalonia was voted on September 15th of the same year. But in 1934 autonomy was revoked because the autonomists, disquieted, had launched and bungled an uprising against the right. The Catalan autonomists found themselves in prison alongside the militant workers, the bourgeois Republicans. Apart from a few towns and the rich, irrigated plains of the Levant, nowhere in the rest of Spain was there a genuine base for the bourgeois Republican parties. Alejandro Lerix's radical party stood for the aspirations of the petty bourgeoisie hostile to the army and the church and typified its desire to see the creation of a new Spain, freed from the shackles of the feudal era, opening the way to creative capitalist expansion. But, terrified by worker and peasant unrest, the radicals very soon drew back and, in 1933, through fear of revolution, opted for an alliance with the CETA, with which they shared governmental responsibilities. Lerix's party was totally discredited as the result of a financial scandal in 1935. Prieto went so far as to say that Lerix and his friends stripped the ministries down to the bare boards. Part of his staff, behind Martínez Barrio, a worker's son and a leading Freemason, then joined Manuel Azaña's left-wing Republicans, who differed very little from them. Premier from October 1931 until the victory of the right in the 1933 elections and president in 1936, Azaña was, for the record, a typical Spanish Republican. Born in 1880 in Alcalá de Henares into a well-to-do family, a brilliant pupil at the Augustinian College at El Escorial, which did not in the least prevent him from being fiercely anticlerical, he was for a long while attracted more by literature than by politics. President of the Madrid Ateneo, he played an important part in the Republican opposition at the end of the monarchy and very quickly made his mark in the Cortes at the head of a group of deputies in Acción Republicana. An admirer of bourgeois France, he dreamed of an orderly and well-balanced republic, led by eminent men and firmly based on a middle class of peasant proprietors. Worker-peasant unrest did not drive him into the arms of the conservatives. It persuaded him, on the contrary, of the need for the Republicans to give priority to a program of reforms capable of winning over enough workers to check the revolutionary movement. His first government was a profound disappointment to those who had expected nothing from the monarchy but who were in a mood to expect everything from the Republic. The agrarian law attacked only the problem of the latifundia, neglecting the urgent question of the precarious lives of the small peasants. In 2 years, only 12,000 peasants out of the millions hungry for land received a plot, which they had to pay for as well, since the big proprietors were given compensation. The reform of the army merely led to the departure of the Republican officers, only too glad to leave the cadres on full pay. The monarchist leaders remained in their jobs. Efforts by the Azana government in the field of social reform were completely frustrated by the effects of the world crisis on the Spanish economy. Its anti-Catholic legislation antagonized a large section of the middle classes without making a serious breach in the citadels of clericalism. Above all, order was more firmly maintained in the face of worker and peasant unrest than against the monarchists. The law for the defense of the Republic permitted a repression that was no less severe than the monarchy's. The civil guard, inherited from the monarchy, remained intact. It was duplicated by another police force, recruited from among Republicans, the Guardia de Asalto, assault guard, no less energetic in its handling of the workers and peasants. In January 1933, prompted by anarchist militants, the peasants of Casas Viejas in Andalusia rose up and proclaimed libertarian communism. Azana and Casares Quiroga, his Galician Minister of the Interior, carried a large part of the responsibility for the repression that followed. The civil guard killed 25 braceros and burned their houses. When Azana relinquished power, the tally of his struggle against worker and peasant agitation was a heavy one. The prisons were full of militant revolutionaries. 9,000, mostly anarchists, according to official documents. It was this aspect of his government that enabled another Republican, even one as moderate as Martínez Barrio, to say that the regime drawing to a close was one of mud, blood, and tears. Discredited after his stay in power, Azana gained back some of his popularity as a result of persecution by the right. Although he had had no hand in the October 1934 uprising, he was pursued and imprisoned. Thus he recovered in opposition the prestige he had lost when in power. Leader of the Republican left, this small, squat man, with a greenish, bilious complexion and fixed, expressionless eyes, whom his opponents liked to compare to a toad, was a good parliamentary speaker but a poor democratic leader. Yet 40,000 persons flocked to a meeting at Cumulus near Madrid after his release, at which he spoke in support of the political prisoners. This was because once again he symbolized union between Republicans and Socialists, the parliamentary republic that appealed to the workers to support it for the sake of a restored and modernized Spain, freed from the oligarchy. Spain and the labor movement. It was over this question that a split occurred in the ranks of the bourgeois Republicans. Larix opted for an alliance with the CETA for fear of working-class revolution. Azana and Martínez Barrio chose to join with the workers' parties and spare Spain a revolution. They felt that the constitutional framework provided every chance for deep-rooted structural reforms. The Cortes, the only chamber elected by universal, secret, and direct suffrage by citizens of both sexes, was able to provide safe majorities, thanks to the electoral law that gave 80% of the seats to majority lists in regional divisions. The president's sweeping powers are the right to choose and to dismiss the premier and to veto laws, and the existence of the Tribunal of Constitutional Guarantees looked at the same time like a guarantee against intrigue. Within this context they hoped to complete the work, barely adumbrated in 1931, of constructing a genuinely liberal, secular, democratic state and of regenerating society by an agrarian reform that would grant estates to millions of landless peasants. They could not hope to fulfill such a task without the support of the labor movement, with its trade unions and parties. In the course of the century this movement had become a decisive force whose influence had been deeply felt in the very heart of Spain, in the peasant world. Of course, the peasants of Euskadi remained attached to their traditions and to the Nationalist Party. The Navarrese and the people of the Mestrago formed the popular basis for Carlism, and the small peasants in Catalonia and the Levant readily voted for the Republicans, both right and left. But the influence of the socialists in the Asturian countryside, among the agricultural workers of Old Castile, and among the well-organized farmers in the Huertas watered gardens of Granada and Murcia was appreciable. It was the anarchists who organized and inspired the struggles of the subfuerados peasants compelled to pay the foro. In Galicia, the revolts of the Andalusian braceros, and the battles of the landless peasants in Aragon. The labor movement was busy winning over the peasant class. It became both an enemy and the stake of the game. Even its most moderate claims posed a direct threat to the vital interests of the oligarchy. Because it was a tremendously explosive force, the Republican petty bourgeoisie sought its friendship and its support for its own ends. In the face of formidable enemies, it was indispensable to have the labor movement as an ally, in order to achieve in rural Spain the revolution that the country was yet to experience and without which no serious social and economic progress seemed possible. But the Spanish labor movement had its demands and its objectives too. By the end of 1935 it seemed ready to challenge the oligarchs who wished to destroy it, as well as the Republicans who were planning to use it. 2. The labor movement. The Spanish labor movement had a unique character too. In the other European countries, the struggle between Marxist supporters and Bakunins that began during the First International ended in the victory of the former, then known as the authoritarians. They formed the social democratic parties affiliated with the Second International and the reformist trade unions. In Spain, on the other hand, the victory of the libertarians, Bakunin's friends grouped in the secret society of the Alliance of Socialist Democracy, had lasting consequences, branding the Spanish labor movement for a long while with the revolutionary stamp of anarchist and anarcho-syndicalist traditions. The anarchists, Bakunin's ideas. There was nothing surprising about this victory. In an agricultural country where so many ties linked the industrial worker with the landless peasant and the day laborer, where peasant riots, short, violent revolts, and banditry by outlaws were the time-honored form taken by popular explosions of anger and revenge, Bakunin's ideas fell on fertile ground. In his view, in fact, only the spontaneous unleashing of the forces of the oppressed could overthrow capitalism, with energetic action by an organized minority intervening only in order to coordinate the efforts of the masses in their uprising against the forces of repression. To political action by parties, which appealed to more advanced countries, Bakunin and his friends preferred insurrection and the glamour of revolutionary example, more in line with Spanish traditions of class struggle. Thus it was that, in their work of emancipation, they attributed a decisive role to the much-loved bandits, to the avenging angels of the poor, whom the Spanish peasant both loved and feared. 30. Fierce opponents of the state as the ancient form of oppression, Bakunin's disciples, rejecting any organization of a so-called provisional or revolutionary political power. 31. Saw the germ of the just and brotherly society of the future in the free commune, so akin to the medieval peasant communities in which every revolutionary in Spain recognized his ideal. Anarcho-syndicalism. The influence of anarchist theoreticians, such as the famous teacher Francisco Ferrer and especially Anselmo Lorenzo, and of the influence of the syndicalists of the French CGT combined in 1910 to produce, from a basis of Catalan libertarian cells, the Confederación Nacional del Trabajo (CNT), a syndicalist organization that the repression could not prevent from leading the great wave of strikes in Catalonia in 1917. Briefly tempted to join the Communist International, as had been proposed by two of its leaders, the schoolteachers Andrés Nin and Joaquín Morin 32, who had been sent by it to Moscow and converted to communism, the CNT held aloof after the events of Kronstadt. In its bastion in Catalonia, it had to carry on, in the years to follow, a bloody struggle against the governor, Martínez Anado. Hundreds of militants fell to the bullets of the pistoleros, among them the general secretary of the CNT, Salvador Segui. 33. It was under Primo de Rivera's dictatorship, at the height of the repression, that the FAI, the mysterious and powerful Federación Anarquista Ibérica, came into being in 1927. Very soon, it dominated the CNT completely. A clandestine organization along the lines of the Alianza, made up of kindred groups similar to Masonic lodges under the authority of a secret mainland committee, the FAI very quickly became the heart and soul of the anarcho-syndicalist union. It was not merely an active, anonymous group but a typically Spanish state of mind. This was what the French trade unionist, Robert Luzin, friend of and sympathizer with Spanish anarcho-syndicalism, wrote, "FAIism is peasant rebellion raised to the level of working-class struggle by the peasant masses, joined, of course, in Spain as elsewhere, by the workers, and which is to some extent systematized and theorized." 34. The FAI adopted the revolutionary methods preached by the Italian anarchist Malatesta. Seize a town or a village, render the representatives of the state harmless, and invite the population to organize itself freely. It was at the instigation of the FAI that brief revolts broke out, violent local and regional flare-ups establishing a short-lived libertarian communism. At Llobregat in January 1932, at Casas Viejas in January 1933, and in Aragon in December 1933. It was the FAI that dissuaded the CNT from any entente with the Republicans or Socialists and that kept up, in the Union's propaganda, the fierce hostility of the anarchists to electoral and parliamentary trickery. The CNT, FAI. Not all syndicalists were prepared to accept FAI domination. In 1931, Many of the leaders rose up against the adventurist and putschist policy that it imposed on their union. Well-known leaders, such as the former Secretary General Angel Pestana, chief editor of Solidaridad Obrera, Juan Pero, and Juan López, called for a return to more genuine syndicalist action, involving less indifference to immediate claims and more long-term prospects of action. When their group, known as the Trientistas, was expelled from the CNT, it formed opposition unions that had some influence in Asturias, in Levante, and in a few towns in Catalonia. The supporters of the FAI accused them of having gone over to reformism. In 1934, they took part in the insurrection in Asturias and Catalonia, while the CNT and the FAI held aloof. On the eve of the Civil War, the FAI seemed to be completely incorporated into the Confederal organization, as witnessed by the ever-linked initial CNT-FAI and the red and black colors of the flag. Yet, led by Pero and López, Pestana, for his part, founded the Syndicalist Party. He was elected a deputy in February 1936. Who always spoke up for the independence of the unions in regard to any political group whatsoever. Including the FAI, the opposition unions reinstated the CNT. The Saragossa Congress in March 1936 solemnly reaffirmed its aim, which was the establishment of libertarian communism. However, the FAI ideology had taken a step backward. The CNT in February had not given the cue to boycott the elections, and the restored Trientistas won acceptance for their point of view more than once in the weeks that followed. Whatever the CNT's indisputable difficulties, the fact remained that, through its loyalty to the principles of class struggle and direct action, the CNT defense committees were genuine paramilitary organizations. It had maintained a militant and combative working-class base, with some very tough strikes to its credit. The Felguera metal workers held out for 9 months, and in 1934 the Saragossa workers sustained a general strike for 6 weeks. More important, the anarcho-syndicalist tradition made the unions in Spain far more than a defensive weapon in the daily struggle. They became a living cell in the social organism, often monopolizing the workers' entire leisure. Furthermore, they monopolized what was the revolutionary means par excellence, the instrument of social change, class solidarity, infinitely more influential in this respect than the political parties. Yet this highly active organization had obvious weaknesses. Faced with the complexities of a modern economy and the interdependence of its different sectors, the CNT's political and economic theories seemed highly ingenuous. Everything was simplified to an extreme by the pens of propagandists describing the idyllic commune, whose budding and later flowering would be made possible by militants willing to sacrifice their lives for it. It would seem that for some people nothing had changed since Malatesta, and that in their view it was no more difficult to establish libertarian communism on a permanent basis in the whole country than it had been to establish it for a few hours in Llobregat or in Fígols. The anarchist leaders, Durruti. However, it was not the theoreticians who emerged as leaders among the anarchists. It would be hard to define the roles of personalities as different as Federica Montseny, a tireless woman speaker and propagandist, the formidable journalist Diego Abad de Santillán, an exotic pseudonym that was said to conceal an Argentinian militant. According to José Peyrats, Santillán's real name was Sinesio García Hernández. Born in Leon, he had emigrated to Argentina when young, which would explain this point in his story. Or the invalid Manolo Escorza del Val, physically weak but morally implacable, who prompted the FAI's mainland committee and the CNT's defense groups from the sidelines. They were all equally representative of the diversity of the Spanish liberation movement. However, not one of them achieved the notoriety of Buenaventura Durruti. Durruti was born in Leon on July 14, 1896, into a family of 8 children. His father worked on the railroad. At 14, he was a mechanic in a railroad workshop. After taking an active part in the 1917 strike, he was forced to leave for France, where he worked for 3 years. He then returned to Spain, joined the CNT, and became an anarchist. It was at this point that he went to Barcelona, the heart of the movement. There he joined the Los Solidarios group and those who were to be his companions in a life of struggle. Durruti, Jover, Francisco Esqueso, a little dark man of insignificant appearance, and José García Oliver, the most political of the 4, became the 3 musketeers, legendary heroes of Spanish anarchism. Terrorists and marauders, they seized a Bank of Spain bullion van in order to finance the organization and help to prepare the attempt on the life of Dato. the premier. Durruti's involvement, confirmed by most of the biographical notes written about him after his death, seems to have been only ancillary. Federica Montseny informed us after our first edition was in print that the preparation of the attack on Dato was in fact the work of Ramon Arches, who died under torture. One of the instigators of the attack is still alive. One of the participants, Ramon Casanellas, had to seek asylum in Russia and was converted to communism there before dying in a motorcycle accident. It was Esqueso and Durruti who killed Cardinal Soldevilla in Saragossa to avenge the death of Segui. After seeking refuge in Argentina, they were accused of terrorism and theft and once again had to flee. They crossed South America before going underground in France, where they were arrested just as they were putting the finishing touches to plans for an attack on Alfonso XIII. They spent a year in jail, threatened with extradition. Freed as the result of a left-wing press campaign, they resumed their nomadic life, refusing the political asylum offered them by the USSR. Returning to Spain after the fall of the monarchy, they were again arrested in 1932. Before his deportation to Africa, the imprisoned Durruti managed to arrange for the judges to be burglarized and the evidence for a trial in which other syndicalist militants were involved to be destroyed. Back in Barcelona after his release, he was playing an active part in the textile union when the Civil War broke out. To some an indomitable hero, to others a killer. What was the truth about this man with the Herculean build, with the terribly expressive face? A fine, imperious head eclipsing all others? According to his friends, he laughed like a child and wept before the human tragedy. No doubt that was why so much love and hatred were lavished on this symbol of Spanish anarchism, who exclaimed at the height of the Civil War, "We are not in the least afraid of ruins. We are going to inherit the earth. We carry a new world in our hearts, a world that is growing at this very moment." The socialists, the opponent of this undeniably unique anarchist movement, was a socialist movement of a far more classic type. Spanish socialism was in fact only one of the branches of European socialism, its particular features deriving mainly from its comparatively late development and its prolonged minority position within the labor movement. The beginnings of the Socialist Party. The small group of authoritarians expelled in 1872 by Bakunin's friends from the Spanish branch of the International became the nucleus of the Partido Democrático Socialista Obrero, founded in a café in 1879 by 5 friends. Through José Mesa and Paul Lafargue, this small group, dominated by the remarkable personality of Pablo Iglesias, was strongly influenced by Jules Gued and his rigid Marxist orthodoxy. Legalized in 1881, the young party had barely more than 1,000 members and had to wait until 1886 before bringing out its first organ, the weekly El Socialista. This was because the conditions in which elections were held in monarchist Spain and the total absence of social reform were not very favorable to the development of socialist organizations linked with parliamentary and municipal activity and the struggle for reform, whereas the anarchists, already in the majority in the working class, derived additional arguments for their cause from them. However, its minority position, together with the need for tirelessly explaining and convincing new members one by one, gave the socialist organization a remarkable discipline and cohesion, as well as a lofty sense of mission and a determination to preserve the purity of its doctrine, perfectly embodied in the severe, handsome, forbidding figure of Pablo Iglesias. In 1888, 2 socialist leaders, Mora and Garcia Quejido, had founded the Unión General de Trabajadores, UGT. Centralized, moderate, and overtly reformist, the new union, founded with just over 3,000 members, took more than 11 years to double its numbers. Yet since the beginning of the century, the Socialist Party and the UGT had been losing their original sectarian nature and had gradually become mass organizations. In Madrid, the original nucleus of printers rapidly spread to all the guilds. The success of the strikes by the Bilbao metalworkers, due to socialist leadership in the UGT, established its influence there and formed a solid bastion in the region. The widespread establishment at that time of the Casas del Pueblo, socialist clubhouses, made the socialists the educators of thousands of militant workers. Also, before World War I, the UGT made gains at the expense of the anarchists almost everywhere except in Catalonia. It played a prominent part in leading the 1917 strikes, and in 1918 already had more than 200,000 members. The problem of whether or not to support the Third International dealt a harsh blow to the Socialist Party. The events of 1917 in Spain had seemed to justify those socialists who denounced the parliamentary path as a snare and an illusion. The Russian Revolution fascinated the militants. Finally, after two contradictory decisions taken by two extraordinary congresses and the dispatch of two envoys with differing views to Moscow, a third extraordinary congress decided, by 8,880 votes to 6,025, to reject the 21 conditions for adherence to the Third International. Mora and Garcia Cogito, the founders of the UGT, and Daniel Anguiano, back from Moscow, then broke with the organization, taking with them nearly half the militants, and together with Andrés Nin Morin and the other CNT members who had been converted to communism, they formed the Spanish Communist Party. From reformism to revolution, under Primo de Rivera's dictatorship, a fresh crisis rocked the Socialist Party. The general, who was looking for support from the labor movement, asked the socialists to collaborate with him. This was the cue for the first major clash between the leaders of the new socialist generation. Largo Caballero, Secretary General of the UGT, a Madrileno by nature and an authoritarian by training, had the better of the liberal Prieto, socialist leader in Bilbao, who was linked more closely with Republican circles. The collaboration was agreed upon. Largo Caballero became a state councillor and attempted, by means of paritary commissions of arbitration, to increase the influence and enlarge the base of the UGT at the expense of the harshly persecuted CNT. During the first 2 years of the Republic, following the example of the Western socialist parties, the Spanish socialists collaborated with the Republicans in the government. Largo Caballero was Minister of Labor in an Azana government that made no bones about harrying CNT militants. Yet, taking advantage of the extreme freedom for trade union propaganda and organization and benefiting from the awakening to political life of new strata of workers, the UGT during this period gained considerably in numbers. In 1934, it had just over 1,250,000 members, including 300,000 factory, mine, and railroad workers. After the victory of the right in the 1933 elections, the socialists seemed to turn their backs on the traditional reformist attitude of the Social Democrats. The October 1934 uprising confirmed this radical switch to clear-cut revolutionary positions. Largo Caballero and the Labor Alliance. By an odd reversal, the inspiration of the leftist trend of the Socialist Party, one of those responsible for its development, was Largo Caballero, until then a pillar of reformism. Born into a poverty-stricken working-class family in Madrid in 1869, Francisco Largo Caballero had to earn his living from the age of 8. He did not learn to read until he was more than 22. A plasterer, he joined the UGT in 1890, the Socialist Party in 1894, and soon took on important responsibilities in both organizations. Sentenced to death, a sentence that was commuted to life imprisonment after the 1917 strike, he was pardoned in 1918 after his election as deputy to the Cortes. A resolute opponent of adherence to the Third International and bitterly hostile to communism, he brought the support of the Spanish Socialist Party to the reconstituted Second International. A state councillor under Primo de Rivera, Minister of Labor in Azana's Republican government, he was the champion of syndicalist and socialist collaboration with the state, the leader of the most overt reformism. Yet, in February 1934, he openly asserted that the only hope of the masses today is a social revolution. This was because his experience as a minister disillusioned him profoundly. He was the first among the socialists to clash with Azana. The staff of the ministry and its senior officials overtly sabotaged his orders, deriding his plans for reform. From this, he concluded that reformism was leading the labor movement into an impasse. It is impossible, he said, to achieve a scrap of socialism within the framework of bourgeois democracy. From then on, he was forced to seek a new route. The first practical result of this new orientation was the organization in 1934 of the Alianza Obrera, a single front of working-class unions and parties with which the Communist Party and the CNT refused to associate themselves except in Asturias. After the 1934 general strike against the entry of the CETA into the government, it was the Alianza Obrera, joined at the last moment by the Communist Party, that led the revolutionary rising in Asturias. For more than a week, with makeshift weapons, led by militants from different organizations, the miners fought the army and the shock troops, consisting of Moors and Tercio and commanded by General López de Ochoa. The movement in the rest of Spain collapsed. In Catalonia, it was because of betrayal by certain Catalanists, the wavering of the Esquerra, and, above all, the abstention of the CNT. in Madrid, for lack of serious preparation. The repression that followed, more than 3,000 workers killed, most of them dispatched on the spot, 7,000 wounded, and more than 40,000 imprisoned, did not succeed in destroying the revolutionary consciousness that had inspired the movement. The Asturian uprising became, in the minds of the Spanish workers, anarchists as well as socialists, an epic example, the first attempt by the workers to seize power through class organizations, the revolutionary committees, and to range their troops, the armed workers. In short, to set their own state against the state of the oligarchy. Its rallying cry, UHP, Unios Hermanos Proletarios, was taken up by the entire class. In prison, Largo Caballero, an old man, the practitioner and administrator of the labor movement, began to read for the first time. At the age of 67, he discovered the classics of Marxism: Marx, Engels, Trotsky, Bukharin, and above all Lenin. He became enthusiastic over state and revolution and the Russian Revolution that he had so vigorously contested. These readings and the influence of the brilliant staff of intellectuals surrounding him, Araquistan, Álvarez del Valle, and Carlos de Barribar, added strength to the conclusions drawn from his own experience. In his view, the reformist and parliamentary democratic socialism of the Second International was as dead as the Moscow-inspired revolutionary socialism of the Third. He dreamed of a Fourth International that would adopt from its precursors what was best in them, the autonomy of national parties from the Second and revolutionary tactics from the Third. He stepped up approaches to the CNT and welcomed those made to him by the communists, who were in reality attracted more by his favorable attitude toward unity than by the revolutionary outlook he had so lately discovered. His development was the same as that of the broad masses of workers and peasants, like him disillusioned by the Republic and reformism, and like him won over to the revolution all the more after the setback of October 1934. Largo Caballero became their man. No working-class leader enjoyed comparable prestige, which the communists tried to exploit by dubbing him the Spanish Lenin. Jean-Richard Bloch drew an engaging portrait of him: a robust 67, square, bald head, massive face, stubborn forehead, bitter mouth, the lines of his body slim and handsome in its strength, bright eyes, terribly weary, a mediocre writer and a rather dull speaker. He owed his popularity to the fact that he was of working-class origins and indisputably honest and austere in his habits. Thousands of workers recognized themselves in him. By turning his back on reformism, he had taken the same step as they had. He was one of them. "He won't betray us," his followers never stopped saying. He was the man of the Casas del Pueblo, the idol of the Madrid workers, who listened passionately to him, the old man, as they affectionately called him. A man of the masses, his authority over them made him one of the key figures of the Spanish political scene at decisive moments. Indalecio Prieto. From 1919 onward, Indalecio Prieto was Caballero's rival in the Socialist Party. He was the only socialist leader with comparable authority, if not among the masses, at least within the party apparatus and in political circles. They had been at odds with each other for a long while, not only by virtue of their contrasting temperaments and personalities, but also because they represented two distinct forces, two aspects of Spain and Spanish socialism, whose antagonism was one of the chief features of the political scene. Also born into a very humble family, in 1883, Prieto began work at the age of 11 by selling newspapers and pins in the streets of Bilbao. His brilliant mind brought him to the notice of Horacio Echevarrieta, the banker and industrialist, who made him his right-hand man. He soon became owner of the large newspaper El Liberal, a socialist leader and political figure respected by the entire left. Claude Bowers, the American ambassador, described him making a speech in the Cortes as small, fleshy, almost bald, except above the nape of the neck. Kaltzoff depicted him in his armchair as a great mass of flesh with a wan, ironic look, the most searching look in Spain. His subtle and brilliant intelligence, his social triumphs, he had become a remarkable businessman. His exceptional gifts as a parliamentary speaker, and his talent as a polemicist made him the socialist of Republican circles, just as Caballero's patient work as an organizer and his unremitting toil made him the socialist of the Casas del Pueblo and the workers. Prieto offset the intransigence and Castilian sectarianism of Caballero, the Madrid plasterer, with the liberalism of business circles, the success of the self-made man, and the conciliatory reformism of the Bilbao trade unionists, infinitely more in tune with the spirit of the Western Social Democrats and, in any case, the Spanish Republicans. Thus, it was a deeply divided socialist party that faced the difficulties of 1936. Prieto had been in control of the party executive since 1935. He had the confidence of the cadres and the elite, especially the prestigious leaders of the Asturian miners, González Peña and Bellarmino Tomás. He was the man of the apparatus, whereas Largo Caballero was the man of the masses. He controlled the UGT and enjoyed great sympathy outside the party, and it is notable that he was favored within the CNT, in spite of old resentments. The party wavered under their contradictory influence, and each new problem seemed to provide an opportunity for a reckoning between these antagonistic brothers pursuing opposed policies within the same organization. CNT and UGT. The political realignment that took place in the ranks of the working-class parties and unions during the final months of the Republic makes it difficult to give a precise analysis of the forces involved. It is, however, indisputable that it was the unions, rather than the actual political organizations, that set the lead. The workers' life gravitated around the Casas del Pueblo and the labor exchanges, centers of collective life that were veritable class strongholds. During this last period, there was a modification in the balance of power between the UGT and the CNT, with rifts between the two unions forming in an entirely new way. Naturally, each of them preserved what had until then been its bastion. It was the CNT that organized the industrial workers in Catalonia, while the UGT's influence there was limited. It was also the CNT that organized the braceros in Andalusia. But the UGT was still dominant among the Asturian and Rio Tinto miners, the Bilbao metalworkers, and in the region of Madrid. In areas where the other was dominant, each union still contrived to organize strong minorities, whose influence was far from negligible. The UGT had strong organizations in Córdoba, Seville, and Malaga, and in all the Andalusian towns. It also organized the day laborers in the provinces of Badajoz, Cáceres, and Seville. The CNT managed to win a foothold in Madrid, where it controlled the majority of the building workers, one of the most militant guilds. And in Asturias, the CNT metalworkers in La Felguera and Gijón were competing seriously for influence over the miners of Myers and Sama de Langreo. In the Basque provinces, although the UGT was predominant in Bilbao, it was up against very serious competition from the nationalist solidarities, while the CNT only drew recruits from the strata of foreign labor in the country. In Valencia, the anarchists controlled the dock workers, but the UGT was powerful in the factories. The Federation of Land Workers in the UGT controlled the workers in the central region, while those in the poorer, outlying regions belonged to the CNT. Yet the radical direction of the UGT in the years immediately preceding had tended to narrow the traditional division that won it the adherence of the more privileged and relatively more conservative strata of the proletariat, whereas the CNT's indecisiveness was not always calculated to win the support of the more determined elements. Yet, on the whole, the forces of the UGT, which was more efficiently staffed and organized, seemed more stable than those of its confederal rival, which was subject to violent fluctuations and varied considerably according to the success or failure of activities undertaken locally. Though the two trade union organizations had roughly the same numbers in 1935, 1 million each, the last months of the Republic saw rapid strides by the UGT, which very quickly reached 1.5 million members, while the CNT seemed to lag behind. In any case, the attraction these trade union organizations had for millions of workers made it possible for new ideological currents to grow up within them, deriving from traditional currents but developing outside and counter to them. In effect, orthodox Stalinist communists and communist dissidents from the POUM put themselves forward as candidates and were ready to fight the anarchist and socialist currents for control of important sectors of the UGT and the CNT. The communists. The preceding pages have described the birth of the Spanish Communist Party. For several months, the lure of the Russian Revolution had seemed to give substance to Victor Serge's old dream, the union within communism around Lenin and the Third International, of the two currents that had diverged after Marx and Bakunin, the authoritarians and the libertarians, the socialist current and the anarchist current. The immediate results were mediocre. A few years later, they were derisory. Three currents had emerged to found the communist movement in Spain. The socialist youth movement with Andrade and Portela. Then the socialist minority with Pérez Solís, García Quijito, Anguiano, Lamanita, and Andrés Nin. And shortly afterward the La Batalla group, inspired by Joaquín Morin, Pedro Bonet, and David Rey and made up of POUM militants. 2 years later, Garcia Cajido, Lamanita, and Anguiano left the Communist Party and went back to their old socialist home. Under Primo de Rivera's dictatorship, the party was severely hit by the repression and weakened by internal struggles and conflicts provoked by directives from the International. Although toward the end of the dictatorship it received the support of militants from the Andalusian CNT led by José Diaz and Maige, it lost 3,000 militants from the Federation of Catalonia and the Balearic Islands led by Morin and Bonet. The Communist Federation of Catalonia and the Balearics joined the Catalan Communist Party, led by Jordi Arguer and Joan Faré Gasso, and formed the Bloque Obrero y Campesino, which contained militants such as Portela and Gorkin, a former official in the Communist International in Moscow, with Morin as Secretary General. Andrés Nin, Secretary of the Red Trade Union International, then joined the left opposition and defended Trotsky's political position against Stalin. Returning to Spain in 1931, he and Andrade founded the Communist Left. Meanwhile, Óscar Pérez Solís, the party's first Secretary General, began moving in a direction that eventually took him into the ranks of the Falange. From 1923 to 1930, the party never had more than a few hundred members and could not even manage to hold a Congress. At the Congress in 1932, the conquerors of Nin and Morin, Balejos, the Secretary General, Trilla, and Adame were in turn expelled, accused of mistakenly launching the opportunist slogan Defense of the Republic against General Sanjurjo's pronunciamiento. In the 1933 elections, the Communist Party only managed to elect one deputy, Dr. Bolivar, in Malaga, less for his program than for his reputation as the doctor of the poor. The Stalinist Communists, the Spanish Communist Party, the PSUC, and the JSU. Thus, the Communist Party had barely developed. On the eve of the Civil War, it had no more than 30,000 members. Its leaders were practically unknown, sometimes recent acquisitions, such as the Secretary General José Diaz, who had only joined in 1929. Jesus Hernández, the leadership's strong man, was 26. He had joined the party at 14, the political bureau at 22. Neither he nor his comrades, Antonio Maige, Martínez Carton, and Uribe, played a genuine role in the labor movement. At no time were they leaders of mass organizations, but rose exclusively within the party apparatus that had trained them and rewarded them with promotion for their flexibility in resorting to one device after another. The only personality in the Communist Party leadership who enjoyed real prestige outside the party was a woman, Dolores Ibarruri Gomez, known as La Paginaria, a mass orator and veteran militant. She was sentenced to 15 years imprisonment after the Asturias uprising. Apart from certain sectors at Asturias, where they had a substantial minority among the miners, Malaga, Cádiz, and especially Seville, where they took over certain unions, the Orthodox Communists were very isolated in the Spanish labor movement, and all their efforts were directed to breaking out of this isolation. The advent of the Spanish Republic actually coincided with the third stage of extremist sectarianism on the part of the Communist International. The communist parties of the entire world reserved all their animus for the socialists styled social fascists, and refused to form a single front with them. Until September 11, 1934, the Spanish Communist Party dubbed the Alianza Obrera, the rallying point of reactionary forces, and the Holy Alliance of the Counter-Revolution. It was only at the last minute that, suddenly taking a new tack, it joined the October uprising. But it was just then that the Communist International changed its direction. Stating that it was necessary to transcend and broaden the Alianza Obrera, the Communist Party produced a formula in practice quite different from the Popular Front put forward by Dimitrov at the 17th Congress of the Communist International, one of alliance with the liberal Republicans in a program of democratic reform. At the same time, it fostered an active campaign in favor of trade union and political unity for the working class. It dissolved the few unions that it controlled, until then grouped in a CGTU affiliated with the Red Trade Union International, and invited their members to join the UGT individually. In the political field, the theme of unity permitted it considerable progress. In Catalonia, the remnants of its official organization arranged an alliance with other Catalan socialist groups, including Juan Comarera's Socialist Federation, which materialized on July 24, 1936 as the Unified Socialist Party of Catalonia. Under the influence of Álvarez del Valle, Largo Caballero's lieutenant, an alliance was also effected between the socialist youth and the communist youth within the ranks of the JSU, United Socialist Youth. This alliance, which Largo Caballero apparently had not intended but which his policy made possible, deprived the old UGT leader and the Socialist Party of 200,000 young militants, the elite of the young working-class generation. In effect, a few months later, as the result of a visit to the USSR, the entire JSU leadership joined the Communist Party. Its 20-year-old Secretary-General, Santiago Carrillo, son of the parliamentary deputy and caballerist syndicalist Wenceslao Carrillo, was formerly secretary of the Socialist Youth and after 1934 a Trotskyist sympathizer. He soon became one of the Communist Party's new leaders, proffering the achieved unity of the young as an example to the adults in the Socialist Party. This was an important victory for the Orthodox Communists, all the more because at the same time that it guaranteed them a mass basis and a lever for activities within the Socialist Party, it gave them a decisive advantage over their sworn enemies, the dissident communists, some of whom had at one point thought that they could become the intellectual masters of the Socialist Youth. The dissident communists, the POUM, the groups that claimed links with communism but were divorced from its official organization had various origins. Morin and his friends in the Bloque Obrero y Campesino refused to apply the tactics imposed by the International and create CGTU Red Unions in opposition to the UGT and the CNT. Moreover, they had shown Catalanist sympathies that on occasion brought them closer to the Esquerra. Like all the dissident movements that emerged during this period from a split to the right, as against the Communist International's extreme left line, the Bloque, however, refused to take a line on exclusively Russian questions, and its newspaper La Batalla often defended positions very close to those of the Stalinist press. On the other hand, the communist left of Andrés Nin and Andrade, other pioneers of Spanish communism, took the position of the Trotskyist left opposition, which stemmed from divergences within the Russian Communist Party. Until 1934, this small group of valuable cadres was mainly devoted to theoretical work, publishing the magazine Comunismo. But at this point they broke with Trotsky, who wanted them to join the Socialist Party and form its revolutionary wing. Note: only a very small group remained loyal to Trotsky and tried to apply his line by joining the Socialist Youth. Among them was G. Muniz. End note, and decided to merge with the Bloque Obrero y Campesino to form a new party, the Partido Obrero de Unificación Marxista, POUM. Dubbed Trotskyist by its opponents, note Kaltsov described the POUM as a Trotskyist Bucharinian bloc. End note, disowned and vigorously criticized by Leon Trotsky and his friends. The POUM, whose only real forces were in Catalonia, had barely more than 3,000 militants in July 1936. But the weakness of the Spanish Communist Party and the Catalan Socialists, the prestige and valor of leaders like Nin and Morin, and the presence at its head of genuine cadres of the communist movement like Gorkin, Portela, Andrade, and Arguer seemed to justify its hopes. It was at all events a source of concern as much to the Orthodox Communists as to the leaders of the CNT, who systematically eliminated its militants from their unions. It was the POUM which considered itself the representative of true communism and proclaimed its loyalty to Lenin's ideas. That was the real danger to both sides in a revolutionary era. It claimed to provide an answer to the dilemma that had arisen in the Spanish labor movement in the form of a choice between alliance with the Republicans and violent struggle outside the parliamentary framework. Political struggle for the socialist revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat. A supporter of the Alianza Obrera, it criticized the Popular Front policy advocated by the Stalinist communists, which it denounced as a policy of collaboration between classes, and tried to convince the Spanish workers that the only alternative to the victory of fascism was that of the revolution. No one can dispute that its chances of succeeding were real, to the extent that it could convince and attract the instinctively revolutionary but politically confused masses who followed the CNT-FAI. 3. The prologue to the revolution. It was the president of the Republic, Alcala Zamora, a Catholic and a conservative, who brought an end to the Bienio Negro by dissolving the Cortes. In 1935, the coalition government of the Radicals and the CETA had received a severe jolt. Two scandals had besmirched the politicians in the Radical Party. The discredit that fell on the center-right party was so great that the CETA could no longer think of pursuing the alliance. Gil Robles, who had been clamoring for power for his party ever since the beginning of the legislature, seized his opportunity. The CETA ministers turned down the budget, which provided for an increase of 1 to 3% in the death duties on landed estates, as well as a reduction of 10 to 15% in civil servant salaries. The government resigned. Gil Robles solicited the post of premier. Alcala Zamora refused. He did not care for Gil Robles, and he had no wish to offer power to a professed enemy of the parliamentary system. He called on a politician from the center, Portela Valladares, to form a government whose essential mission was to prepare for new elections. He did not succeed. The Cortes had become unmanageable. After only a few weeks, Portela Valladares gave up serious preparations for elections that would strengthen the center and resigned. He agreed to the president's signature on the decree dissolving the Cortes and fixing the elections for February 1936. The electoral campaign, right against left. The stakes at the elections were considerable. Naturally, the events of the previous few years, the 1934 uprising and the ensuing repression, the reaction of the Bienio Negro, and labor radicalization had hardened many positions and created an atmosphere lending itself to the creation of uncompromisingly hostile voting blocs. But in this case, it was the demands of the electoral law that weighed on the strategies of both sides, at any rate among those who wanted to see the parliamentary game through to the end. The electoral areas provided for were immense, and campaigning required vast sums, which only huge organizations had at their disposal. The inflexible majority ballot tended to create mammoth coalitions. In 1933, the right, united in an electoral front, had fewer votes than the left-wing parties, but twice as many deputies. It had good reason to remember this, since the monarchists naturally made difficulties about renewing the 1933 alliance with the CETA, and in certain constituencies the Renovación Española entered the election against a list from the CETA. The Falange, of course, went to the polls under its own banner. Yet, on the whole, the right presented the voters with a united front, even broadened, in several districts, by some right-wing liberals who had held aloof in 1933. It ran a massive propaganda campaign. Immense posters, on which Gil Robles's picture accompanied the leader's slogans, covered the country's walls. Robles himself waged a campaign of extraordinary verbal violence, insulting and threatening the enemy and making it perfectly clear that his victory would mean the end of the republic and the coming of an authoritarian regime. A left-wing electoral coalition emerged in response to the alliance of the rightists. On January 15, 1936, the left-wing Republican parties, Martínez Barrios' Republican Union and Azana's Republican Left, signed the Popular Front Pact fixing the coalition's program with the Socialist Party, and consequently the UGT, Angel Pestana's Syndicalist Party, the Communist Party, and the POUM. However, this 8-point PACCOM program was not so much the result of a common accord as an acceptance of the Republican program by the workers' parties. Along with some old Republican demands for agrarian reform and educational schemes, it came out in favor of reforms for the control of the Cortes, reforms for municipalities, the establishment of schemes for financial reorganization, the protection of light industry, and the development of public works. It was a liberal program set in a bourgeois framework and deliberately excluded socialist demands for the nationalization of land and banks and working-class control over industry. The republic that the Republicans have in mind, it stated, is not a republic inspired by social and economic class considerations, but a system of democratic freedom prompted by motives of public interest and social progress. This indisputably moderate program, in which, as Ramos Oliveira wrote, each point was like an evasion, did however include a demand that met with very broad approval and permitted real popular mobilization. An unconditional amnesty for the 1934 insurgents and the reemployment with compensation of all workers forced out of their jobs. It was out of anxiety to obtain the release of the 30,000 workers still imprisoned and at the same time to receive the seal of approval for their revolutionary gesture that the Friends of Caballero and the POUM, champions of the Alianza Obrera, justified their membership in the Popular Front. They regarded it as an electoral alliance without a future. At any rate, this anxiety explains the workers' massive vote for a program otherwise unlikely to have mobilized them. It also explains the anarchists' change of attitude. The CNT and the FAI were of course always hostile to electoral struggles and like the opposition unions held aloof from the Popular Front and the so-called electoral campaign. For the first time, however, they abstained from launching their usual slogan of no votad and did not boycott the elections. Observers estimated at 1 million the number of votes that were usually lost as a result of anarchist campaigns, votes that in February 1936 went to the Popular Front lists in order to obtain the release of the 1934 prisoners. Result of the elections. These votes undoubtedly swung the balance. On February 16, the Popular Front triumphed with 4,206,156 votes against 3,783,601 for the right-wing coalition and 681,447 for the center, figures that, after auditing procedures that were promptly dispatched in Parliament, became respectively 4,838,449, 3,996,931, and 449,320, out of 11 million registered and 9.5 million ballots cast. Thus, the Popular Front obtained a rather slender majority, which nevertheless took the form, in the Cortes, of an overwhelming numerical superiority of deputies elected under its aegis. 277, as against 132 from the right and 32 from the center. The electoral law that benefited the majority operated here in favor of the left. The right, though it won more votes than in 1933, won fewer than the parties joined in the Popular Front and lost more than half its seats. In such close competition, it was inevitable that bitter disputes should arise about pressures and false returns. None of the parties held back. It is of course undeniable that many of the bourgeoisie must have hesitated to vote in certain proletarian districts, but it is a fact that many villages voted for the right only under direct threats from the police or blackmail from the big landowners over unemployment. The historian has no further conclusions to draw from such quarrels. Whatever one's view of the validity of these elections, the important thing is that they profoundly altered the face of the Cortes and the political atmosphere of the country even more profoundly. Contrary to the president's hopes, the elections came as a resounding defeat for the center and the center-right. Politicians like Larix and Cambo were not re-elected. There were only 6 of Larix's radicals, and the most important center group, the one led by Portela Valladares, the outgoing premier, consisted of only 14 deputies. The CETA still formed a solid bloc with 86 seats, nearly always joined by the 13 agrarians. Goicoechea was defeated, and it was Calvo Sotelo who became the spokesman of the extreme right, in which Renovación Española had only 11 deputies. There is no way of telling how many votes fell to each party out of the total recorded for the Popular Front. The number elected on their lists in fact depended not on the votes recorded for the coalition, but simply on agreements reached between organizations unconnected with the compilation of the lists. Azana's Republican Left had 84 deputies, Martínez Barrios' Republican Union 37, and Luis Companys' Catalan Esquerra 38. The Socialists won 90 seats, the Communists 16, the PUM 1, its Secretary-General Morin, and the Syndicalist Party 1, the aging Pestana. The aftermath of the elections, the government. The aftermath of the elections gave rise to various emotions. Enthusiasm but also fear among the victors, panic and revolt among the defeated. Rumors of all kinds were rife. On the right, there was talk of an armed uprising by the Marxists or the anarchists. On the left, there were denunciations of preparations for a military coup d'état. None of this was groundless. Popular unrest seemed to confirm the statements of the right, and Portela Valladares later revealed that General Franco had offered him the army's support in order to annul the elections. Portela Valladares at any rate considered the situation sufficiently delicate to hand in his resignation without delay, and to advise the president to call on one of the leaders of the Popular Front to take his place. Azana immediately formed the new government, made up of bourgeois Republicans, which the working-class parties backed, though without taking part themselves. The socialist refusal to participate, surprising at first glance after the precedent of 1931, can be explained by the party's internal crisis and the struggle that was going on between the supporters of Caballero and Prieto. In December 1935, Caballero and his friends had been powerless to prevent the Socialist Party from following Prieto in his policy of alliance with the bourgeoisie within the framework of the Popular Front. But they had made him reject a priori any lasting alliance, restricting the pact to a simple electoral coalition that did not commit them any further. After February 16, Prieto once again came out for a government resembling the Popular Front, made up of Republicans and Socialists. Caballero, who had sworn never again to repeat the experience of 1931 and never again to take part in a coalition government with the Republicans, retorted that since the Popular Front program was a bourgeois one, it was up to the bourgeois Republicans themselves to carry it out, and that the Socialists had no right to carry out a program other than their own. At the very most, they might give loyal support to Azana's new government with their votes. With that, Largo Caballero carried the day. The Socialist Party adopted the same attitude in May toward the new Casares Quiroga government. One of the first important acts by the legislature was in effect to depose the president, Alcala Zamora, and to replace him with Azana. The president's mandate did not expire until the end of the year, but the majority of the Popular Front, anxious to guard itself against any risk of premature dissolution or any future backing the president might give to a military coup d'état, charged him with having dissolved the Cortes without cause, the only accusation that enabled them to depose him constitutionally. The right, which had good reason to dislike Alcala Zamora, abstained. The president was deposed. Many observers were astonished that Azana agreed to let himself be put forward as a candidate. The role played by Prieto in the affair suggests that it was probably a question of realizing a plan designed to force the socialists' hand. Azana, as president, could sooner or later have been replaced at the head of the government by Prieto. Note: Prieto, in a note to the press, quoted by Carlos Rama, La Crisis Española del Siglo XX, Mexico City. Findo de Cultura Económica, 1960, page 238, stated that he refused President Azana's offer to form a government mainly because of the hostility shown him by a certain sector of his party, since it might cause a weakening of the Popular Front, whose integrity had to be preserved at all costs. Endnote: he obtained at any rate a comfortable majority with only 6 votes against him, the CETA abstaining. His presence at the head of the state seemed to provide a dual guarantee, against reaction as well as against revolution. He was too committed to become the future accomplice of a coup d'état, too attached to economic and political liberalism ever to become the harbinger of the revolution. In short, he could act as a rallying point and symbol for all Spaniards who still hoped to avert civil war. In his first speech after the elections, he called for unity, for the defense of the Republic, from Republicans and non-Republicans, and all who put love of country, discipline, and respect for constitutional authority first. He promised the redress of atrocities committed by public officials and, without waiting for the official meeting of the new Cortes, made the Standing Committee approve the restoration of the municipal councils revoked during the Bienio Negro, the appointment of new civil governors throughout the country, and, most important, the amnesty decree. Catalan autonomous status was re-established, and companies made a triumphal return journey from Madrid to Barcelona. As the Asturian workers left the prisons, General López de Ochoa, the man who had carried out the repression against them, was arrested. Agrarian reform was put in hand. Basque autonomous status was investigated. In the Cortes, where henceforth each session turned into a brawl, the Republican government tried to pass the social reforms that it felt were appropriate and to appease the popular demands that grew daily both in scope and depth. A revolutionary situation. After the elections, impressive mass demonstrations had opened the prisons and released the workers detained since 1934, without waiting for the amnesty decree to be signed. On February 17, the opening of the prison in Valencia by CNT demonstrators and the release of those sentenced in 1934 was reported, along with several hundred released in Oviedo alone and several thousand throughout Spain. The following day strikes began throughout the country for the immediate reinstatement of those sentenced or out on bail, the payment of wages to all workers detained during the Bienio Negro, increases in wages, the dismissal of various employers' agents, and improvements in working conditions. In addition to these union strikes, there were also some strikes of a more political nature, solidarity strikes, and general, regional, and local strikes. Some of the conflicts dragged on and brought others in their wake. The employers replied with lockouts, and the struggle grew in bitterness. In the countryside, the situation was truly revolutionary. The Popular Front had talked of agrarian reform to peasants hungry for land. As the American ambassador, Claude Bowers, wrote, the peasants, simple and rough creatures, had believed that their victory at the elections was enough to make it a fait accompli. By the end of February, in the provinces of Badajoz and Cáceres, then, during the ensuing months, in Extremadura, Andalusia, Castile, and even Navarre, asentamientos were increased. Alcala Zamora's lands were occupied in April. So were the Duke of Albuquerque's. The peasants settled on the big landowners' estates and began to cultivate them on their own account. Bloody incidents soon occurred between peasants and civil guards. The most serious was at Yest, near Alicante, where the civil guard intervened and arrested 6 peasants who had begun to cut down the trees on the seigneurial estates. Exasperated, the peasants of Yest, armed with pitchforks, cudgels, and stones, attacked the civil guards who were taking away their comrades. In the shooting that ensued, 18 peasants were killed. Town and countryside were thus plunged into an atmosphere of violence. There were reports from more or less everywhere of churches and convents being burned, following street demonstrations or because of rumors about a monk's plot. One thing was certain: property and the established order were threatened. Caballero's role. Largo Caballero was gradually emerging as the man of the coming revolution. Since April 6th, his evening newspaper, Claridad, had been brilliantly edited by an excellent team of young intellectuals. He had his shock troops, the socialist youth. On May 1st, during the Great Workers' Procession, in what Claridad called the Great Army of Workers on the march toward the approaching pinnacle of power, the uniformed socialist youth, fists raised, chanted slogans for a workers' government and a Red Army. Caballero stepped up his approaches to the CNT and took the floor at a large meeting in Saragossa on the occasion of its Congress. Claridad sustained the revolutionary fervor of its supporters and predicted the inevitable and imminent triumph of socialism. In every speech and every article, Largo Caballero drove home the same message: the revolution that we want can only be achieved through violence. To establish socialism in Spain, we must triumph over the capitalist class and establish our authority. He came out in favor of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Note: see the resolution of the Madrid Socialist Group, Claridad, April 1936. The proletariat must not confine itself to defending bourgeois democracy, but must use every means to assure the conquest of political power in order to achieve its own social revolution. In the transition period from capitalist society to socialist society, the form of government will be the dictatorship of the proletariat. Endnote, which he intended to be exercised not by means of Soviets, whatever name they were given, but by and through the Socialist Party. Before seizing power, he and his supporters were waiting for the Republicans to produce evidence of their inability to solve Spain's problems. But how were they to seize it? This was not very clear. On June 14th in Oviedo, he invited the Republicans to withdraw and leave things to the working classes. But it seemed unthinkable that President Azana could ever entrust him with the leadership of the government. He meant to establish the dictatorship of the proletariat through the Socialist Party, but it was Prieto who controlled the party executive. How could Largo Caballero hope to seize power by means of a party whose apparatus he did not control? Many historians were hard on him. Brennan said that he was a social democrat playing at revolution. Salvador de Madariaga thought that it was the fear prompted by the violence of his supporters that made the birth of fascism possible. By stating so often that the workers did not have to modify their revolutionary activities for fear of a military coup d'état, he was credited by many people with the foresight that only such a coup d'état, by forcing the government to arm the workers, would offer him the road to power. At any rate, in June, faced with the imminence of the military pronunciamiento, he went to ask Azana to arm the workers. Undoubted evidence of his good faith, but also of a degree of naivete. Lenin, the Russian Lenin, would certainly not have taken the same step as the Spanish Lenin, at least not in the same form. Prieto's efforts. It was Largo Caballero's socialist rival, Prieto, who made the most serious accusations against him. In his view, strikes, demonstrations, disorders, and excessive demands stemmed from a childish revolutionism that played into the hands of fascism by scaring the middle classes. Predictions by intellectuals in Claridad, demonstrations by the uniformed socialist youth, fiery resolutions in favor of a workers' government and a Red Army merely succeeded in increasing the fears of the right-minded men of property, whose imagination, as soon as there was talk of revolution, fed on emotional images evoked by 18 years of anti-communist propaganda about the terror of the Chekas, the Bolsheviks with knives between their teeth, and the massacres and famine that were Russia's lot in 1917. As Prieto saw it, this fear would drive them to despair, and they would fling themselves into the arms of the generals. On May 1st, while Largo Caballero was playing at leader of the revolution in Madrid, Prieto made a far-reaching speech in Cuenca. Instead of the fascism-breeding anarchy that, according to him, his rival was preparing, he was offering what he called constructive revolution. In his view, the first reasonable and possible task was the formation of a coalition government. In company with the Republicans, it would be the socialists' mission to make the power of the working classes indestructible. This would mean a thorough and efficient agrarian reform, accompanied by a plan for irrigation of the countryside and industrialization, possible only within a capitalist framework, to absorb the excess rural population. This was why the workers must not make demands that could destroy a capitalist economy incapable of satisfying them. At best, Even if they managed to defeat the inevitable armed reaction by the oligarchy, they would eventually succeed only in socializing poverty. However, this was, in Prieto's view, a less probable hypothesis than the other, a preventive military coup d'état, which had at all costs to be avoided. The socialist leader pointed out how Franco's qualities would make him the obvious leader of such a movement. Note: General Franco, because of his youth, his talents, and the range of his friendships in the army, is the man whose personal prestige gives him the greatest chance of taking charge of a movement against the Republican regime. Endpoint, and called on the workers to abstain from anything that might provoke it. The Cuenca speech was without doubt a government program. El Sol, the bourgeois Republican newspaper, hailed it as the work of a true statesman and compared Prieto with Aristide Briand, another socialist who had become a realist. But this program of discrete and progressive reforms within the framework of capitalism met with little response from the masses other than the revolutionary fervor daily inciting them to fresh activities. Note that the Communist Party was defending positions infinitely closer to Prieto's than to those of Largo Caballero. See the speech by its Secretary-General José Díaz in Saragossa on June 1. A strike, according to Díaz, was the powerful weapon that the proletariat has for obtaining higher wages or better living conditions. But one had to think hard, before embarking on a strike, about means of settling disputes without having recourse to one. Because, he added, we are today in a period when employers provoke and foster strikes for political sabotage, and when fascist elements infiltrate some organizations as agents provocateurs in order to serve the purposes of reaction. This attitude contrasts with that of the POM. For bourgeois democracy, the revolution is over. For the working class, on the contrary, this is merely a stage in its development. Each reactionary retreat, each revolutionary advance, is the direct result of the proletariat's initiative and extralegal action. Endnote. On the contrary, Largo Caballero's friends regarded the program as an open betrayal, denouncing Prieto's words as an apology for Franco. Passions rose. Already threatened in Cuenca, Prieto and his friends, González Peña and Bellarmino Tomás, were greeted in Esilla with shots from the socialist youth and barely escaped death. It was in these circumstances that the Socialist Party executive deferred the National Congress originally scheduled for June 29 until October. On July 1, the press released the result of the elections for the Executive Committee of the Socialist Party, boycotted, challenged, and denounced in advance by the Largo Caballero faction. Prieto's friends triumphed. González Peña was elected chairman, Jiménez Azua vice chairman, and Ramón Lamanita secretary. Henceforth a split seemed inevitable. Counter-revolutionary terrorism by the Falange. In a speech at the Cortes on June 16, Gil Robles gave a list of official figures indicative of the country's atmosphere since the elections. 269 killed and 1,287 wounded in street brawls, 381 buildings attacked or damaged, 43 newspaper offices attacked or ransacked, and 146 bomb attempts. These incontestable figures could not, as Robles would have liked, be laid at the feet of the revolutionaries alone. In fact, since February, systematic counter-revolutionary activity prompted by the Falange had increased. It was in the streets, as in Germany and Italy, that the Falange emerged most clearly in its fascist guise. Its aim was to crush the revolutionary and labor movement with terror and violence, to attack party offices and newspaper vendors, meetings and processions, and to kill when it became necessary to eliminate an enemy or to set a salutary example. After the elections, the Falangists had taken to armed struggle. In Madrid, carloads of esquadristas armed with automatic weapons sowed terror in the working-class districts. In Andalusia, pistoleros in their pay slaughtered fresh victims daily. Their aim was twofold: at one and the same time to eliminate the class enemy, Marxist and anarchist militants and journalists and the judges and policemen who helped them, and to create an atmosphere such that the friends of law and order would ultimately see no solution but to place the fate of the country in the hands of a dictatorship. Disillusion born of electoral defeat impelled many conservatives to renounce legal prospects and espouse direct action. In February, the Falange's progress was staggering. The flow of right-wing malcontents swelled its ranks. Among those who turned to it were the young men from Gil Robles's party, the Juventud's Acción Popular, then led by Ramón Serrano Suñer. Although it is impossible for the historian to attribute responsibility for rarely avowed crimes with any certainty, it is more than likely that some of the most famous attacks were the work of the Falange and its pistoleros. The abortive bomb attempt against Largo Caballero, another against the Republican Ortega y Gasset, and the one that cost the life of the inspector entrusted with protecting the socialist vice president, Jiménez de Ajua. The exploding of a bomb under the presidential stand. During the April 14th procession. The bomb that destroyed the socialist newspaper offices in Oviedo. The many political murders, such as that of the journalist Casos in San Sebastián, the socialist Malumbras in Santander, the Judge Pedregal, guilty of sentencing a Falangist killer to 30 years imprisonment, Ferrado, a captain in the Guardia de Asalto, killed in the streets in his wife's arms, and finally, on July 12, José del Castillo, a lieutenant in the Guardia de Asalto, who had become a marked man in the eyes of the Falangists after the street battles that had followed the April 14th attempt. Note: Clara Campoamor said that Ferrado and Castillo were shot because they had been the instructors of the socialist militias. The Falangist Bravo Martinez claimed the honor of having carried out these executions for the Falange's front line. Endnote: Preparations for the military uprising. In spite of its growing influence in the months after the elections and during the drift toward civil war, the Falange cannot be regarded as the decisive factor. The oligarchy, the traditionalists, the monarchists, and the conservatives were awaiting salvation from the army. Republicans and revolutionaries lived in daily fear of its activities. Practically everyone could see that it was preparing to intervene and seal the fate of the revolutionary movement once and for all. To the army leaders, it was quite clear that the victory of the Popular Front had caused a revolutionary crisis that the moderate left-wing Republican politicians were helpless to end. On February 17, Calvo Sotelo and, just as we have said, Franco himself beseeched the president to take the initiative with a coup de force and annul the elections. After Portela Videras's refusal on February 20th, meetings instigated by the leaders of the Unión Milita were held throughout Spain between the political and military leaders of the right-wing parties. Their conclusion was that the time for action had not come, because the troops, carried away by popular enthusiasm, were not wholly reliable. With this information, the government acted. Franco, the army chief of staff, was dismissed and transferred to the military command of the Canaries. Gode, inspector general of the Army of the North, was transferred to the Balearic Islands, and General Mola, former chief of the security police under the monarchy, who lost the African Army command, was transferred to Navarre. Franco, Mola, and Generals Villegas and Varela met in Madrid, in the monarchist Deputy Delgado's apartment, for necessary last-minute arrangements before each took up his new post. The conspiracy went on unhindered in these new circumstances. Colonel Galarza took charge of communications between Madrid and the Canaries. It was the Inspector General of the Army, General Rodriguez del Barrio, who was General Sanjurjo's personal representative in the ruling junta. In agreement with the pact signed with Goicoechea, Lizarza, and General Barrera in 1934, Italy was to supply the movement with material aid, arms, and money. Juan March was in London and had the job of winning sympathy for the military movement in international banking circles. General Sanjurjo left his home in exile in Estoril to go to Germany in March and April, where he established official contacts. The political objective still remained just as vague. The junta's first written instructions in April 1936 merely recalled that the aim of the movement was to set up a military dictatorship and fix the rewards to be offered to the officers and NCOs who were to be won over. The plan for an uprising was modified in accordance with the new circumstances. Franco was to leave the Canaries for Morocco and there take charge of the Army of Africa. Mola was to alert Navarre, González de Lara Burgos, and Rodriguez Carrasco Catalonia, while Varela and Orgaz were to lead the uprising in Madrid. Everything seemed to be ready, and the date of the uprising was fixed for April 20th. But on the 18th, General Rodriguez del Barrio informed the junta that the government was in the know. It had decided to transfer Varela to Cádiz and Orgaz to the Canaries. The plan had to be altered, all the more so because two generals, Queipo de Llano and Cabanellas, supposed to be Republicans, this was an important trump, had just joined the conspiracy. The men in Madrid were being too carefully watched. The central organization for the rebellion was established in Navarre, where Mola had complete freedom of action and where the officers enjoyed the active sympathy of a large section of the population. Madrid remained a worry to the generals, who finally decided to entrust the leadership of the uprising there to Generals Fangel and Villegas. For columns, setting off from Navarre, Burgos, and Valencia, where rapid success was anticipated, were to converge at once on the capital to support the insurgents. But there were other difficulties. General Villegas took fright and ran away, and the government, which seemed to be keeping daily track of the conspiracy, began to shuffle the pack and replaced General González de Lara in Burgos with a thoroughly trustworthy Republican general, Batet. Each time a new start had to be made. Meanwhile, the conspiracy was taking shape. In the Canaries, Franco had long talks on the Jamie I with Admiral Salas, who was bringing him the support of the naval officers. The nucleus of conspirators had grown considerably larger with the arrival of many junior officers, who were to play a decisive role. It was a question, in fact, of identifying the cadres in the army who would come out against the uprising, officers who were either Republican or simply disciplined and determined to remain loyal to the government no matter what it might be. They had to be watched, rendered harmless, and if possible eliminated when the time came. Close contact was established with right-wing leaders. It seems clear that Calvo Sotelo was one of the leaders of the plot. But the soldiers had not given up hope of winning over Gil Robles and his friends, who were holding back. The Carlists gave Mola their support and the valuable contribution of their 7,000 recruits, on a war footing, with arms, equipment, and organized regular formations. Mola accepted only 4,000, which he intended to split up among the regiments of regulars. But a note written by Mola on June 5 provoked a crisis with the Carlists. Mola prescribed a directorate of 5 military leaders for Spain, which would suspend the constitution and govern by orders in council, but which would undertake to preserve the republic during its tenure of office. The separation of church and state had to be preserved. The movement's objective was, according to Mola, the founding of a republican dictatorship. This program did not suit the Carlists, who wanted, as an absolute minimum, the adoption of the twin-colored monarchist flag and the rejection of the republican emblem, the immediate dissolution of all parties, and a corporative organization for Spain. Mola refused, and the Carlists informed him that they were no longer on his side. The plan with which the Navarrese should have launched the movement on July 12 was dropped. The leader of the Recruits, Lizarza, went to see Sanjurjo, whose decision was accepted by everyone. There was to be no flag for the military units in which Recruits were required to serve. The government would be an apolitical military government, whose first move would be to abolish all legislation in social and religious matters, and whose objective would be to destroy the liberal parliamentary system and to adopt, in Sanjurjo's own words, the norms that many are now observing, modern for them but ancient for our country. The final difficulty was removed in June. During the Army of Morocco's summer maneuvers, the conspirators swore the famous vow of Llano Amarillo. After many false starts, the date of the uprising seems to have been settled once again, because Mola told the conspirators to stand by on July 15. Franco was to alert Morocco from the Canaries, Gode to alert Catalonia from the Balearic Islands, and Queipo de Llano Seville. Elsewhere things were left to the officers on the spot. Cabanellas in Saragossa, Salaquet in Valladolid, Fangel in Madrid, and González Carrasco in Valencia. On the 16th, Mola warned José Antonio Primo de Rivera that the uprising was fixed for 18, 19, and July 20th. These dates were not to be postponed. The government's attitude during these decisive months has been the object of much criticism. It was undeniably aware of what was being hatched by the military leaders. It had only taken a few measures, and these were particularly clumsy ones. What was the point of dispatching General Franco to the Canaries, when such an exile took him nearer to the army of Morocco, with which he was very popular, and when the conspirators could still count on the Inspector General of the army, who remained at his post in Madrid? Mola's appointment to Navarre, far from weakening the uprising, placed a dangerous leader in one of the most active centers of the conspiracy. And Gode led the uprising in Barcelona from the Balearic Islands without any difficulty. Furthermore, the government in a note on March 18 shielded the soldiers who were conspiring by protesting against rumors of a coup d'état, which it considered harmful. It referred to its concern at the unfair attacks made against the officer corps loyal servants of the constituted power and firm in their obedience to the popular will, and denounced the stubborn criminal intent to undermine the army in socialist, communist, and anarchist press campaigns. The feebleness of the steps taken against the conspirators and the government's avowed intention to close its eyes to them undoubtedly succeeded in rallying many hesitant officers to the coup de force. Azana's successor, Casares Quiroga, deserves to go down in history for the blind optimism that he showed in refusing to believe the information and rumors about the general's plot, which culminated in his final refusal to believe in the news of the uprising, even when it had actually taken place. Even then, Casares persisted in counting General Queipo Delano among the loyal officers he was relying on to crush the uprising, while at the same moment this leader was in command of the rebels in Seville. However, it would be somewhat unfair to level such harsh strictures against the Republican leaders for their indulgence toward the general's plot. Like the political groups they represented and the social forces they embodied, Casares Quiroga and Azana vacillated because they were caught between two fires. President Azana had exclaimed in 1933 that he preferred to lose power after honest struggle than to win it by some trick. But the struggle that began in Spain in 1936 was not the honest struggle he hoped for or the parliamentary joust that was familiar to him. It was a bitter struggle between antagonistic social classes, a confrontation he tried in vain to avoid. The parliamentary framework was particularly unsuited to this task. A few months after their election, the Cortes were no longer a true reflection of the nation that had elected them. The right-wing deputies, mainly from the CETA, were representing voters who, at least the most active of them, had now joined the extremists, and whose spokesman was Calvo Salido rather than Gil Robles. Meanwhile, the majority of the electors of the Popular Front now constituted an explosive force over which their leaders no longer had any control. The victory of the Popular Front had been their victory. They wanted to wield it, perfect it, cement it, and complete it by methods that were spontaneously their own, direct action and revolutionary violence. The workers' and peasants' revolution threatened the parliamentary republic in the same way as the military and fascist reaction. Armed struggle between them, civil war, would signal the end, the bankruptcy of the policies of Azana and Casares Quiroga. This was why they sought to avoid it, by hitting out at each of their enemies in turn, taking care not to weaken anyone too much, in order not to play into the hands of the other. The government changed tack in the country at large, just as it had in Parliament, arresting phalangists and anarchists in turn and closing down the offices of both sides. In any case, it refused to hit hard at the generals because it could not then avoid arming the workers, and it refused no less vigorously to deal severely with the strike movement and worker and peasant unrest in order not to fall into the hands of the generals. Trapped between hostile forces, it could only play a dangerous double game. Primo de Rivera's arrest was a concession to the left, but the Falangist leader had all the visits that he wanted, and official military circles explained to any who cared to listen that it was the only way of ensuring his safety. Many revolutionary militants hinted that the government was not wholly displeased with the threat of a military plot, which alone could contribute to checking the revolutionary movement, as Prieto wished, by confining it to reasonable claims. All the reproaches cast up to the government boil down to its one and only defect: its weakness. Its only raison d'etre was to endure, to play for time in order to avoid the clash that would annihilate it. 4. Pronunciamiento and revolution. In July, when the military uprising actually broke out, in both camps violence seemed to prevail in the face of government impotence. Not a day went by without a brawl, an exchange of shots, a murder, or a demonstration that resembled a riot. In the Cortes, the deputies were searched. Watch was kept to see that no firearms were brought into Parliament. Violence reigned in the countryside, in the words of the Premier himself. In the towns, terrorism and reprisals kept the troops of both camps under pressure. In Valencia, on July 11th, the Phalangists seized the radio transmitter and announced, "This is Radio Valencia. The Spanish Phalange has seized this transmitter by force of arms. Tomorrow the same will happen to all transmitters in Spain." A huge counter-demonstration by unions and parties in the Popular Front ended in violent assaults on the CETA headquarters and an attack on the newspaper Diario de Valencia. Yet it was unquestionably in Madrid that daily incidents most clearly announced the approaching civil war. The building strike. Since February, Madrid had been affected by many strikes, which had spread even to the most conservative sectors, such as elevator operators and waiters. Yet, as the months went by, the character of these strikes altered. Many workers were apparently less concerned with satisfying one claim or another than with actually taking over their companies. The workers on the Madrid streetcars decided to seize the company and to run it on their own. They were immediately backed by huge offers of money. In the capital, stronghold of the UGT, the CNT had made substantial progress in the preceding months. It was now, if not the numerically strongest organization, at least the most aggressive. It was the young anarcho-syndicalists who now emerged as the leaders of the vanguard of the Madrid working class, David Antana, Cipriano Mera, and Teodoro Mora, moving spirits of the CNT Builders Union. On June 1st, the 70,000 Madrid building workers began their indefinite strike after a general meeting jointly organized by the two unions, which had undertaken to return to work only by a common decision taken at a new meeting. But the employers resisted. There was hunger in the working-class districts. The strikers, weapons in hand, forced the shopkeepers to serve them, seized restaurants, and ate without paying. The shopkeepers and petty bourgeoisie took fright. The police were powerless against the masses, in spite of daily brawls with the strike pickets. The building workers seemed to provide a good opportunity for the phalangists to try out their methods of counter-revolutionary violence. They attacked isolated workers, then groups in front of the occupied work sites. At that point, the CNT Center Defense Committee took over control of the strike and the organization of armed defense by the workers. The government did its utmost to resolve the conflict. On July 4th, the Minister of Labor made a decision that essentially satisfied the strikers. Note: wages were increased 5% for those below 12 pesetas and 2% for the rest, and a 40-hour week was granted. The CNT was demanding, besides a larger raise, a 36-hour week, a 1-month paid vacation, and the recognition of work-related illnesses, including rheumatism. Endnote: the UGT consulted its members and gave the order for a return to work. The strike had to be ended because the basic objective had been achieved, and secondary claims could be settled through negotiation. As Dominguez, secretary of the Madrid UGT Builders Union, pointed out in Claridad, the conflict could degenerate into a serious danger for the regime. But this may have been the very consideration that prompted the CNT to carry on. The building strike had now exceeded the scope of a simple struggle for an increase in wages and the reduction of working hours. The employers had conceded as much as they could, but the Madrid CNT, under the influence of the most aggressive workers, wanted to continue what was in fact a trial of strength with the bourgeoisie and the state, a veritable strike of insurrection. The CNT immediately denounced the UGT leadership and the socialists and communists who supported them as scabs and strikebreakers. Hadn't they decided to return to work on their own, in breach of the decision taken by the joint meeting? On July 9th, the monarchist newspaper ABC announced that workers in UGT unions had not returned to work because they feared violence on the part of CNT members. Fights broke out between strikers and non-strikers, CNT and UGT, all armed with some kind of weapon. The same day, 5 dead were counted at the entrances to the work sites, 3 UGT and 2 CNT. It looked as if there would be a repeat in Madrid of the battles in Malaga from 11 to June 15th between the anarcho-syndicalists and the socialists and communists. Note: in Malaga, the conflict had pitted CNT militants from the striking fish salters against the UGT fishermen. On to June, the former had assassinated Andrés Rodríguez, a UGT leader. An attack on the CNT leader, Ortiz Acevedo, cost the life of one of his children. On the 11th, before Rodriguez's funeral, a socialist, Ramon Reina, was shot. The governor had the offices of both unions closed. It was only on the 15th that violence ceased, with both the CNT and the UGT condemning the attacks. Endnote: the phalangists, once again under the control of one of their most capable leaders, Fernández Cuesta, who was released from prison on July 4th, stepped up their attacks in the hope of crushing the strike. The CNT retaliated by machine-gunning a café that was being used as a phalange office. 3 phalangists in José Antonio's bodyguard were killed. The government took advantage of the conflict between the UGT and the CNT to try to decapitate the CNT, which had become isolated and which it judged the more dangerous of the two. The police closed down their offices and arrested the building workers' leaders, with Antana and Mera at their head. The strikers, led by Eduardo Val of the CNT Center Defense Committee, continued to fight the UGT workers, the police, and the Phalangists for control of the streets and access to the work sites. It is understandable that in such special circumstances, even when faced with the growing danger of a military uprising, the government should have refused to distribute arms, as Largo Caballero had demanded. In the view of its leaders, arming the people meant first of all the building workers of the Madrid CNT. It meant arming the revolutionary vanguard, the force which they feared even more than the reactionary generals. The murder of Calvo Sotelo. The murder on July 12 of the Asalto Lieutenant José del Castillo was, as we said, an important milestone on the road leading to civil war. He was, after Captain Ferrado, the second officer in this corps shot in similar circumstances, and probably at the instigation of the same men. His comrades reacted promptly. The Asaltos in fact became a target for Falangist pistoleros, whereas the murderers, in such an atmosphere, were almost guaranteed impunity. Moreover, the Asaltos in Castillo's company decided to do what they had neglected to do after Ferrado's murder, to avenge themselves, since the state that employed them to maintain law and order was incapable of protecting them by punishing those who struck them down right in the streets. In order to wreak full-blooded vengeance for Castillo's death, they decided to punish a prominent figure whom they considered the instigator of the plot and the leader of the murderers, Calvo Sotelo, who a few days earlier had denounced Castillo in the Cortes as the organizer of an attack on the Phalangists. At dawn on the following day, a truck drove a group of Asaltos to Calvo Sotelo's house. Led by Lieutenant Moreno and accompanied by a major from the Civil Guard, Fernando Condes. They told the monarchist leader that they had come to arrest him. Anxious, Calvo Sotelo asked to phone the police for confirmation of the warrant. But the Asaltos had cut the telephone wires. He decided to follow them. A few hours later his corpse, riddled with bullets, was found at the East Cemetery and identified at the morgue. The funerals of José del Castillo and Calvo Sotelo were like the final parade before the battle. The antagonists hurled defiance at each other in broad daylight. Antonio Goicoechea declared over Sotelo's tomb, "We swear to avenge your death." Gil Robles, in a speech of extraordinary violence at the Cortes, said, "Sotelo's blood will drown the government." And Suarez de Tanges read a document in the name of the Carlists and Renovación Española that amounted to a declaration of civil war. Ever since February 16th, we have been living in a state of total anarchy, in the grip of a monstrous subversion of all moral values that has ended in yielding authority and justice up to violence. Those who wish to save Spain and her moral heritage as a civilized people will find us first on the road of duty and sacrifice. In the atmosphere of the previous months, there had been such a torrent of insults and threats that it was not hard for the murdered leader's friends to pick out denunciations and attacks from their enemies' speeches that could be regarded as provocations to murder. They did not stint themselves. Sotelo's murderers and Castillo's avengers were known. They were the 15 guards from the lieutenant's patrol. It was clear that they had acted on their own initiative without official orders. But right-wing propaganda went to great lengths to pin direct responsibility for the murder on the Republican government against which it was preparing to revolt. Sotelo's death provided the perfect excuse for an uprising long under preparation. All over Spain, the workers dug up arms hidden since 1934 and tried to procure fresh ones. The government transferred a few generals, speeded up the demobilization of recruits and arrested Phalangists, including those whom it had just released. Prieto, in El Liberal, did not mince his words. If the reaction dreams of a bloodless coup d'état, it is mistaken. In this atmosphere of alarm and uncertainty, the premier remained imperturbable. On July 14th, a group of Basque deputies, among them the future president Aguirre, who reported the incident, asked him if it was true that he had had Mola, known leader of the conspirators, arrested. He took offense at these rumors and declared, "Mola is a general loyal to the Republic." 65 In the same way, he rudely rebuffed the governor of Huelva, who had proof of Quaipo Delano's subversive activities and asked for authorization to arrest him. Several witnesses, Prieto among them, finally reported that when he was informed of the uprising by the troops in Morocco, he merely replied, "They're rising? Very well, I shall go to bed." The insurrection in Morocco. In Morocco, the army felt secure as it always had. In February, the troops there were already reliable, whereas on the mainland they were vacillating. The Moroccan troops, the Moors, were recruited from the mountain people of the Rif. They were fearsome warriors, savages unaffected by propaganda who were concerned only with fighting and pillage, as they had shown after the repression of the Asturias uprising. The Spanish Foreign Legion was a body of elite mercenaries, volunteers from all countries, desperados and often fugitives from justice. They too were all ready to fight, since that was why they were being paid and that was what they had chosen to do. The labor movement of course existed, and there were strong union organizations in the towns. However, they had little influence over a well-organized native population and, above all, had no contacts with the professional soldiers, the Moroccans and foreigners of the elite troops of the Army of Morocco. Nearly all the cadres were in the conspiracy. The officers greeted each other cheerfully in the streets with shouts of "Café," abbreviation of their rallying cry, "Camaradas, arriba Falange Española." They were preparing openly, or almost so, for the conquest of the decaying mother country, which was to be regenerated by the military virtues that were the appanage of every colonial army. After Llano Amarillo's intrigues, as we saw, the leaders had taken their bearings. Everything was ready for the army, which the state had been unwise enough to send to guard Morocco, to hurl itself on the Republic. The authorities there were so weak in the face of the military leaders that the conspiracy was hidden only so that information received on the mainland should not be too precise. In early July, the police had found stocks of arms, uniforms, and proclamations in the Tetuan casino. Nothing was done about it, although the names of the conspirators' leaders were on everyone's lips. The movement began on July 17th in Melilla. At the head of his officers, the appointed leader, Lieutenant Colonel Segui, won over the Guardia de Asalto and dismissed the commander of the garrison. The Foreign Legion attacked the Casa del Pueblo where the building workers had assembled. Here and there, troops and workers attempted to resist. They were shot down. Master of the town, in a few hours, Segui telegraphed the order to revolt to the other garrisons. Communications with the mainland were cut off. The heads of the Foreign Legion, Yeag and Tella, and the heads of the Moorish troops, Colonels Bautista y Sanchez in the Rif, Sainz de Boruiga in Tetuan, and Mujica in Larache, went into action about 11 p.m., seized strategic points, controlled traffic, and began manhunts in the working-class districts. The airmen in Tetuan resisted. Brought to heel by artillery, they were shot in accordance with martial law. The Caliph and the Grand Vizier were asked to approve the action by the rebels, who were occupying the High Commission. They agreed. The strike launched by the unions became general on July 18th, but the army supplied native volunteers to crush it, and it was short-lived, after a few arrests and executions. In Ceuta, where the uprising was announced by the Tocsin, Yeag took control of the town within 2 hours. The heroic resistance by the workers in Larache did not last more than 24 hours. By July 18th, the army had crushed all resistance. Its nominal leader, General Morato, learned the news of the uprising by telephone from Madrid. Now it awaited its true leader, Franco, the Republican government and the uprising. Franco left Las Palmas in a plane piloted by an Englishman. Wisely, he did not arrive in Tetuan until July 19th, after touching down in French Morocco to find out how things had gone. But a proclamation was made in his name in Tetuan. The army has decided to restore order in Spain. General Franco has been placed at the head of the movement and is appealing to the republican sentiments of all Spaniards. During the night of 17 to 18 July, a government plane dropped 6 bombs on the Tetuan headquarters. There was an ominous reply: reprisals will be in proportion to resistance encountered. On the morning of July 18th, the government had to admit in a note that part of the army has revolted in Morocco. It went on: the government states that the movement is confined to certain areas in the protectorate and that no one, absolutely no one, on the mainland has joined such an absurd venture. However, the same day the absurd venture spread throughout the country. The troops in Malaga and Seville were revolting. But the government contradicted the report and broadcast a second communiqué at 3 p.m. in reply to the parties and unions. The government has noted the offers of aid it has received and, while offering its gratitude, states that the best way to help is to carry on normally with everyday life, in order to set an example of calm and of trust in the military powers of the state. Thanks to preventive measures taken by the government, it may be said that a vast anti-republican movement has been wiped out. It has received no help on the mainland and has merely succeeded in rallying a few supporters from one portion of the army. After hailing the forces that were busy mastering the uprising in Morocco, the broadcast concluded, "The government's action will suffice to restore order." The government radio even went so far as to state that the uprising in Seville had been crushed. The same evening, the cabinet, including Prieto, again turned down the request made by Largo Caballero in the name of the UGT to distribute arms to the workers' organizations. A joint communiqué from the Socialist and Communist parties stated, "It is a difficult, not a desperate time. The government is sure that it has adequate means to crush this criminal move. Should its means prove inadequate, the Republic has the Popular Front's solemn promise. It is ready to intervene in the struggle as soon as it is asked for help. The government commands and the Popular Front obeys." That evening, the CNT and the UGT gave orders for a general strike. At 4 a.m. on July 19th, just as Spain was preparing to fight, Casares Quiroga handed President Azana his government's resignation. The Martínez Barrio government. Azana immediately appealed to Martínez Barrio, president of the Cortes, who at once formed a government made up exclusively of Republicans, but broadened on the right with groups of Sanchez Roman's National Republicans, till then outside the Popular Front. He appointed a soldier, General Miaja, to the Ministry of War. Historians and commentators are generally agreed in regarding this ministry as a last attempt to avert civil war by reaching agreement with at least one section of the rebel generals. They agree less about the course of events and even the content of the attempts at compromise. Salvador de Madariaga said that Martínez Barrio had kept posts open for the rebel generals. Caballero claimed that Martínez Barrio had told him of a telephone conversation with Mola in person. Other witnesses, mentioned by Clara Campo Amor, also heard Martínez Barrio refer to it. Bertrand Guel, the French historian, stated that Mola had peremptorily refused to become Minister of War. "If you and I should reach agreement, both of us will have betrayed our ideals and our men." Martínez Barrio, today President of the Republic in exile, protested against these versions and stated in a letter to Madariaga, "At no time did we seek the cooperation of the rebels. We believed that, faced with this change of policy, they too would change their attitude. Whether or not the rebel generals were warned, and it seems clear that they were, the attitudes of some of them seemed to confirm Martínez Barrio's theory and his hopes. Mola himself, Aranda in Oviedo, and Paxtot in Malaga temporized and seemed to waver before burning their bridges, in case Martínez Barrio succeeded and the Republicans specified their concessions. But the announcement of the formation of a new government came as a bombshell even in Madrid. Hundreds of thousands of demonstrators gathered without waiting for the order from any organization and demanded arms to fight the troops. Salvador de Madariaga and Borcanó, who claimed that Caballero was threatening the government with an armed socialist uprising, agree on this point with Martínez Barrio, in whose view the government had perished at the hands of Caballero's socialists and the communists. In his memoirs, Caballero merely suggested that the UGT made the arming of the workers a condition of support for the new government. But Martínez Barrio, like Casares Quiroga, rejected what in his view would mean the beginning of the workers' revolution and the end of the parliamentary republic. He too resigned. Note: in a radio speech on the first anniversary of the Movimiento, Franco stated that Martínez Barrio wanted to form a ministry that would back the army, re-establish law and order, and obtain the withdrawal of troops. According to him, this ministry was betrayed by the criminal hordes that its predecessors had armed. Endnote. Among the Republican figures sounded out, only Dr. José Giral, an eminent university professor and friend of Azana, agreed to take the decisive step. His government would decree the dissolution of the army and the distribution of arms to the workers' militias formed by the parties and unions. At the same time he signed what seemed to be a reprieve for Republican legality, but which was at that date merely the recognition of a fait accompli. Henceforth it was force, the generals and their troops against the armed workers, that would control the destiny of Spain. Legality, faced with a clash between social forces, vanished into thin air. The Movimiento, success and failure. The rebel leaders had not anticipated long-term resistance to their move. Their plan undoubtedly took into account the special difficulties to be overcome in certain areas, but the map of Spain, as it emerged after several days of fighting, revealed some very unexpected features. Navarre, traditional stronghold of the Carlists, welcomed the movement with enthusiasm. The streets of Burgos and Pamplona were full of volunteers from Carlist paramilitary units, recruits in red berets and green armbands with a cross on them. They came down from the mountains, their rolled blankets over their shoulders, to ensure the victory of Christ the King, as the inscriptions proclaimed. Delapre observed them, spitting with disgust when the words Republic or Union were mentioned. He added, "I would not have been a bit surprised to see an auto-da-fe take place in a Burgos square. The mass of the people there were for the generals, and volunteers poured in to strengthen Mola's army in its march on the capital. It was perhaps only the ill-disguised hostility between the Red Berets and the Phalange Blue Shirts that destroyed the enthusiastic unanimity of this launching of a crusade." July 1936. But elsewhere success and failure depended on many often unforeseeable factors. The attitude of the police forces, the civil guards, and the asaltos, whose adherence to one or the other camp often decided victory, the resolution or vacillation of the civil governors, the boldness or hesitancy of the military commanders, and the vigilance or naivete of the working-class leaders. In fact, each time that the insurgents made a quick seizure of their enemy's organization, the movimiento very quickly prevailed. It also prevailed, though with some slight delay, each time that the workers' leaders let themselves be duped by protests of loyalty from officers. To this extent, it may reasonably be claimed that the key to the outcome of the early fighting lay less in the actions of the rebels than in the reactions of the workers, parties, and unions and their capacity to organize themselves militarily. In short, in their political outlook. In effect, each time that the workers' organizations allowed themselves to be paralyzed by their anxiety to respect Republican legality, and each time that their leaders were satisfied with what was said by the officers, the latter prevailed. On the other hand, the movimiento was repulsed whenever the workers had time to arm, and whenever they set about the destruction of the army as such, independently of their leaders' positions or the attitude of legitimate public authorities. A movimiento victory. Andalusia. The insurgents took over rapidly in Algeciras, where the civil governor refused to arm the workers so long as the soldiers declared themselves loyal. When he decided, on the evidence before him, to arrest the commander of the garrison, he was himself taken prisoner. In Cádiz, a general strike began on July 19th, and the asaltos distributed arms to the unions, but the civil governor guaranteed the loyalty of the officers. On July 20th, with the news of the fall of Algeciras and the arrival of a rebel warship, the garrison revolted. The following day, all resistance had been crushed and the military commander banned strikes and union meetings. In Córdoba, the civil governor refused to give arms to the striking workers. The civil guard and the garrison, on the orders of an allegedly Republican officer, Colonel Cascajo, revolted at the same time and crushed all resistance. In Granada, the asaltos revolted along with the civil guard and the garrison. They rapidly put an end to armed resistance in the suburbs. In Huelva, the governor had assembled the civil guard. The Rio Tinto miners, mobilized by their unions, were marching on insurgent Seville. Their civil guard escort ambushed and massacred them. Then they went on to acquire the mines. But the rebels' great victory was the capture of Seville, stronghold of workers' organizations. General Queipo de Llano, whom the government had refused to arrest, arrived incognito in the Andalusian capital, where the commander of the civil guard was the only person won over to the plot. In the civil guard barracks, Phalangists and volunteer senoritos were armed and drafted into units to take part in the uprising. The commando groups thus formed made a surprise attack on the barracks of the asaltos, who held out there and in the telephone exchange until the last round. Meanwhile, a small detachment had seized the Radio Seville transmitter without firing a shot. Queipo had the Republican anthem played over the air and then suddenly announced that he was master of the town. The workers' organizations did not react, whereas the general, master of the art of bluff, occupied strategic points and had the same army trucks driven through the streets again and again to give an impression of overwhelming numerical superiority in the troops under his command. When at last the CNT and the UGT began to assemble their militants for armed struggle, it was too late. The asaltos had been wiped out to the last man, and the first reinforcements of Moroccan soldiers were landing at the airport, which the rebels had seized at the start. Their arrival was evidently a considerable trump card from the military point of view, because the Moors were fearsome, warlike, and disciplined troops. But the clever general also had to be credited with a psychological victory. Another one. Because the Moors' reputation for cruelty was well known and the rumors of their arrival spread terror. Resistance by the workers began too late and in the worst of circumstances. In Seville, there was not a struggle but a massacre. An account by the College of Lawyers stated that more than 9,000 workers were slaughtered. Bertrand de Juvenal, correspondent of Paris-Soir, has described the Moors' attack on a working-class suburb. With a fierce war cry, the men charged into the streets of the district. Then came a relentless mopping-up operation with grenades and knives. There was no mercy. When I managed to steal into the ruins the following day, I saw men clutching each other, both of them transfixed by bayonets and long switch knives. However, the suburb of Triana held out for more than a week. Once Seville had been mopped up, the troops set off to capture other towns and villages. Everywhere the same methods triumphed over fierce and desperate resistance. Moron held out for a week and many rebel soldiers fell at Carmona. But the movimiento was victorious throughout the region. Mass executions of workers and militants sometimes led the hesitant and half-hearted to submit in advance. Often the authorities and the leaders of the civil guard took the initiative and, as a sign of adherence to the army's cause, executed workers' leaders even before the arrival of Queipo's troops. Andalusia was conquered in a few days. By his decisiveness, by a clever use of modern propaganda methods and mass terror, and by means of the radio transmitter and the airport, Queipo Delano managed to gain an advantage that the workers could not match. Caught napping and bewildered, the militants could only reply, most of the time, with a courage as indomitable as it was futile. A movimiento victory. Saragossa. The army brought off a similar type of victory in Saragossa, another working-class bastion. The commander of the garrison there, General San Miguel Cabanellas, was also the leader of the plot. He was a Freemason, supposedly a Republican, and, like Queipo Delano, only joined in at the last minute. On July 17th, at the news of the uprising in Morocco, he professed his loyalty to the Republic and proclaimed a state of siege in defiance of fascist moves. He had to give in to the threat of a general strike brandished by the CNT, but he hastily included Phalangists and Senoritos among his troops. The government begged the workers' leaders not to cause disturbances, refused to arm the workers, and preached calm. At its request, the CNT leaders invited the workers to return home. On the morning of July 19th, a purged army, strengthened by right-wing militants and the civil guard, occupied the capital of Aragon and set up field guns and machine gun posts. The radio declared, "We shall not march against the Republic. Workers, your demands will be respected." The rumor that Cabanellas was marching against the fascists was skillfully kept in circulation. Here too the workers' leaders only grasped what was happening to them when the police began to arrest their followers. On July 19th, the CNT and UGT gave orders for a general strike and tried to organize armed resistance in the suburbs, where the troops had not dared to venture. Civil guards attacked a force organized by the libertarian youth and inflicted heavy losses on it. Yet it took more than a week to end the general strike, which the workers' leaders, even under torture, refused to call off. One of the leaders of the Saragossa CNT, Chueca, later recognized the naivete of the union leaders who had wasted their time on talks and had even believed the governor's promises, and who had been unable to provide for anything more effective than the 30,000 workers organized in the Saragossa unions. In the course of a few days, nearly the whole of Aragon had fallen into rebel hands. An unexpected success. Oviedo. Mola's plans had not anticipated success in Oviedo, in the heart of working-class Asturias where the socialist and anarcho-syndicalist militants had a strong tradition of combat, experience of armed struggle, trained cadres, and a few weapons. A special and censored edition of the caballerist newspaper Avance announced the uprising on the afternoon of July 18th. The miners immediately collected in their union buildings, improvised units, and dug up arms hidden since October 1934. At their prompting, parties and unions set up a provincial committee with the task of supporting and controlling the actions of the governor, Liarte Lawson, whose loyalty some suspected. Colonel Aranda, commander of the garrison, was quick to reassure the working class and Republican leaders. He proclaimed his loyalty to the Republic and solemnly repudiated the dissidents. However, the previous evening he had arranged for all available arms to be moved to the barracks and had given secret orders to the civil guard in the province to march on Oviedo. But this was not known, and he was trusted. Furthermore, when demands for reinforcements came from beleaguered Madrid, the socialist leaders agreed, on his suggestion, to form 3 columns of miners and send them to the capital by train. 1,600 young men from Sama de Langreo and several hundred from Myers joined the crew of dynamiteros from Oviedo. Of these 3,000 men, commanded by assalto officers, barely 400 had firearms, guns, or rifles. In Leon, General Gómez Caminero supplied them with 300 guns. The reinforcements meant much to Madrid, but Oviedo had lost its workers' defense. In spite of the optimism of the socialist leaders, anxiety increased. Indeed, Aranda had confined the soldiers to barracks, the approaches to which were guarded by sentries. They were known to be armed, whereas the few weapons in the miners' hands were on their way to Madrid. The provincial committee split up, with the right-wing Republicans and the socialists continuing to trust the colonel. But the CNT leaders knew that he had had arms moved to the barracks. With the communists and left-wing socialists grouped around Javier Bueno, director of Avance, they refused to persist in what they regarded as a dangerous game. They demanded proof of Aranda's loyalty, the distribution of stockpiled weapons to the workers' militias, the opening of the barracks, and the amalgamation of soldiers and armed workers. Aranda equivocated. González Peña begged him to give some guarantee to the extremists and invoked Prieto's authority in order to obtain a distribution of arms. Aranda retorted that he was waiting for orders from the Minister of War. All this time the civil guards were on the march toward Oviedo. Aranda found an excuse and managed to leave the room in the governor's palace where the committee was sitting. He then joined his troops, seized Mount Naranco, and trained 2 field guns on the palace. The committee dispersed as the soldiers seized strategic points. The colonel's ruse had paid off. The armed miners were far away, and he had occupied the capital without firing a shot. However, the suburbs were alerted and barricades were erected. In the mining villages, groups of civil guards were arrested, attacked, and disarmed. The garrison in Gijón revolted too, after proclaiming its loyalty, but it was immediately surrounded by the La Folguera metalworkers, whom the defense committee, improvised at the Casa del Pueblo near Segundo Blanco, had summoned to the rescue. Finally, one of the 2 columns of miners heading for Madrid, informed about the uprising in its rear, turned tail, seized the arsenal in Trubia, and completed the encirclement of the Asturian capital. The capture of Oviedo by the rebels did not lead to the fall of Asturias, but it immobilized tens of thousands of workers, who were in any case almost without arms. Aranda's astuteness and the naivete of certain leaders detained fighting men whose absence was cruelly felt elsewhere. A setback for the soldiers, the fleet. Along with these successes, both expected and unexpected, the generals also experienced some reverses. First, there was an accident that deprived them of one of their leaders. Sanjurjo was supposed to be arriving from Estoril, where a plane went to fetch him on July 20th. The propeller broke on landing, the plane caught fire, and Sanjurjo was killed. But the reverses met with in the rest of Spain were not the result of chance. The mass disembarkation of the Moroccan troops, scheduled in the plan for the hours immediately after the uprising, did not take place, because the fleet had not rallied. Yet its role had been meticulously prepared and thoroughly worked out to the last detail at the time of its maneuvers off the Canaries, during meetings between the admirals and Franco. The vast majority of the officers supported the movimiento, but it was the crews who made the plan fail. Probably better trained politically because of their mainly working-class origins, the sailors knew, at least better than the soldiers, how to organize themselves to oppose the preparations of their leaders. On nearly all the ship's small clandestine cells were formed, made up of some 8 to 10 NCOs and socialist or anarchist sailors, maintaining links with their organizations in ports of call. There was a central council of sailors on the cruiser Libertad. Alerted by it, delegates from councils on the Cervantes, the Almirante Cervera, the España, and the Velasco were able to meet it in Ferrol on July 13th to decide on what steps to take against the admiral's uprising. On the 14th, they managed to establish contact with the Sailors' Council on the Jamie I. In Madrid, Balbao, an NCO attached to the Naval Broadcasting Center, arrested the head of the center, one of the mainsprings of the conspiracy. Through him and through the radio transmitters on each ship, the crews were given minute-by-minute information as to how the plot was taking shape and stood by to hit back at their commanders. The crew of the destroyer Churruca, which had taken a tabor of Moroccans to Cadiz on the 19th, revolted on the 20th and shot its officers. Then the crews of the Almirante Valdez and the Sanchez Barquistegui followed suit and left Melilla for Cartagena. In San Fernando, the crews of 2 gunboats and a cruiser were eventually crippled by coastal batteries, and the Almirante Cervera, immobilized by repairs, and the España, out of ammunition, were recaptured from the sailors by the rebels in Ferrol. But the crew of the Jamie I, informed by radio that their ship was making for Ceuta, mutinied at sea, winning control of the cruiser after a bloody struggle. Then they rejoined the main part of the fleet, whose history those few days had been identical with their own, in the Bay of Tangier. Everywhere sailors' committees were in control. After executing the majority of their officers, they forced those who remained to serve under their orders. Instead of ensuring communications and the arrival of reinforcements from Morocco, the warships prevented them from landing. The action of the sailors, by giving a serious jolt to the general's plan, thus emerged as one of the most important events in the early days of the uprising. Note: see the report by the German charge d'affaires, Volkers, dated September 23, 1936. The defection of the Navy was the first thing that upset Franco's plans. This was a very serious failure of organization. It threatened the entire scheme with collapse, and it made a futile sacrifice of the garrisons in the big towns, who were vainly waiting for orders, arms at the ready. Above all, it wasted valuable time. Endnote: a movimiento defeat. Barcelona. In Barcelona, the soldiers suffered their greatest defeat, inflicted by the Catalan workers, who were helped, it is true, by support from the Civil Guard and the Guardia de Asaltos at the crucial moment. Thus it was the workers who emerged victorious from the days of fighting, even though the Republican bourgeoisie, because of its autonomism, had adopted a more determinately hostile attitude to the soldiers here than in the rest of Spain. In the preceding days, the CNT leaders had in fact maintained almost permanent contact with the Generalidad and the leaders of the Esquerra. The anarchist leader Diego Abad de Santillan later recalled nights spent at the Ministry of the Interior. However, they had not received the arms they had requested. Santillan, who had asked for a mere 1,000 rifles to be issued to the men of the CNT, wrote, "The 1,000 guns were not given to us. On the contrary, some of the ones our men had seized were taken away from us." During the afternoon of the 18th, the militants seized everything that they could find, from shotguns in shops to dynamite from the dockyards. On the night of 18 to 19 July, groups of anarchist dock workers made off with all the arms from the ships in the harbor. Their leaders, Durruti and Garcia Oliver, were quick to intervene personally at the risk of being lynched by their own supporters, in order to avoid any incident between the police and the workers, even agreeing to hand back some of the arms seized by the dock workers. However, some asaltos distributed arms taken from the racks in their barracks to groups of workers. Day and night, the workers mounted guard on their offices and headquarters. The insurgents' plan, to be supervised by Gode, who had arrived by plane from Majorca and who immediately had the Republican officers arrested, was carried out to the last detail. For several weeks, young volunteers, senoritos and phalangists, had flocked to the asaltos. On an agreed signal, the 12,000 men from the barracks were to converge on the Plaza de Cataluna in the town center. At dawn on the 19th, the troops from the Pedralbes barracks set off. All over the town, after another night of vigil, the workers, armed with makeshift weapons, lay in wait for them. The units from the Atarazanas barracks who were occupying the military government and the Capitania General remained in their buildings for the time being. But for the Barcelona workers, who were in the majority, this was the moment of reckoning, long dreaded yet finally eagerly anticipated. They hurried from Barceloneta and the harbor areas to bar the way to the insurgents. Ill-armed, even empty-handed, without any central control, they had only one tactic, which was to surge forward, suffering heavy losses. But the dead and wounded were at once replaced and the soldiers overwhelmed by the crowd. The workers' militants were in the front ranks and fell by the dozen. The secretary of the Catalan JSU, Francisco Grails, the secretary of the POUM Youth, Germinal Vidal, and the secretary of the anarchist groups in Barcelona fell in the Plaza de Catalunya, where the insurgents occupied the most important buildings, the Hotel Colón, the Telefonica, and the El Dorado. There they were subjected to a genuine siege. Courage was as contagious as fear, and the calculations of regular soldiers melted before a crowd that was not afraid of death and in the face of masses who exposed themselves to the fire of machine guns and made off with them, leaving hundreds of corpses in the squares and streets. In the early afternoon, Colonel Escobar of the Civil Guard, Colonel Ximenez in André Malraux Lespore, reinforced the workers with 4,000 regular soldiers. The Hotel Colón was stormed and the Ritz fell immediately afterwards. It was at this point that news came of the rallying of several units to the people's cause and of the loyalist victory at the Prat Airport, led by a Republican officer, Lieutenant Colonel Diaz Sandino. The men of the CNT recaptured the Telefonica. The fighting continued, but the uprising had taken a fearsome hammering, and here and there the soldiers were mutinying more and more frequently. On the morning of Monday, July 20th, field guns produced from nowhere, taken by storm or yielded up by the soldiers, were trained on the Capitania General. A temporary officer and former gunner, the dock worker Lecha, was in command of the bombardment. Resistance seemed futile. General Gode hoisted the white flag just as the assailants, commanded by a former officer, Pérez Fares, entered the building. Most of the besieged officers were massacred on the spot. Gode, rescued with some difficulty from popular anger, note, through an irony of history, it was, according to La Dépêche de Toulouse, July 26, 1936, the communist militant Caridad Mercader who had saved General Gode's life in these circumstances. It is generally accepted today that this woman was involved in the murder of Trotsky by the NKVD agent Jackson Mornard, who was in fact her son, Ramon Mercader. Endnote, was led to the Generalidad where, at the president's request, he agreed to make a statement over the radio. I wish to inform the Spanish people that fate has been against me. I am a prisoner. I say this for all those who do not wish to continue the struggle. From now on they are relieved of any commitment to me. Note, companies, after his defeat in 1934, had made a similar statement over the radio. Endnote, the game was now up. In many barracks, the soldiers mutinied. In Fort Montjuich, they shot their officers and then distributed arms to the workers. Elsewhere, the officers preferred to take their own lives. The Atarazanas barracks was the last to fall. It was bombed by the few planes at Diaz Sandino's disposal, but it was finally taken in an onslaught in which Francisco Esqueso met his death. For a long time afterward, fighters, before leaving for the front, filed past the place where the anarchist militant had fallen, symbol of all those who had given their lives during these 3 days. A setback for the Movimiento Madrid. On the 18th, the CNT in Madrid, on a war footing ever since the building strike, decided to use force to reopen its offices closed by the police and began to requisition cars and search for arms. David Antana, secretary of its national committee, was freed on the morning of July 19th. He went to the Ministry of the Interior and threatened to send his men to attack the prisons and release the militants who were still imprisoned there. The two big unions gave orders for a general strike. In the UGT offices, Carlos de Baraibar very hurriedly set up an information center with the help of post office workers and railroad workers from all over the country, which would enable Madrid to know, minute by minute, the precise situation in the provinces. The socialists had unearthed and distributed arms kept hidden since 1934. In the streets, the first barricades were erected. The first shots were exchanged with strangers who fired from a convent in the Rua de Torrijos. The first workers' militias were already on patrol, even though nothing had stirred in the barracks. In fact, the soldiers were losing precious time. No attack came during the day of the 19th from regiments still entirely controlled by the conspirators. Pardo's regiment had revolted and had immediately left the capital for the north, presumably to meet Mola. In Getafe, there was fighting between rebels and loyalists in the artillery barracks. In all the units, the rebels first attacked the officers hostile to the Movimiento. In this way, Lieutenant Colonel Caratala, Prieto's personal friend, was murdered. The rebels' stronghold was in the Montaña barracks. This contained the military leader of the conspiracy, General Fangel, around whom were collected officers from other units, senoritos, and phalangists. But either because he was wavering or because he was waiting for reinforcements, Fanjul wasted time. He harangued his supporters and proclaimed a state of siege. By the end of the day, relinquishing the idea of a sally, he gave orders to fire on the crowd massed on the approaches to the Montagne, an open provocation which aroused popular anger. Meanwhile, a loyal officer, Lieutenant Colonel Gill, was distributing 5,000 rifles in the artillery park. Many of them had no bolts, because the rebels had wisely stripped them and removed them to the Montagne. It was only on the 20th that the decisive fighting began. Loudspeakers broadcast the news of the Barcelona victories and Gaud's surrender throughout the streets. The insurgents were ultimately forced onto the defensive. Two 75mm field guns and then a 155mm began to shell the barracks. Reinforcements of planes soon arrived from the airport at Cuatro Vientos, where the rebellion had been crushed. About 10 a.m., the besieged men hoisted the white flag. The crowd surged forward and was mowed down by machine gun fire. Anger mounted at what seemed to be a betrayal. Yet the same scene was repeated twice, in reality reflecting the struggle that was going on inside the barracks. In spite of the loyal officers present, who thought that the Air Force and the artillery were enough to force Fanjul's men to surrender, the assailants launched a mass attack and stormed the barracks, at the cost of heavy casualties. Fanjul and some officers, protected by a detachment of assaltos, were locked into an armored car and taken away, but almost all the besieged were killed on the spot, while the workers shared out the arms of the defeated. The following day, the people put the finishing touches to their victory. While small detachments were mopping up the streets of Madrid, chasing the Pacos, isolated snipers who were still hanging on in churches, convents, and on rooftops, improvised columns set off all around the capital for Guadalajara, where the garrison had revolted. They captured it, shot General Barrera, and marched on Toledo, which they also seized, while the insurgents took refuge in the ancient fortress, the Alcazar. Then they marched on Cuenca, which Cipriano Mera, the building worker released from prison 2 days earlier, recaptured with 800 men and a machine gun, and finally on Alcala with Antonio and Mora. These columns and others, hastily formed, marched on the Sierra to meet Mola, toward Aragon in the direction of Sigüenza, and toward Valencia and Malaga. The war had begun. A setback for the Movimiento Malaga. The vacillations of the Madrid insurgents had given the workers time to get organized. A mistake that was perhaps more serious, breaking off an engagement already begun, brought them a grave setback in Malaga, an important place for communications with Morocco. The forces of the military seemed overwhelming. Only the assaltos were hostile to the uprising. The workers had no arms. The move began on July 17th. At the head of a company, Captain Hulin marched on the military government and ran into the assaltos. The colonel in command of the civil guard was arrested by his men just as he was trying to get them to revolt. At 8 p.m., on General Paxtot's orders, the troops left the barracks and seized the center of the town. But the next day the general gave the order to retreat, and the troops returned to their barracks. Was he short of information about the uprising in the rest of the country and afraid of advancing too far and becoming isolated? Or was it, as Martínez Barrio himself suggested, and as Foss and Jarity claimed, the formation of Martínez Barrio's government and the hope of an agreement that made him draw back? In any case, the workers' organizations seized the proffered opportunity. The workers, who had no arms, set fire to the houses surrounding the barracks and then sprayed them with dynamite. Smoked out, encircled, and faced with the prospect of being burned to death, the soldiers surrendered to the assaltos. Captain Hulin was lynched by the crowd. A setback for the Movimiento, the Basque provinces. The hesitancy of the rebels also explains their defeat in the Basque provinces. The garrison in Bilbao did not make a move. The one in Santander was surrounded on the spot. The general supposed to be in command of the uprising in Gipuzkoa slipped away at the last moment. Moreover, the Basque nationalists, in a radio appeal by Manuel de Irujo on July 18th and then in an official party communique on the following day, threw their authority in the balance and called on their supporters to fight for the defense of the Republic. In San Sebastián, Colonel Carrasco assured the Popular Front Committee of his loyalty, and the Basque nationalist deputies came and interrogated him. But the Loyola barracks revolted on the orders of Lieutenant Colonel Vallespin. Carrasco promised to bring the garrison to heel and sent his aide-de-camp, who did not return. He therefore decided to go to the barracks in person. The deputies agreed. He did not return either. The civil guards, who had, until then, declared themselves loyalists, also revolted on the 21st with the officers they had arrested and attacked the CNT offices. But the workers had mobilized. The town was protected with barricades. The civil guards cracked in front of the CNT and fell back on the Maria Cristina Hotel, which was taken by the workers on the 23rd. The Loyola barracks, shelled by an armored train, also surrendered on the 28th, after negotiations between the officers and the Basque nationalist deputies, who did not, however, succeed in having the promises they had made respected. The majority of the leaders of the movimiento were shot on the spot. Colonel Carrasco, taken prisoner, was kidnapped 2 days later and shot without a trial. In Valencia, the garrison does not revolt. Valencia was a law unto itself. The soldiers in its garrison did not revolt. Nor, for all that, did they join the revolution. The first rumors of the uprising reached the capital of the Levant in the afternoon of July 18th. The governor refused to distribute arms to the unions and gave assurances that the leaders of the garrison were above suspicion. During the night of 18 to 19 July, the workers' organizations and the Republican parties mobilized their supporters. The CNT and the UGT gave orders for a general strike from midnight on the 19th. The first incident took place in the evening. Some building workers attacked a convent of Dominicans suspected of sheltering an arms depot. On the morning of the 20th, the CNT Strike Committee gave its militants orders to block the approaches to the barracks. The Popular Front parties set up a revolutionary committee to which they invited delegates from the CNT Strike Committee. The governor was still wavering. A civil guard officer, Captain Uribari, a socialist, took command of those who wanted to force his hand and prevent the barracks from rebelling. The CNT delegates put conditions to the Popular Front in return for their support. They wanted the mobilization of the workers' forces around the barracks, an immediate amalgamation of loyalist troops and workers through the formation of intervention groups on the basis of 1 asalto to 2 militants, the occupation of all strategic points, post office, telephone exchange, Radio Valencia. By these units, the dispatch of an ultimatum to the garrison, and an immediate assault on the barracks, should the generals refuse to hand over their arms. The committee accepted the CNT's proposals and turned itself into a People's Executive Committee. But General Martinez Monge refused to distribute arms, demanded the end of the general strike, which in his view had no justification, since he and his men remained loyal to the government, and made this public knowledge in a communiqué broadcast by Radio Valencia. Yet the troops remained on standby. The general impression was that the army was wavering. The conspirators knew that the insurgents had been defeated in Barcelona and in Madrid, and in any case were now concerned with playing for time. In the towns, skirmishes between workers and phalangists and attacks on convents and churches increased. Sailors from warships anchored in the harbor rose up against their officers and fraternized with the dock workers. It was at this point that Martinez Barrio and 3 other Republican leaders, Ruiz Funes, Espla, and Echeverria, armed with a delegation of authority from the Giral government, arrived in Valencia. 3 distinct powers confronted each other in a revolutionary atmosphere for another 2 weeks. The army, Martinez Barrio's provincial junta, and the Popular Executive Committee. The assault on the barracks, which in most of Spain occurred between the 18th and the 21st of July, did not take place in Valencia until the beginning of August. The situation on the evening of July 20th. By the evening of July 20th, except in Valencia, attitudes had hardened. Fighting naturally continued on the barricades and in the streets of Corunna, where the workers battled with cobblestones. In the suburbs of Saragossa and Seville, around the various barracks. In San Sebastián, Gijón, and Santander, near Algeciras, where rebel detachments had just landed, and wherever isolated snipers from either camp were pursuing a desperate struggle. However, these were on the whole only mopping up operations. Each camp now had its own territory and was completing the work of pacification. Franco wired an actual victory bulletin to Quaipo. Spain is saved. The provinces of Andalusia, Valencia, Valladolid, Burgos, Aragon, the Canaries, and the Balearics have joined us. The general was very optimistic. In fact, the pronunciamiento as such had failed. Not only had the rebels suffered terrible reverses, but they had kindled the workers' revolution that their action had been intended to prevent. One by one, they had lost some of their most highly regarded and ablest leaders, Calvo Sotelo, Sanjurjo Goad, and José Antonio Primo de Rivera. Note: José Antonio Primo de Rivera was judged by a popular tribunal before which he defended himself unhesitatingly, even with brio. He was sentenced to death and executed on November 18, 1936. Beforehand, the Republican cabinet had examined a proposal brought by the Exchange Red Cross from the Falangist leader to Largo Caballero's son, Paco Largo Calvo. Largo Caballero opted to refuse the nationalist proposal. Endnote: killed by militiamen in Alicante prison. Above all, their defeats, by destroying the legend of the army's invincibility in civil clashes, had deprived them of their major trump card, fear. Now they were no longer pitted against a weak popular front government, but against a revolution. The pronunciamiento had failed. The civil war had begun. 5. Dual power in Republican Spain. In places where the uprising had been crushed, it was not alone in suffering defeat. The state, caught between its insurgent army and the armed masses of the people, had shattered to pieces. Authority had literally crumbled away, and wherever the soldiers had been overwhelmed, it had passed into the streets, where armed groups dealt summarily with the most urgent tasks. The fight against the remaining pockets of resistance, the purging of the rear, and survival. The Republican government was of course still in existence, and no revolutionary authority had come forward as an avowed rival to it in the zone that left-wing correspondents were very soon calling the Loyalist Zone. But the authority of Girol's cabinet did not extend far beyond the outskirts of Madrid, and it survived there less because of its own activities and prestige than because of the workers' organizations. The UGT, whose information and communication system alone maintained the government's links with the remaining Loyalist areas, and the Socialist Party, whose executive was in permanent session at the Ministry of the Navy, where Prieto, minister without portfolio, was installed. However, in between the streets and the government there gradually emerged new organs of power that enjoyed real authority, often claiming kinship with the former as much as with the latter. These were the countless local committees, virtual governments on a regional and provincial scale. In them was invested the new power, the revolutionary power that was being organized at full speed to deal with the enormous tasks, one immediate and the other long-term, of pursuing the war and resuming production at the height of a social revolution. To the foreign journalists and militants who crossed the frontier, lured by the crisis, Spain provided an unusual sight, both confused and confusing, but always colorful. She was the scene of a revolution that the generals had meant to forestall but had in the end provoked. At first defensive, it had become offensive and aggressive. A spontaneous reaction, deriving from thousands of local initiatives, it also wore 1,000 forms, in which superficial and hostile observers saw nothing but anarchy and chaos and failed to grasp its deeper meaning. The workers' adoption of responsibility for their own defense and consequently for their own fate, the birth of a new power. Barcelona symbolized this revolutionary situation. To Franz Borkenau, an expert observer, it was the bastion of Soviet Spain, in the original sense of the word, the Spain of councils and workers' committees. It was in fact not only a city exclusively inhabited by workers, but also one where the workers had power. They were everywhere to be seen, in the streets, in front of the buildings, and on the Ramblas, rifles slung across their backs and revolvers stuck in their belts, wearing their working clothes. Note: all observers were struck by the attachment of the workers, both men and women, to their arms. Delapre, Mort en Espagne, page 21, described a woman returning from market, her child, her shopping basket and her gun in her arms. Kaltsov, Ispansky Dnevnik, page 17, said that weapons were never laid down in restaurants or in places of entertainment, in spite of notices that recommended leaving them in the cloakrooms. On August 8, he remarked, "The workers have seized arms, they will not let them go as easily as that." Endnote: no sign of the civil guard's two-cornered hats, very few uniforms, no bourgeoisie and no senoritos. The Generalidad had, it was said, discouraged the wearing of hats. No more nightclubs, restaurants, or luxury hotels. Requisitioned by workers' organizations, they were used as popular eating places. The usual beggars had disappeared, taken care of by the union's welfare system. All cars bore the flags, emblems, and initials of workers' organizations. Everywhere, on buildings, cafes, shops, factories, streetcars, and trucks, were notices saying that the business had been collectivized by the people, or that it belonged to the CNT. Parties and unions were established in large modern buildings, hotels, or headquarters of right-wing organizations. Each organization had its daily newspaper and its radio transmitter. Apart from the cathedral, which was closed, all the churches had been fired. The Civil War continued, claiming fresh victims nightly. The Ramblas, wrote Bloch, have gone on living at a twofold rhythm. The Ramblas by day are full of flowers, birds, strollers, cafes, automobiles, and streetcars. By dusk, the flower stalls have vanished. The bird sellers are far away. The cafes are shut. The Ramblas by night means the reign of silence and fear and a few furtive shadows stealing along walls. Madrid, a few days later, presented a different scene to visitors from France. Here too, of course, unions and parties were established in fine buildings and had organized their own militias, but there were few armed workers in the streets and nearly all were in the new uniform, the mono, a blue coverall. The old uniforms had not disappeared. On July 27th, the official police resumed their normal duties. All the churches were closed, but by no means all of them had been fired. There were fewer committees, few signs of expropriation. The usual beggars held out their hands at street corners. Smart restaurants and nightclubs were operating as before. The war, close at hand, had halted the course of the revolution. Between these two extremes, Republican Spain provided a whole range of variations, differing from one town and from one province to the next. A detailed analysis will make these clearer. The power of the armed groups. There was at any rate one feature that was common to the whole of Republican Spain and that especially attracted the notice of foreign observers at this point. This was what the influential foreign press of the time called anarchist terror or red terror. On the actual day of victory, the armed workers launched a bloody purge. Moreover, everything was ripe for such an explosion, prepared for by 6 months of daily excitement and violence. The struggle, feared and desired, released and unleashed accumulated hatred and terror. Every man was fighting in the knowledge that there was no other outcome than victory or death, and that the road to victory led first of all past the graves of his enemies. In Republican Spain, there were no longer practically any forces for the preservation of law and order, no police force. Their members had gone over to the ranks of the insurgents or had merged with those of the combatants. Everywhere, beginning on the 18th or 19th, there was a general strike, which lasted for at least another week. The workers were out in the streets from morning to night, weapons in hand. In the early days, only the militants had been armed. But after the barracks had been captured and arms distributed, anyone who wished to had a weapon. Some tens of thousands of rifles had been distributed everywhere, in Madrid, in Barcelona, in San Sebastián, and in Malaga. The doors of the prisons had been opened for political prisoners, but often for common criminals too. When there are no police about, when anyone can carry arms without attracting attention, the riffraff has a field day. Thus the terror that every observer described was a complex phenomenon, several of whose factors they confused, often by design. Initially there was, without question, a spontaneous movement, a veritable mass terrorism, given the number of killers and victims alike. A reflex born of fear, a defensive reaction to danger like the one that led to the September massacres in the French Revolution, it answered the demands as well as the inevitabilities of the Revolutionary War. Officers, civil guards, phalangists and senoritos were killed on the spot whenever there was no authoritative militant well known enough or police unit loyal enough to stop the chase and protect the victims. Alarmist rumors and collective anxieties gave rise to other massacres. At the news of massacres in Badajoz by rebel troops, and believing that the prisoners had mutinied, the Madrid mob seized the model prison. Exasperated by the bombing raids on July 27th, in the atmosphere of unhealthy suspicion created by Queipo Delano's speeches on Radio Seville, the mob seized the prison in Malaga and executed the rebel prisoners inside. In the same way, terror became both a means of prevention and a spur to revolutionary action. The columns of militiamen that arrived in villages recaptured from the rebels, anxious to push on, knew no other means of securing their rear than systematic mopping up operations and the immediate liquidation, without trial, of class enemies conveniently dubbed fascists. On its arrival in Fraga, the Durruti column executed 38 such fascists. The priest and the big landowner, the lawyer and his son, and all the rich peasants. In the view of some people, the conditions for a genuine revolution were created by the disappearance of members of the ruling classes from the old regime. Here too terror was inseparable from civil war and revolution. Similar reactions, though more organized, threatened the towns with Paisios in the weeks after the uprising. Paisios always took place along the same sinister lines. The victim, singled out by a defense or watch committee, was arrested at night in his home by armed men, driven outside the town and killed in some remote spot. In this way, victims of actual political reckonings perished along with priests, large and small employers, politicians, members of the bourgeoisie, and reactionaries. All those who at one time or another had fallen out with a workers' organization, judges, policemen, prison warders, informers, torturers, pistoleros, or simply anyone whose political reputation or social position singled him out in advance as a victim. Moreover, the class frontier did not always mean adequate protection. Thus, in Barcelona, workers' militants were killed, such as the general secretary of the UGT dock workers, the communist Desiderio Trillis, denounced by the CNT as the cacique of the docks, and the head of the UGT union in the Hispano-Suiza factory. Such an atmosphere naturally lent itself to personal vendettas as well as acts of pure and simple banditry, pillage, and common murder. It was probably because of their increase that parties and unions, having organized Paisios, turned against them and began to organize the repression. Since tradition lays responsibility for the majority of the crimes at the feet of the anarchists, it must in fairness be pointed out that it was one of them, the not unimportant Juan Pero, who in Libertad was always denouncing crimes committed by taking refuge behind the revolutionary movement, by sheltering behind the impunity created by the atmosphere, and who stressed the need, in the name of revolutionary honor, to have done with that regular nightly danse macabre, that procession of the dead, and those who kill for the sake of killing. The Barcelona CNT set the example by having one of its militants, Fernandez, general secretary of the catering union, who was guilty of settling a personal vendetta during this period, executed on the spot. Terror against the Catholic Church. The burning and sacking of convents and churches and the arrests and executions of priests and clergy that characterized the early days must be seen in a different light. It has been said, and it is largely true, that this was often a question of reprisals. In Barcelona, many insurgents barricaded themselves in the churches. In Figueres, the priests fired on workers from the cathedral, and everywhere Pacos, isolated snipers, benefited from complicity with religious institutions. But the movement against the Catholic Church went deeper than a simple reaction during the confusion. There were, of course, a few churches pillaged by common thieves. But most of the time it was these treasures that financed the early revolutionary activities. In this way, the militiamen in Girona seized 16 million pesetas worth of jewels from the bishop's palace in Vich and handed them over to the Central Committee. In actual fact, frequent spectacular demonstrations, such as gruesome exhumations of corpses and skeletons, showed that such actions, which went far beyond simple reprisals, derived from an urge to reach back into the past to attack a force regarded by the revolutionaries as their worst enemy. By shooting priests and firing churches, the Spanish workers and peasants were not merely seeking to destroy their enemies and the symbol of their power, but to rid Spain once and for all of everything that, in their view, stood for obscurantism and oppression. A fervent Catholic, the Basque minister Manuel de Irujo, confirmed such an interpretation when he stated, "Those who burn churches are not thereby exhibiting anti-religious feelings. It is just a question of a demonstration against the state, and, if I may say so, the smoke rising to the sky is merely a sort of appeal to God in the face of human injustice." The power of the committees. The French trade unionist Robert Luzin gave this description of the sight that greeted visitors from France in early August. "As soon as you cross the frontier, you are halted by armed men. Who are these men? Workers. They are militiamen, that is, workers wearing their normal clothes, but armed with rifles or revolvers and with signs on their arms indicating their functions or the power they represent. They are the ones who will decide not to let you in or to refer it to the committee. The committee is the group of men who are in charge over in the next village and who exercise complete power there. It is the committee who see to the normal municipal functions, who formed the local militia, armed it, and supplied it with food and lodging from funds raised by a levy imposed on all the inhabitants. They are the ones who give you permission to enter or leave the town, who close down the fascist shops and who carry out essential requisitions. They had the interiors of the churches demolished so that, according to the notices displayed on all of them, the churches, now the Generalidad's property, could be used for popular establishments. In all the towns and most of the villages in Spain, similar committees were operating under various names. Popular committees, war and defense committees, executive, revolutionary or anti-fascist committees, workers' committees, and committees of public safety. All had been set up in the heat of action to direct the popular response to the military coup d'état. They had been appointed in an infinite number of ways. In the villages, the factories, and on the work sites, time had sometimes been taken to elect them, at least summarily, at a general meeting. At all events, care had been taken to see that all parties and unions were represented on them, even if they did not exist before the revolution, because the committee represented at one and the same time as the workers a whole and the sum total of their organizations. In more than one place those elected came to an understanding as to who was to represent one or another union, who would be the Republican, and who the Socialist. Very often, in the towns, the most active elements appointed themselves. It was sometimes the electors as a whole who chose the men to sit on the committee of each organization, but more often the members of the committee were elected either by a vote within their own organization or were quite simply appointed by the local governing committees of the parties and unions. It was rare for the committees to have their composition endorsed by a broader vote once they had been appointed. However, the Revolutionary Committee in Lérida ratified itself by means of a constituent assembly made up of representatives of the town's party and union organizations, to which it was accountable. But the base had real control only over the village or business committees. On the higher levels, the will of the organizations prevailed. Representation of parties and unions on the committees varied from one place to the next. Often the Popular Front Committee was simply broadened with representatives from the various unions. Sometimes, where the municipalities were socialist ones, the municipal council, expanded by co-opting CNT leaders, became the committee. In Catalonia and soon afterward in recaptured Aragon, many committees were made up exclusively of militants from the CNT FAI or the Libertarian Youth. However, those from the towns included representatives from the UGT, the Esquerra, the PSUC, and the POUM, along with those from the CNT and the FAI. However, in Lérida, the POUM saw to it that the Republicans, who had supported the commissioner of the Generalidad against the unions, were expelled from the committee, which was thus confined to the workers' organizations alone. The representation of the different groups was sometimes equal and sometimes proportional, but it more often corresponded to the balance of real power within industry. The socialists were in the ascendancy in Santander, Myers, and Sama de Langreo, but each mining locality had its own political complexion. The Basque nationalists shared the Bilbao junta with the socialists but were in control of all the other juntas in the north. The anarchists were masters of Gijón and Cuenca. In Malaga, socialists and communists, represented through the UGT, were gradually winning ascendancy over the CNT. In Valencia, the unions had 2 delegates, whereas the parties had only 1. In Castellón, the CNT had 14 representatives and the UGT 7. The socialists and communists had no actual representation, but the Republicans and the POUM had 7 delegates each. In Catalonia, the CNT FAI controlled the committees in the big towns except for Sabadell and Lérida. Note: in Sabadell, the committee's chairman was the former Trientista, José Moix, member of the PSUC and the UGT. In Lérida, it was José Rhodes of the POUM, who held both the chairmanship and the office of Commissar for Public Order. Endnote: all the committees, whatever their differences in name, origin, and composition, had one basic feature in common. All of them, in the days after the uprising, had seized all local power, taking over legislative as well as executive functions, making categorical decisions in their areas, not only about immediate problems such as the maintenance of law and order and the control of prices, but also about the revolutionary tasks of the moment, the socialization or unionization of industry, the expropriation of the property of the clergy, the factionists, or simply the big landowners, the distribution of land to the metal workers or its collective development, the confiscation of bank accounts, the municipalization of lodgings, the organization of information, written or spoken, education, and welfare. To take up G. Munice's striking term, everywhere government committees were set up, whose authority was based on the force of armed workers and which the rest of the specialist bodies in the old state, civil guards here and there, assaltos, and various officials obeyed, whether they liked it or not. No greater homage was paid to the authority of the committees in this respect than the testimony of one of their most resolute opponents of the time, Jesus Hernandez, leader of the Spanish Communist Party. The committee was a disturbing, shadowy, intangible kind of power, without distinct functions or express authority, but which, in an unrelenting dictatorship, wielded indisputable power, like a real government. However, what was true on a local level was not entirely so on a regional level, where authorities of various origins were either at variance or coexisted with each other. The Anti-Fascist Militias Committee in Catalonia. Origins. On July 21, after the fighting in Barcelona, the revolutionaries, in control of the streets, were summoned to the palace of the Generalidad. Santillán, the anarchist leader, described the incident. "We went to the seat of the Catalan government, clutching our weapons, not having slept for several days, unshaven, confirming by our appearance the legend that had formed about us. Some members of the autonomous regional government were trembling, white-faced, at this interview from which Esqueso was missing. The government palace was invaded by the escort of combatants who had accompanied us. President Companies congratulated them on their victory. 'You are masters of the town and of Catalonia, because you defeated the fascist soldiers on your own. You have won and everything is in your power. If you do not need me, if you do not want me as president, say so now, and I shall become just another soldier in the anti-fascist struggle. If, on the other hand, you believe me when I say that I shall yield this post to victorious fascism only when I am dead, then perhaps with my party comrades, my name, and my prestige I can be of use to you.' The president undoubtedly had little choice. As his deputy Miravittles wrote, a few weeks later, the Anti-Fascist Militias Committee came into existence 2 or 3 days after the movement, in the absence of any regular public force and because there was no army in Barcelona. Another reason was that there was no civil guard and no Guardia de Asaltos, because they had all fought so ardently, united with the forces of the people, that they now formed part of the same mass and remained closely linked with them. The real power was held by the armed workers and the organization committees in the streets of Barcelona and by the government committees in the towns and villages. The socialists and communists, according to Comarera, suggested to the president the formation of Generalidad militias, which would vie for the streets against the men of the CNT and the POEM. Companies did not heed them. To him the fight seemed too unequal, and at that stage his person, his name and prestige, as he said, were in fact all that survived of the Republican state in Catalonia. The fate of the state and its hopes of restoration in the ensuing months depended on the acceptance or refusal of his services. As it turned out, the leaders of the CNT agreed to go on with the collaboration. The previous day, after a lively discussion, the regional committee had stated, "No hay comunismo libertario, primero aplastamos a la faction." There is no libertarian communism. Let us first destroy the faction. They agreed to Companies' offer. This is how Santillán commented on their decision. "We could have remained alone, imposed our absolute will, declared the Generalidad null and void, and imposed the true power of the people in its place, but we did not believe in dictatorship when it was being exercised against us, and we did not want it when we could exercise it ourselves only at the expense of others. The Generalidad would remain in force with President Companies at its head, and the popular forces would organize themselves into militias to carry on the struggle for the liberation of Spain. Thus was born the Catalonia Anti-Fascist Militias Committee, and we had all the political, liberal, and workers' sectors represented on it. Composition and role. In the room next to the presidential office, the delegates from the organizations met and instantly set up a central committee, which included delegates from the moderates, 3 from the Esquerra, 1 from the Rabassaires, 1 from Acción Catalana. The PSUC, in process of being officially established, had 1 representative, and so did the POUM. The FAI was represented by Santillán and Aurelio Fernandez, the CNT by Garcia Oliver, Asens, and Durruti, whom Marcos Alcón replaced a few days later. The UGT, 10 times its size, had 3 representatives too. This was a somewhat paradoxical initial result. the powerful CNT, whose total victory companies had just recognized, agreed to equal representation with the meager Catalan UGT. Was this pure generosity, as Garcia Oliver suggested? Note, he said that the anarchists refused to imitate the big fish whose desire to gobble up the small ones gives them no peace. Endnote, was it a political gesture, the desire of CNT to receive similar treatment in the regions where it was in a minority, as Santillán claimed? Note, in this way, he wrote, we are demonstrating that we want to collaborate like brothers and that, in the rest of Spain and the areas where we shall eventually be in a minority, we should wish to be treated with the same consideration and the same respect with which we ourselves treated those who had more or less collaborated for victory. Endnote. Both factors may have operated. In addition, it is probable, given the context of rivalry that emerged during the early days of the revolution between the POUM and CNT, that the libertarian leaders were quite glad to have a margin for serious maneuver with the 4 delegates from the Catalan Republicans, the 3 from the UGT, and the 1 from the PSUC. On the Central Committee, the POUM was in a far more obvious minority than in the other important centers of Catalonia. And as Santillán pointed out, this mode of representation on the Central Committee was adopted through the wish of the CNT-FAI. Fruit of a compromise born of negotiations between leaders of parties and unions, officially sanctioned by a government decree, the Central Committee was thus, because of the circumstances of its birth, a hybrid organization. In permanent session in the presence of 4 delegates from the government and acting in its name, it had the appearance, in certain respects, of an annex to the government, a committee of mutual understanding enjoying a delegation of power. In actual fact, except in Barcelona, where it was in contact with the leadership of the parties and unions, its base in the country was made up of government committees, the local revolutionary authorities of which it was at the same time the supreme expression. This was what Santillán made very clear when he wrote, "The Anti-Fascist Militias Committee was recognized as the only effective power in Catalonia. The government of the Generalidad continued to exist and to deserve our respect, but now the people only obeyed the power created by the force of victory and revolution, because the people's victory was the economic and social revolution. In effect, nothing escaped the competence and authority of the Central Committee, as Santillán explained. An establishment for revolutionary order at the rear, an organization of forces more or less on a war footing, with schools for communications and signals, food and clothing, economic organization, and legislative and judiciary action. The Anti-Fascist Militias Committee was everything, supervised everything, the transformation of peacetime industries into war industries, propaganda, relations with the government in Madrid, help for all the fighting centers, relations with Morocco, the cultivation of available land, health, the supervision of coasts and frontiers, and 1,001 problems of every kind. We had to pay the militiamen, their families, the widows of combatants. In a word, with a few dozen people, we faced tasks for which a government would have required an expensive bureaucracy. The Anti-Fascist Militias Committee was simultaneously a Ministry of War, a Ministry of the Interior, and a Ministry of Foreign Affairs, inspiring similar bodies in the economic and cultural fields. A political body, both with legislative and with executive power, the committee was organized by the formation of labor commissions and specialized executive committees that soon did the work of actual ministries. The Administrative Secretariat General, in charge of propaganda, was run by a young Esquerra leader and former extreme left-wing militant, Jaime Miravittles. Around the center functioned the Committee for the Organization of the Militias under Santillán, the War Committee under Garcia Oliver, charged with the task of carrying out military operations, the Transport Committee, under Duran Rosell of the UGT and Alcon of the CNT, the Food Committee, directed by the Rabacer José Torrents, the Commission of Investigation under the anarchist Aurelio Fernández, a veritable Ministry of the Interior, the War Industries Commission under the Catalan Tarradellas. Around them other departments were set up, the Commission for Standard Education, whose secretary was the trade unionist Harvas of the POUM, and various technical services. Statistics, munitions, censorship, press and radio, cartography, and specialist schools. A workers' government born of the workers' revolution, the Central Committee adopted the structure it needed. Conflict of power in Valencia. The situation at that time in Valencia was nothing like so clear. While the garrison and the workers on strike were still eyeing each other, the provincial junta under Martínez Barrio challenged the rebels' authority with the legal authority of the Republican government, which was anxious for an end to the sieges of barracks and a return to work and legality. On July 21, It tried to convince the delegates from the executive committee that the strike ought to end because the garrison was loyal. But this move caused deep mistrust. It was known that Martínez Barrio and Mola were, like General Monge, commander of the garrison, Freemasons. The government delegate was under suspicion of trying to reach the compromise with the army that he had been unable to achieve during the few hours of his ministry on July 19. There were lively discussions in insurgent Valencia, where officers and priests no longer ventured into the streets and where the executive committee was running a workers' police force in conjunction with the regular police force. On July 23, Espla, in the name of the provincial junta, proclaimed the dissolution of the Popular Executive Committee and announced that he was assuming the functions of civil governor, aided by a consultative council made up of one representative from each party and union. The committee split up. The CNT, the Socialist Party, the UGT, and the POUM wanted to reject the government ultimatum. The Republican left and the Communist Party felt that the committee ought to set an example of discipline and submit to the government's legal authority, as embodied in Valencia by the provincial junta. In the end, the Popular Executive Committee refused to dissolve itself. The CNT-UGT Strike Committee, its leading wing, decided on the publication of a daily newspaper called CNT-UGT, on a return to work in sectors dealing with food, and on the organization of a union committee to ensure food supplies, but the provincial junta handed over control of food supplies to the municipality. It continued its negotiations with the garrison, against which there were daily demonstrations for the departure of the rebel troops. In Madrid, the Minister of the Interior assured Antana, General Secretary of the CNT, that he could rely at least on the neutrality of the Valencia garrison. But the arms that he promised did not turn up. The Madrid CNT then sent machine guns and rifles to Valencia. Arms also arrived from Barcelona to equip the newly formed militias. The garrison was still shut up in its various barracks, access to which was forbidden. The executive committee threatened to storm them but kept putting off a decision. A new bone of contention arose when it was decided to send forces to Teruel, where a threat from the rebel army was developing. The executive committee suggested a merger on the basis of 3 militiamen to 1 civil guard. The junta insisted on the inverse ratio of 3 civil guards to 1 militiaman. The column left, but at Puebla de Valverde on the way to Teruel, the civil guards massacred the militiamen and went over to the enemy. Events now began to follow hard on each other's heels. There was unrest in the barracks. As the second week of the strike opened, the Regiment of Engineers in Paterna, led by an NCO, Sergeant Fabra, mutinied against its officers. The mutineers now swelled the ranks of the militias, which were also daily winning over soldiers fleeing from their barracks with their arms. However, the CNT-UGT Strike Committee finally gave the order for a return to work, except in the transport sections on July 27. The workers' reaction showed that it had miscalculated. The workers refused to obey and went on with the strike. The CNT and the UGT took their stands. The executive committee appointed a board of 3 members, Lopez of the CNT, Tejon of the UGT, and a young officer, Lieutenant Benedito, to prepare an attack on the barracks, arranged for August 1. On July 31, Radio Civil announced that the garrison had risen up and that Valencia had fallen into rebel hands. In fact, 3 regiments had risen up, but the soldiers were mutinying against the officers while the militiamen were on the attack. The garrison was disarmed, the suspected officers arrested and tried, and the soldiers demobilized. The militiamen took over their arms. The government then capitulated. The provincial junta was dissolved and the authority of the Popular Executive Committee recognized, the appointment of its president, Colonel Aaron, as civil governor, being merely the recognition of a de facto situation. From now on, the Popular Executive Committee, which was rapidly extending its authority to the whole of the province, was playing a part similar in all respects to that of the Central Committee in Catalonia. Andrés Nin, at a meeting in Valencia, saw fit to hail it as the government of the proletarian revolution in the Levant. It set up an economic council with full powers and organized columns of militiamen for several fronts. Its commissions for public order, justice, agriculture, and finance were known as ministries. General Miaja, Martínez Barrio's former Minister of War, sent by Giral to command the military region, confessed to Major Martín Blázquez his impotence in the face of the authority of a young puppy of a lieutenant, Benedito, assigned to the defense side of the executive committee. The general embodied an illusory Republican authority, whereas the lieutenant represented the new Soviet authority. Other revolutionary governments. Other bodies took power in the other regions of Spain. In Asturias, in the mining towns and villages, it was in the hands of workers and peasants' committees. On the provincial level, two rival authorities emerged: the Gijón War Committee, led by Segundo Blanco of the CNT, and the Sama de Langreo Popular Front Committee, led in turn by the socialists González Peña and Amador Fernández. Each set up its commissions for war, transport, food supplies, and health. The Sama de Langreo Committee was, according to Aznar, able to mobilize 20,000 men in 6 days in September. During the course of the same month, the two committees merged into a war committee, based on Gijón but headed this time by a socialist, Bellarmino Tomás. In Santander, the socialists dominated a war committee where the commissions functioned like actual ministries, with full sovereignty. On several occasions, however, the anarchists there disputed the authority of the president, Juan Ruiz. The Malaga Committee of Public Safety gradually took control of the whole region from July 20th. A watch committee led the repression, while workers' committees dealt with health and food supplies and women's committees with refugee problems. Its armed patrols gradually eliminated the loyal units of civil guards. It had sufficient authority on its own to halt the massacres of inmates in the prisons. On August 18th, Delapre wrote, "The workers' and militiamen's councils hold all the power here. The civil governor is a mere rubber stamp. He is a pale Girondin, trembling before Jacobins beside whom ours were but small children." In September, the Committee of Public Safety was officially formed, like an actual ministry, with ministries of war, the interior, justice, and confiscations. Its chairman, the socialist schoolteacher Francisco Rodriguez, was appointed civil governor. Legality ratified de facto power. The most original regional revolutionary power was eventually established in Aragon. As we saw, the whole of the Republican cadres there had joined the military uprising. The recovery of a large part of the Aragon countryside by the Catalan militias was accompanied by radical revolutionary measures in every village. While the authorities and civil guards had either fled or been massacred, the village's General Assembly tried the fascist prisoners and elected the committee which was to run the village, supported by the armed militias. Most of the committees thus elected were mainly or wholly anarchist. There could be no kind of collaboration between them and the Republican authorities, which were completely eliminated. In early October, near Durruti's headquarters in Bujaralaz, a conference of town and village committees was held. It elected a defense council, made up exclusively of CNT militants and led by Joaquín Esqueso, who based himself in Fraga. The Defense Council, in agreement with the leaders of the anarchist columns, exercised undivided authority over Aragon. A Supreme Committee, representing the committees as a whole, it was thus the only regional body in Spain that resulted from the federation of local committees and derived its authority from them. Vigorously attacked soon after its formation by the communists, who dubbed it a factionist and cantonalist body, it was many months before it was recognized by the government. It was also the body of revolutionary power that remained in existence the longest. A special case, the Basque provinces. In the Basque provinces, the situation was very different from that in the rest of Spain. The Basque Nationalist Party, which was unquestionably in the majority, took its stand against the military uprising on July 19th and joined the Popular Front a few days later. However, its objectives created a huge gap between it and the workers' parties and unions, whose militants were waging a revolution throughout the whole of Spain. The Basque nationalists were ardent champions of the church and property and found themselves from very early on in direct conflict with the majority of the troops of their allies in the Popular Front and the unions. The defense juntas that were set up in all the Basque provinces were organized to combat the military uprising and at the same time were bastions against the revolution. In the Buenos Aires La Nación on September 7, 1936, the Basque leader Manuel de Irujo put his finger on his party's difficulties at that time perfectly when he wrote, "The extremist parties of the capitalist dictatorship and the proletariat were organized as requetes and militias and had outstripped us from the start. Moreover, in all the juntas where they were in the majority, the Basque nationalists demanded posts as commissioners of public order, to impose discipline and respect on the rear." Note, en San Sebastián, after the capture of the barracks, the men of the CNT were in control of the streets. Manuel de Irujo wrote, We had virtually become prisoners of those who held the booty of Loyola, subject to the control of the CNT. Endnote. Thus the Commissioner for Public Order in the Gipuzkoa junta made it his first task to stop the pesos and to protect property by placing a guard on the banks. To guarantee the maintenance of law and order and the defense of property, the nationalists organized their own units, the Basque militias, led by Major Sasita. Recruited from nationalist militants and with a strong leavening of chaplains, they flew the Basque flag and spoke the Basque language. In the space of a few weeks, they managed to recover almost all the arms acquired by the workers in San Sebastián after the capture of the Loyola barracks. The collapse of the Republican state in the Basque provinces permitted the creation not of a revolutionary authority, but of a new state specifically Basque, a bourgeois state for the defense of property and the church that, while organizing the country's defense against the military adversaries of Basque freedom, led the victorious struggle against the internal revolutionary movement. Note: the expression war on two fronts originated with Araujo himself, who referred not only to insurgent militants, but also to extremist elements brought into the house. Endnote: in the middle of September, the Basque Nationalist Party leadership decided to take the decisive step, establishing under its control a Basque provincial government. Note: see Manuel de Araujo's remark on the offer of a portfolio in the Caballero government made him by Álvarez del Valle. The reader can imagine my surprise at being asked to join the government at the very moment when preparations were being made to establish, in revolutionary fashion, the autonomous government of Euskadi. Endnote: outline for a new state apparatus. In the early days, the majority of committees operated without specialization or delegation of responsibility. It was the committee or even the village assembly that was at one and the same time the deliberative body, tribunal, and council of war. Armed workers and peasants mounted guard, patrolled, supervised, requisitioned, and carried out arrests and executions. However, specialist bodies very soon appeared, at least in the large towns. At first these were units with police duties. It was a question of maintaining revolutionary law and order, as much against the enemies of the revolution as against those benefiting from it, the instruments of blind terror. Units of loyal civil guards and asaltos were severely purged. However, they inspired only limited confidence, and in the majority of the large centers the committees gave special commissions the task of controlling the old police forces and organizing the new ones. In Barcelona, the Commission of Investigation under Aurelio Fernandez was empowered to hear denunciations, make inquiries, conduct searches, and arrest suspects. It gradually imposed its authority on the private police force of the unions and parties. In Malaga it was the Watch Committee and elsewhere commissions of public order and security councils that all, under various names, had the job of organizing terror in the rear. In the same way, units of militiamen, soon to be known as rear militias, performed the specialized duties of actual police. In Barcelona there were the famous control patrols under the anarchist ASANs. These were made up of 700 and later of 1,000 worker militants, half of them appointed by the CNT-FAI and the other half by other organizations, and provided, after their formation by the Central Committee, with up-to-date means of transport and communication. The Gijón Control Patrol, the Lerida Social Workers Brigade, and the Castellan Anti-Fascist Popular Guard were similar bodies. In spite of the anarchists' repugnance at dividing up what Santillán referred to as total revolutionary power, the same development took place in the field of justice. The palaces of justice were closed, the magistrates killed or in flight, there were swarms of judges, and the committees were overburdened with work. In Barcelona, some militiamen from the CNT, led by the lawyer Samblancat, sacked the Palace of Justice and threw files and crucifixes out of the windows. They established a committee of justice made up of professional lawyers, mostly left-wing lawyers, whose first act was to dismiss all the officials in the department and whose second was to set itself up as a revolutionary tribunal. Revolutionary tribunals of a different kind appeared in Valencia, Castellan, and Lerida in early August. Judges, prosecutors, and president were militants appointed by the parties and unions. Note: the Lerida Revolutionary Tribunal was wholly made up of workers, a third nominated by the POUM, a third by the UGT-PSUC, and a third by the CNT-FAI. The president, La Roca, from the CNT, and the prosecutor, Pellegrin, from the POUM, were both railway workers. Endnote: their decisions were harsh and their procedure summary, but the rights of the defense were generally respected. They even made acquittals and in any case were, in this respect, a distinct advance over the practice of paisios. The militias. However, given the context of the war, the construction of a new army emerged as the most important task. At any rate, it was this need that produced new organs of power. The militias were born as the result of efforts by parties and unions and were at first armed versions of these organizations. Each one's name proclaimed its origin, whether it was the name of a guild, Arts Graficas, Madeira, or a political emblem, the UGT Caballero and Claridad, the PSUC Carlos Marx, the POUM Lenin and Morin, and the Esquerra Macia and companies. In Barcelona, on July 24, the Central Committee organized the first column, 3,000 strong, under Durruti, assisted by Major Pérez Faras. Its only organized force was made up of a few soldiers armed with mortars and machine guns. Later on, the other columns formed under the aegis of the Central Committee were in fact under the influence of political and union organizations. Santillán, who was acting in the name of the Central Committee, seems to have fought a losing battle against the party spirit in the militias and its often regrettable consequences, rivalry for arms and for men and occasional bloody clashes. In Valencia, it was the Executive Committee that took the lead. The Iron Column, the Desperada, the Steel Column, and the Ghost Column were set up under its aegis, but political influences also played a decisive role. The Ghost Column was led by socialists and the Iron Column was the most notorious of the anarchist columns. In Madrid, each organization had its own troops whose only link with each other was the government, which merely fed them as best it could, supplied them with arms, and paid them. It was the national committees of each party or union, the CNT Center Defense Committee, that assumed the task of organizing them. The Republican left made a name for itself by forming a Steel Regiment and the Communist Party the 5th Regiment, which became the famous Quinto but which was for the time being only a unit of militiamen, barely differing from the rest. It is difficult to give an exact figure for the militias. Rabasir estimated the total number in the combat militias at 100,000, 50,000 CNT, 30,000 UGT, 10,000 Communist Party, and 5,000 POUM, to which must be added 12,000 asaltos, a few hundred civil guards, a few thousand soldiers, and only 200 officers. In early September, the Bulletin CNT FAI listed 22,000 militiamen in Catalonia and Aragon, including 4,000 former civil guards, 2,000 PSUC and UGT, 3,000 POUM, and 13,000 CNT. Meanwhile, Valencia had sent 9,000 militiamen to different fronts, including 4,000 to Teruel. In Madrid, armed men soon took the road to the front, but Santillán estimated the number of rifles still in the hands of the rear militias in Catalonia at 6,000 and admitted the Central Committee's inability to reinforce the strength of the combat militias. Durruti had to march on Sabadell to acquire the 10 machine guns that the PSUC was holding there, and the men of the CNT FAI kept even longer in Barcelona the 40 machine guns and the few tanks that were so badly needed on the Aragon front. The leaders of the first columns were political and union militants. Very few of them had any military training. In Barcelona they were workers, the anarchists Durruti, Jover, and Ortiz, the POUM militants Rovira, Arguer, and Grossi. Note. Delapre drew an engaging portrait of Grossi, the Asturian miner and war leader, bravest of the brave. Endnote. And the PSUC militants Truba and Del Barrio. A few regular soldiers rubbed shoulders with them. Major Pérez Faras, Major Pérez Salas, who commanded the Esquerra column, Major Martinez and Captain Escobar, Santillán's technical advisors, leaders of the anti-fascist Republican Military Union in Barcelona. Captain Bayo of the Air Force was in command of the Majorca expedition, and it was a Navarrese colonel, Jiménez de la Bereza, who organized the artillery. The NCOs played a more important part in organizing the militias. After Pérez Faras, it was the former Sergeant Manzana who was the military brain of the Durruti column. Naturally, the rare foreign anti-fascists who arrived as technicians were welcomed with open arms. In Valencia, it was the junior officers Captain Uribari, Civil Guard and Socialist, and Lieutenant Benedito who commanded the first columns that Sergeant Fabra, hero of the uprising by the soldiers in Paterna, was organizing in conjunction with them. In Leon, General Gómez Caminero took charge of the miners, but he was made prisoner. In Asturias, there were very few officers around González Peña, and the columns were commanded by worker militants, the socialist miner Otero from Myers and the CNT metalworker Caracera. In Madrid, the first socialist columns were led by retired officers. Lieutenant Colonel Mangata was the most popular, but his star waned quickly after the first few defeats. At first, the 5th Regiment consisted only of a few officers and NCOs. Note: Enrique Castro Delgado, Communist Party leader, was the first commander of the 5th Regiment. Alongside him were a militant, a former NCO, Barbadou, a Portuguese political refugee officer, and only one regular officer, Marquez. In October, Castro was replaced by Lister, a stonecutter. From now on, the workers' leaders stole the limelight. Among them, the carpenter Modesto had been a corporal in the Spanish Foreign Legion. Enrique Lister, a communist militant who had sought refuge in the USSR before the Civil War, as a result of strike activities, had worked on the Moscow subway and then attended military training classes. Endnote: the CNT recruited several regular officers, Lieutenant Colonel Del Rosal and Major Palacios of the Medical Corps, who led its first 2 columns. But here 2 new leaders took over, the building workers Mora and Cipriano Mera, who at that time had only a few weeks' military experience. Malaga, which boasted a good officer, Lieutenant Colonel Asensio Tirado, was the favorite place for militias with high-sounding names. According to the war communiques, the Pancho Villa detachment disputed the honors with the Scrap Iron detachment. The mass of the militiamen had no idea how to handle weapons and were ignorant of the most rudimentary rules of self-defense. It was of course owing to lack of arms, but also to lack of leaders, that the mobilization of the workers had to be dropped. Recruits could be neither equipped, instructed, nor officered. Moreover, the militias differed in character according to the ideologies of those who had formed them. The anarchist columns were commanded by political delegates flanked by military technicians. The socialist columns, the UGT, POUM, and PSUC columns and the 5th Regiment, were led by officers flanked by political commissars. In Catalonia, the Central Committee attempted to unify the organization. 10 militiamen made up a hand under an elected delegate. 10 hands made up a centuria whose delegate general took direct orders from the head of the column. The CNT militias in Madrid were organized on the basis of hands of 20 men, centurias and battalions, and the battalion's delegates, along with the representative of the Defense Committee and the delegate general, formed the column's leadership. In the 5th Regiment, officers and commissars were in theory appointed by the leadership, but Lister said that he was elected. In all columns, NCOs and other ranks drew 10 pesetas a day. No outward sign of respect was required from any man, and there were no badges of rank. But the 5th Regiment was proud of having revived the military salute and made it a point of honor, like the POUM columns elsewhere, to march along in faultless ranks, whereas the CNT militia made it theirs to march along in total and deliberate disarray. In Madrid, the 5th Regiment at first made every effort to form cadres. The original NCOs were recruited from the leaders of Red Aid. In Barcelona, the Central Committee gave Garcia Oliver the task of organizing a popular school of warfare. Note: conditions of acceptance: ability to read and write, an elementary knowledge of arithmetic, and being proposed by a militia unit, with the second batch proof of 2 months at the front. The course of study took 2 months, including a fortnight of theory at the beginning, followed by a period of training and then one of specialization. 2/3 of the officers from the first recruitment were killed at the front. Endnote: and batches of 2,000 volunteers received a crash military training course at the Bakunin barracks. Thus an armed force whose efficiency in street fighting and enthusiasm could not be denied was gradually being built up. It was the true realization of the old slogan of people in arms and, for the time being, seemed to be completely independent of government authority. The power of the state. The government was in fact surviving. President Giral, resigned to arming the workers, was struggling, wherever he still preserved a vestige of authority, to maintain respect for forms and legality and to preserve, if not a state apparatus, it was too badly damaged, at least the principle of his own legitimacy. It would seem that he had played his last card in the eastern provinces with the provincial junta of Martínez Barrio, Ruiz Funes, and Carlo Espla. The latter had undoubtedly contributed to the defeating of Madrid and helped in the Levant with the formation of militias that had recovered Albacete and marched on Andalusia, but it had lost the political battle with revolutionary power, in Valencia as well as in Murcia, Alicante, and Cartagena. After its dissolution, it seemed to be little more, in Borcanau's phrase, than a monument of inactivity, owing its survival only to the docility that it had shown in the face of demands by parties, unions, militias, and committees. Yet the government was still in existence, and first of all where foreigners were concerned, in whose eyes it strove to embody legality. In August, yielding to pressure from foreign powers, it gave orders to the fleet to leave the coast of Tangier only 48 hours after Dr. Giral had assured the people of Valencia that the rebels would not receive any help from Africa, because the Republican Navy, he said, would prevent it from coming. The government thus gave proof of its existence at sea, and it seemed to be persisting curiously in its dream of conciliation with a group of rebel generals. On July 29, in the name of the Republic, Martinez also made this solemn appeal. Let those who should never have taken up arms hand them back, thus re-establishing normal life in the country. The next day, Prieto, as official spokesman, was quick to state that the government had not given up all hope of conciliation. The government forces, he said, have not so far been deployed as they would have been in order to repel a foreign adversary. In Madrid, a few days after the revolution, the government managed to recover control of the streets from the workers' militias and hand them back to the police. Government passes replaced union cards and committee passes. The police force had been decimated, but attempts were made to reform it. The security service under Manuel Muñoz recruited trusted socialist militants. Asaltos, who formed the Dawn Squad, and the Lynxes of the Republic, made up of Asaltos and socialist militants, played an important part in the repression. The socialist typographer Garcia Atadel was made head of the Brigade for Criminal Investigation, which was soon to become famous and which was fashionably rechristened Popular Militia for Investigation. Sayags, a Republican from Azana's party, organized special services at the Ministry of War. Naturally, all these police authorities coexisted with the Provincial Committee of Investigation, formed in early August from representatives of all parties, and with what were beginning to be called the party's chekas, yet they represented a considerable weapon in the government's armory. The situation in the military field was more difficult. The government had no army. It managed to acquire a few thousand rifles in Madrid by exchanging them for revolvers with the militiamen. The July 31st decree, which provided for the payment of militiamen by the state on presentation of a party or union certificate, clearly endorsed its weakness but also represented a first sign of recovery. It was the parties and unions that organized the militias as well as the food supplies, but they did so in the name of the state and to some extent through delegation. At the Ministry of War, which General Costello left on August 7, hospitalized for mental illness, a handful of Republican officers, members of the Presidential Guard, military attaches to ministers, Lieutenant Colonel Sarabia, Majors Menendez, Hidalgo de Cisneros, Martin Blasquez, Diaz Tendero, and Captains Cordon and Sutat, set up a militia supply corps, recruited officers, and distributed ammunition. At the same time, they were an embryo general staff, to which leaders of columns more often had recourse. On August 4th, battalions of volunteers were created. On August 20th, it was Martinez Barrio, once again, along with Ruiz Funes, who was given the task of recruiting them. Thus, the state hoped eventually to rebuild an armed force and to assert its authority more boldly. The armed forces were of course pinned down a few miles from Madrid, and there was nothing on the outskirts of the capital to protect a working minister from the dangers of arrest. However, some continuity had been maintained. The government recognized the councils and revolutionary committees because it had no alternative, but it always tried, at least on paper, to draw them into its own framework, the Republican state. When it appointed Aaron governor of Valencia or Rodriguez governor of Malaga, it added nothing to the authority that they enjoyed, and it added nothing to its own, but it maintained a principle. And although the wretched General Miaja, appointed through its efforts, was forced to click his heels before the recruit Benedito, who represented the executive committee in Valencia, his presence as military governor in a Capitania General that did not even possess a car was at least a sign of the Republican state's intention to endure, in anticipation of better days. In Catalonia, in spite of the strong popular basis that President Companys' party enjoyed, the Generalidad government undoubtedly enjoyed still less effective authority in respect to the Central Committee. However, it continued to decree the formation of militias to mount guard in front of its offices and the formation of the Central Committee, which it wanted to make into a mere liaison committee, and it appointed the committee's choice as commissar to the Ministry of Defense. Were these pointless formalities? since all these decrees merely confirmed decisions already taken by the bodies of revolutionary power? No, because they acted as a safeguard for the very principle of republican legality. The government did not govern, but it was still in existence. It was the Generalidad government which was the first to try and resume its activities. On August 2nd, Casanovas of the Esquerra formed a cabinet that included 3 representatives from the PSUC: Comarera, Minister of Economic Affairs; Ruiz, Minister of Food; and Vidiella, Minister of Communications. However, the move was so obviously aimed at the Central Committee that the CNT and the POUM reacted vigorously. Fearing discredit and the isolation of their party in the working class, the PSUC ministers deferred their resignation until the 8th. About the same time, the Madrid government tried, by mobilizing 3 classes that it hoped to stiffen with loyal officers and NCOs, to acquire the armed force that, alone in the area, it did not possess. Militiamen and workers' organizations, excluding the Communist Party, reacted violently. The Caballero column threatened to march on Madrid to prevent this reconstitution of the regular army. On August 20th, Claridad unequivocally stated, "To think that another type of army ought to be substituted for the ones that are actually fighting and that, to some extent, control their own revolutionary action, is to think in counter-revolutionary terms." In Barcelona, 10,000 conscripts convened by a summons from the CNT voted for a resolution that stated, "We wish to be militiamen of freedom, not soldiers in uniform. The army has proved itself a danger to the country, and only the popular militias are protecting public liberties. Militiamen, yes. Soldiers, never." In the barracks, the soldiers burned rosters and mobilization orders. In Catalonia, the Generalidad allowed new recruits to be incorporated into the militias. Elsewhere, parties and unions pressed for the election of workers and soldiers' councils in barracks and new units. A fresh obstacle stood in the way of the reconstitution of a regular army. The outcome of this first open conflict between the two powers revealed the Giral government's weakness to the full. As Juan López said, 6 weeks after the uprising, all the joints of the state were broken. None of its political organs were working anymore. Neither Giral nor companies had the strength to glue the broken pieces together, make the state's organs function again, or recreate a new centralized state. 6. The revolutionary gains. The Spanish Revolution was born of a profound social crisis. In mounting a spontaneous attack on the workings of a republican state for which they had substituted their own, the Spanish workers had aimed beyond a mere political revolution. Their activities in the weeks following the uprising constituted a social revolution in every field. In their own way, without doubt summary and rather brutal, they had attacked Spain's major problems: the oligarchical structure of the state, the army, and the church, and the economic basis of the oligarchy, industrial property and landed property. The problem of the church. Throughout Republican Spain, the problem of the church was solved at least as radically as that of the army, except in the Basque provinces. As was pointed out in a memorandum from Manuel de Irujo to Caballero a few months later, all the churches had been closed to worship, and many had been burned, especially in Catalonia. Altars, pictures, and sacred objects had very often been destroyed. Bells, chalices, monstrances, and candelabra had been seized by the revolutionary authorities, melted down, and used for industrial or military purposes. Former churches were now serving as garages, markets, stables, and shelters. To this end, the buildings had been permanently altered by the installation of running water, tiled floors, counters, scales, rails, doors, windows, and partitions. All convents had been emptied, and the buildings similarly used. Priests and monks had been arrested in droves and imprisoned or shot. Only 2 had escaped the inexorable repression in Lerida, because it was known that they had voted and canvassed votes for the Popular Front. Those who refused to flee went to ground, risking arrest and execution at any moment. Rare were those who were given a chance at civilian life. However, there were odd cases of a former nun who married or a former monk who joined the militias. Note: an example from a headline in ABC on September 4th, Alicante. One priest weds, another joins the Communist Party. Endnote: in practice, the ban on worship had been extended to the private ownership of holy pictures and sacred objects, such as crucifixes, missals, etc. The revolutionary rear militias tracked down their owners, carried out searches, and made arrests. All denominational schools had been closed, the buildings and teaching taken over locally by committees or unions. In Catalonia, the buildings belonging to religious schools had been handed over to representatives of the new Standard Education Committee, based on the rationalist principles of human labor and brotherhood, the feeling of universal solidarity, and the determination to suppress all kinds of privilege. In many places, old and new schools were installed in new buildings, in the luxurious villas of big proprietors, in convents, in civil guard stations. Here the experiment was too short-lived for anyone to assess its results. In Barcelona, however, the number of children attending school rose by 10% between July and October 1936. Industrial property. The economic basis of the power of the church had been destroyed in a few days of revolution. In the majority of cases, the same was true for the bourgeoisie. To the triumphant revolutionaries, both looked as if they were the allies of the rebel generals. The revolutionary gains were as much the result of ideological demands as of practical necessities. Already, in the weeks before the uprising, many heads of business firms had taken flight and had placed their assets in safekeeping, thus helping to increase economic stagnation. Note: Santillon estimated the total amount of capital withdrawn from Catalan banks in the fortnight before the uprising at 90 million pesetas. Endnote: The success of the revolution and the terror that struck both heads and staffs of banking and industrial firms paralyzed the working of an economic apparatus already considerably worsened by the early fighting. Last and most important, the Revolution of July 1936 had had its social objectives. The workers had taken the factories and the peasants the fields, because in their view this was the final object of their revolutionary activity, its crowning glory. Note: In the view of the anarchists, this was the ultimate stage after the destruction of the state, the one that settled everything. Endnote: It would take an entire book to describe the extraordinary variety of solutions adopted by the Spanish workers to put an end to the exploitation of man by man. Note: We quote, among the measures that had the greatest immediate psychological repercussions, the restoration without compensation of all vital possessions lodged with pawnbrokers. Malraux and Delapre referred to the noise made by the 3,000 sewing machines thus restored to the Catalans. Endnote: The whole thing might seem incoherent and somewhat utopian. However, a detailed study only creates the desire to deepen one's knowledge of this blossoming of initiatives, not always happy but almost always generous in their inspiration. The simplest case was the seizure of a business firm by the workers, known as incautation. This was the general rule in Catalonia, whether or not the employer had fled. But when there was no seizure, it very quickly became necessary to establish control, known as intervention, in which workers' delegates and official representatives participated jointly. These two legal forms, which seemed for the moment to be the concrete realization of the slogan, "Workers' Factory," gave rise during the next stage to the two distinct forms of collectivized or syndicalized firms and nationalized firms. For the time being, the scope of each varied according to the respective influences of the workers' organizations. According to Bourquenot, in the Madrid region, where the UGT was most influential, 30% of the business firms were intervenidas, under dual government and union control. They were the most important. In Catalonia, under the influence of the CNT, 70% of the firms had been incautadas and 50% in the Levant. In Asturias, industry and trade were almost wholly controlled, whereas the factories in the Basque provinces escaped any incautation or intervention. However, generalizations and schematization should be avoided. As a correspondent for Le Temps pointed out on October 3, 1936, the workers' committees were no less powerful in controlled firms than in the ones that had been seized, because their stamp was compulsory on every check issued by the management. When, in early August, a decree endorsed the fait accompli by authorizing the incautation of firms belonging to the factionists by the Workers' Assembly and their management by elected committees sitting with government representatives, Robert Luzon wrote that this would tend to bring about the same situation in the factories as now exists in the state. A government delegate acting as a screen, while the workers' committee, itself inspired and controlled by the union, will be the real power. During this period of multiplicity and atomization of authority, the government was nowhere strong enough to counterbalance the influence of the committees. Within this general context there were infinite variations. We shall confine ourselves to a few examples. In Barcelona, the stronghold of collectivization, the workers very early took over local transport, streetcars, buses, subway, the railroads, which were soon controlled throughout the area by a CNT-UGT committee, gas and electricity, the telephone system, newspapers, entertainment, hotels and restaurants, and the majority of the large machinery and industrial firms and the transport companies, the Ford Iberia Motor Company, Hispano-Suiza, the oil company, Aslan Cement, the Transatlantic, and the Maritima. Each party and union took over an office or printing firm. Each newspaper was run by a workers' committee, elected with a representative of each wage-earning category, editorial, administrative, and shop. The public services were taken over by joint CNT-UGT committees. 2 days after the uprising, they were working again. Streetcars, buses, and subway trains were running normally, and gas and electricity were supplied without any cuts. After a longer delay, the trains began to function normally as well. Note: this was one of the proud boasts of the Spanish revolutionaries who had been through the Russian Revolution. Andrés Nin liked to tell his companions that the return of public services to normal working order had been incomparably faster in Barcelona in 1936 than in Moscow in 1917. Endnote. Before the revolution, the Ford Iberia Motor Company, an assembly plant, had 336 permanent employees, 142 temporary workers, and 87 clerical staff. At first, the director agreed to stay on as a technician at a salary of 1,500 pesetas a month. Then he took flight. The factory was run by an elected committee of 12 workers and 6 clerical staff, of whom half were from the CNT and the other half from the UGT. Lunois studied the working conditions and salaries there and reported on them in La Révolution Prolétarienne on September 25. There was no piecework, no bonuses, and no family allowance. Victims of industrial accidents drew their full salary for 7 days, instead of the 5 of before the revolution. It was mass production, but at a slow tempo. The Workers' Committee fixed a ceiling for wages, 1,500 pesetas a month, received by the director and assistant director. The workers earned 22.4 to 36 pesetas for each full day's work, and the clerical staff 500 to 1,200 pesetas a month. All were liable to a 13% deduction for the unemployed and for 30 of the factory's workers who were militiamen at the front. The old scale of wages under 1,500 pesetas was maintained by the Workers' Committee because the categories that would have been affected by a standardization of wages protested. They regarded it as unacceptable to have waged a revolution only to end with a reduction in wages. The Fomento de Obras y Construcciones, a public works firm with a capital of 75 million pesetas, had employed 600 workers before the revolution. It was run by a temporary workers' committee of CNT and UGT militants, in proportion to the number of members in each union. There were more than 300 workers in the militias. Those who remained worked 40 hours and received wages for 48 hours with a 15% bonus. Libertad on October 23 reported that the account books had been opened and that it was the elimination of vermin that had permitted the increase in wages. There were no foremen, only leaders elected on the work sites and, on the most important ones, manual technicians without any rights in regard to output. The Union Naval de Levant shipyards in Valencia, which had 1,400 workers with equal numbers from the UGT and CNT, were run by a workers' committee of 7 members elected for 6 months, who made all decisions along with the director, the technical director, and the head foreman. After the revolution, the firm gave up building and specialized in repairs. The fishing industry had been collectivized in Gijón under the management of a committee of syndical control, which supplied fish to the workers' food supply committees. Neither the workers nor the fishermen received any wages. The food supply committees gave them foodstuffs on presentation of a ration card. In Laredo, all shipments had been seized and put under the control of an economic committee of 12 members, 6 from the CNT and 6 from the UGT. All fish caught passed through it. After expenses and 45% for improving equipment had been deducted, the rest of the proceeds from sales was shared equally among all the workers on the sea. A Laredo fisherman earned 64 pesetas a week, far more than he had had with the shipowners and wholesalers. The collectivization of the Barcelona cinemas had been proposed as an example by the CNT and immediately ridiculed by its opponents. All the theaters in the capital were grouped in a single firm run by a committee of 17, 2 of whom were elected by the General Assembly and 15 others by workers from different professional categories. Those chosen, released from their jobs, received the same wages as their comrades with the same qualifications. Wages varied with the weekly receipts, which were shared according to a different percentage for each category, 1 for the lavatory attendant, 1.5 for a projectionist. The weekly ceiling was set at 175 pesetas, and the eventual profits went into the union funds. Each employee was independently responsible for his job. A majority of 3/4 of the General Assembly was needed to apply a sanction. A month and a half of annual holiday, including a fortnight in winter, was provided. In the event of sickness or unemployment, the employee drew his full normal salary, and in the event of disablement, a wage in proportion to his responsibilities, never falling below 75% of a normal wage. The profits had to be used, with priority going to the building of a clinic or a school. In Puigcerda, according to Luzon, the retail trade had been collectivized in the form of a cooperative of 170 members, receiving a uniform salary of 50 pesetas a week for men and 35 for women. The variety of solutions adopted in the cases mentioned by way of example underlines the difficulty of the problem of wages. It is interesting to note that solutions fluctuated between two extremes: the anarchist-inspired uniform wage in force at Puigcerda and the wholesale preservation of the existing hierarchy. The Barcelona streetcar workers sought a compromise, reducing the number of wage categories from 11 to 4 and introducing a single pension scale. But the wage scale sometimes remained very flexible. In the Hotel España in Valencia, the cook earned nearly 4 times as much as the chambermaid, and a specialist weaver in a Barcelona factory received 90 pesetas, whereas an assistant received 50 and an apprentice 32. We must also draw attention to the continuing retention of women's wages at a lower rate, even where anarchist principles of equality applied, and the constant preoccupation of the Spanish workers with what may be called the application of social security measures: pensions, retirement pay, holidays, and unemployment benefits. Collectivization in the countryside. The anarchists in Puigcerda who had collectivized the shops had not touched the farms of La Sardana. This was an early example of the immense variety of solutions brought to bear in this field. In actual fact, there was, during and after the Revolution, a widespread move toward rural collectivization, which remained one of the points most passionately debated by protagonists and spectators alike. For some, mainly anarchists, collectivization was the result of a powerful voluntary association movement inspired by propaganda and the collectivist example of their groups. For others, communists and Republicans, agrarian collectivization was, in most cases, imposed by force under terror by militias and anarchist action groups. Neutral observers were equally divided. The Socialist Prats, the Independent Labour Party MP Fener Broué, and the Italian socialist Carlo Rosselli sang the praises of the Aragon collectives, in their view undoubtedly the result of peasant wishes. On the other hand, Borcanau, though he could hardly be accused of sympathy for the themes of communist propaganda, thought that, apart from the La Mancha provinces, collectivization had been imposed on the peasants through terror. It must be recognized that there are strong arguments in support of both theories. First of all, the form of collective exploitation was not a new one. The seizures of land that had taken place before the Civil War had always been followed by an attempt at collective farming. The two peasant union organizations in the CNT and the UGT had come out in favor of collectivization voluntary, it is true. The most determined opponents of collectivization, the communists, created a new peasant organization in the Levant out of nothing in order to fight the movement. Note: the Levant UGT and the UGT Peasant Federation were both controlled by caballero militants. The communists founded a peasant alliance inspired by Julio Matu. Endnote: finally, the collectives that came into being during the summer of 1936 sometimes lasted until the end of the Civil War, and were in certain cases reconstituted after their dissolution. Elsewhere, Andalusia, which could have been fertile ground for collectives, fell into the hands of the generals very early on, and neither the Levant, Catalonia, nor Aragon provided particularly favorable conditions for such experiments. We know that they were often the scene of violent clashes between collectivists and individuals, which recurred frequently in 1937. Here, too, there were many aspects to the situation. The massacre of big proprietors with which the collectivization of land frequently began, especially with Durruti and his column, did not mean that it was not voluntary. The massacres created the material conditions for collectivization, because land thus became available, as well as the psychological conditions, because they provided an opportunity that had until then been sealed off. Terror was one of the levers of the revolution, and discussion as to whether collectivization was voluntary or compulsory is almost meaningless. Finally, every collectivization was both voluntary and compulsory each time that it was decided by a majority. It must be added that collectivization had without doubt fewer opponents in the early weeks of the revolution than it had after several months of operation in the somewhat unfavorable circumstances of the war and under constant threats of requisition. In Catalonia, the movement ran into hostility from the Rabassers. The CNT there adopted a cautious attitude perfectly illustrated by the resolution adopted on September 5 by its agrarian union. It is our view that if we claim to be committed to the immediate collectivization of all land, including that acquired by so much work and self-denial, we would run into a series of obstacles that would prevent us from achieving our final aim in a normal manner. The peasant conference held by the CNT in Barcelona called on its militants to respect small private estates and to seek above all to convince the peasants by the example of successful sample experiments in rural collectivization. Moreover, the Catalan collectives varied considerably. There were collectives involving all inhabitants, such as the one at Hospitalet de Llobregat with 1,500 families on 15,000 square kilometers, and the one at Amposta with 1,200 collectivists, both of them exclusively CNT. There were also CNT-UGT collectives, or merely CNT ones, coexisting with individual estates and based exclusively on lands confiscated from big landowners. Villaboa, 200 collectivists, Syros, 300 collectivists, or on the collectivization of small individual plots of land, or else on both Lerida with 400 collectivists, Orios with 22 families of metalworkers, Granadella near Lerida with 160 collectivists out of 2,000 inhabitants, Montblanch, Nesser Tarragona with 200 collectivists out of 16,000 inhabitants. At all events, oases in the middle of small estates, they were the exception rather than the rule. The most frequent case in the Levant was of collectives founded jointly by the CNT and the UGT, such as Villajoyosa in Alicante province, where not only the lands, which supported slightly fewer than 4,000 persons, were collectivized but also the weaving industry, which employed 400 workers, and the fishing industry, which provided a living for 4,000, and Adamas and Utiel in Valencia province, which held 500 and 600 families respectively. In Castellan province, the village of San Mateo was unusual in that it had two communities, one CNT and the other UGT. The Sueca collective in Valencia province formed the Cooperativa Popular Naranja for the sale of its oranges in an attempt to do away with middlemen, which later expanded. Finally, there was the much-quoted case of Segorbe, a large town of 10,000 inhabitants in the Huertas region where a collective of agricultural producers and their like was set up. Membership and resignation were voluntary, with each one contributing or withdrawing his share. But the lives of those who joined were strictly controlled by the elected administrative commission that managed the collective, shared out the work, and paid the wages on a household basis. Single man, 5 pesetas. Single woman, 4 pesetas. Head of family, 5 pesetas. His wife, 2 pesetas, etc. How did people live in Segorbe? Broué, an admittedly partial observer, stated, "More than anything, I enjoyed my visit to the Segorbe collective farm. I shall not describe it in detail, but the spirit of the peasants, their enthusiasm, the way in which they contributed towards the common effort, the pride which they felt in it, all was admirable." A visit to the Aragon collectives led Rosselli, who took the same view, to write, "The obvious advantages of the new social system confirm the spirit of solidarity among the peasants, spurring them to greater efforts and greater activity. In fact, under the control of the anarchists, the collectivization movement embraced more than 3/4 of the land, almost exclusively in communities affiliated to the CNT. There were more than 450 of them, comprising about 430,000 peasants. The collectivists were by far the majority. Everyone in Penalba, Alcañiz, Calanda, and Oliet, 2,000 out of 2,300 in Mas de las Matas, and 3,700 out of 4,000 in Alcarissa. The small proprietors could, in theory, survive as long as they cultivated their lands themselves and did not use wage-earning labor. Livestock for domestic consumption remained private property. The Peasant Federation made huge efforts to organize experimental farms, nurseries, and rural technical colleges. The defenders of collectivist theories claim that output increased from 30% to 50% between 1936 and 1937, but it is impossible to check these figures, which were not based on careful statistics. The most curious, although without doubt the least significant, of the libertarian experiments in Aragon was the systematic application of anarchist principles and theories on money and wages. Their two wages were standardized on a household basis: 25 pesetas a week for a producer on his own, 35 pesetas for a couple with only one member working, 4 pesetas extra for each dependent child. But there was no money, only vouchers known as vales, exchangeable for goods in the collective's shops. The system worked. However, the experiment was inconclusive because the collectives, in order to obtain supplies from the rest of Spain, were obliged, whether they liked it or not, to use money, which had in theory been abolished. This was how the anarchist Sauchy described life in the village of Calanda in Aragon Libertaire. On the village square, in front of the church, is a brand new granite fountain. On its plinth are engraved the initials CNT-FAI. What was the church is now a food store. Not all the departments are yet complete. The butcher's is in an annex to the church, a bright, hygienic place, such as the village has never known. Nothing can be bought there with money. The women are given meat in return for vouchers, because they belong to the collectives, and that is enough to obtain meat and other foodstuffs. The village has 4,500 inhabitants. The CNT is in the majority. 700 heads of families belong to it. The collective comprises 3,500 persons. The others are on their own. The village, clean and pleasant, is rich. There are 23,000 pesetas in its coffers. It produces oil, 4,700 barrels a year, corn, potatoes, and fruit. Once there were a few big proprietors. On July 19th, they were expropriated. Collectivists and individuals live peacefully side by side. There are 2 cafes in the village. One for the individuals, the other for the collectivists. There is no shortage of cloth and clothes, because oil has been traded with a Barcelona textile factory. The work is strenuous, and there is a shortage of labor because many young men, all CNT members, are at the front. Everything here is collectivized, except for the small shopkeepers, who wish to remain independent. The chemist's shop belongs to the collective, and so does the doctor. The latter is not paid. He is supported like the other members of the collective. The finest building in the village, a former convent, is the school, which works according to Ferrer's system. Before there were only 8 teachers. The collective has appointed 10 more. The individuals have also benefited from collectivization. They do not pay rent, nor do they pay for electricity. The village has its own power supply, fed by a waterfall. The collectivists are happy. Before, the peasants suffered from hunger in April, May, and June. Now things are better. Before, there was a branch bank. Today it is closed. 70,000 pesetas have been confiscated and transferred to the municipality for the purchase of goods. The peasants work in groups of 10. The land is parceled out into areas. Each group, with a delegate at its head, works its own area. The groups are formed on the basis of common sympathy. The collective is like a big family watching over everyone. In contrast to this optimistic, if not idyllic, picture, here is one that was drawn later on by the communist newspaper Frente Rojo. Under the reign of fire of the Aragon Council, neither people nor property could rely on any guarantee whatsoever. There were no peasants who had not been forced to join the collectives. Those who resisted were the object of terror, directed against them physically and against their small estates. Thousands of peasants emigrated, preferring to leave their land rather than endure the council's 1,000 methods of torture. The land was confiscated, rings, medals, and even saucepans were confiscated, along with grain and cooked foods and wine for home consumption. Known fascists and phalangist leaders were established in municipal councils. With their union cards, they functioned as mayors and municipal councilors, as agents of public order, these men who had come from banditry and had made it a profession and a system of government. The truth must obviously lie somewhere between Sauchy's rose-tinted libertarian paradise and the black anarchist hell depicted by Frente Rojo. Collectivization and the problem of power. Differences as to the scope and significance of collectivization actually concealed differences of a political order. The supporters of the Popular Front, Republicans, Socialists, and Communists thought, like José Diaz, that in the early days it had its justification in the fact that the big industrialists and landowners had neglected the factories and the fields, and that it was up to them to make them productive. All those who felt that Spain in 1936 did not undergo a social revolution but was forced to remain a parliamentary and democratic republic condemned collectivization and syndicalization, which they saw as a danger to the united front between the working class and its allies from the peasantry and the petty bourgeoisie. The Communist Party stressed the need to defend the small industrialist and the small tradesman. To embark on such projects, said José Diaz, is absurd and is equivalent to playing the enemy's game. In spite of active participation by the UGT in the Levant, it was basically the mass of CNT militants who assumed responsibility for collectivization and syndicalization. In control of local power overnight after the collapse of the Republican state and its forces of repression, they immediately embarked on the destruction of the system of bourgeois property, in accordance with Malatesta's scheme, and in spite of their leaders' caution, no hey comunismo libertario, settled down to constructing the new libertarian society. This was an infinitely complex task, for which they had not been prepared and which they had had to tackle armed only with simplistic notions and general principles, employed until then in their propaganda and their criticism of the capitalist system. Lacking precise instructions in the face of an unforeseen situation, unions and militants took the lead without any criteria other than what Andrade so rightly termed the anarchist egalitarian fantasy. However, it was not enough to turn factories into collective enterprises, or social possessions as they were often described, to set a new economy on its feet and make it work. The problem of credit remained obstinate. There was a need for money, currency for purchases abroad and working capital for collectivized firms. The Madrid government, which held the gold, refused any credit, even when Catalonia offered the billion pesetas deposited in its savings banks as security. Most of the collectivized firms thus survived on liquid assets seized after the revolution. The government committees tried to support them from day to day by makeshift methods, by seizing the bank accounts of the factionists and by seizing and selling jewels and valuables belonging to rebels, churches, and convents. But the problem kept recurring. Note, the government, through the agency of the UGT, actually controlled the banks and handled credit as well as gold. These two weapons enabled it to slow down and prevent at will the functioning of collectivized firms. Here, too, economic problems could not be solved, temporarily at least, except in the political field, the field of power. Durruti put his finger on it when he spoke of marching on the Bank of Spain, and so did Santillán when, faithful to the tradition of anarchist expropriators, he dreamed of a huge raid on its cellars. Endnote. Since the banks, credit, and external trade had, thanks to the government, evaded collectivization, there was a growing trend toward what might be called syndical capitalism. On May 17, 1937, a commission from the Barcelona CNT described it succinctly: the immoderate concern to collectivize everything, especially firms with monetary reserves, has revealed a utilitarian and petty bourgeois spirit among the masses by regarding each collective as private property, and not merely as its usufruct. The interests of the rest of the collective have been disregarded. The collectivized firms are solely concerned with their liabilities, leading to an imbalance in the finances of other firms. In an interesting study, Juan Andrade highlighted some of the graver consequences of a de facto situation that was also perfectly in line with the CNT's traditional conceptions. Spontaneous, obeying no overall plan, the application of these measures, syndicalization as well as collectivization, resulted in putting the workers in very different material circumstances. In a factory that on the eve of the revolution held a considerable inventory and monetary reserves, work went on normally with increased wages. The profits went to the upkeep of the factory, to the improvement of the workers' living conditions, and to the firm's social work. But a factory with a deficit or reduction in inventory at the time of the uprising could neither operate normally nor guarantee payment of wages. Certain firms simply survived by gradually spending their financial reserves. There were rich firms and poor ones. Wages varied considerably from one branch of industry and even from one factory to another. Collectivization led to the same inequalities and even to the same absurdities that its supporters had criticized in the capitalist system. However, it did not lead to socialism or to libertarian communism. Nor did the collectivization of land lead to a satisfactory and coherent system of production. Of course, it solved many problems, and undeniably it often enabled the peasants to live better, to work more rationally, and to increase production. But for this improvement to be appreciable and lasting, and for the example it provided to have a stimulating effect, it would have had to bring these peasants, the poorest in the West, a support that industry was not capable of giving. Such radical measures as the sale of expropriated jewelry by the Aragon Council for the benefit of the collectives covered only a very small part of their needs. Agricultural machinery, fertilizer, and agricultural experts were needed for the collectivization of land, not to seem, within a short space of time, the collectivization of poverty. As Bourquenot pointed out, the Spanish Revolution was trapped in the impasse of discussing whether the land of the peasants themselves should be owned individually or collectively. The problem of land in Spain at that time, with the de facto abolition of feudal rents, boiled down to the confiscation of the estates of the big landowners, whether factionist or not. In this respect, the Spanish Revolution lacked what the land decree was to the Russian Revolution. A fortnight after the Durruti column shot 28 fascists from their village, the peasants of Fraga had not yet decided to touch their land, which they had neither shared nor agreed to cultivate collectively. They waited. After the Confederal militias, communist or Republican militias might come and claim that the land had not been seized legally, or, why not, civil guards who might demand that they be restored to the heirs of the executed fascists. This was because it was still clear, even to an Aragon peasant, that not everyone saw the agrarian problem through Durruti's eyes. In early August, a decree by the Giral government granted farmers and tenant farmers who had cultivated a piece of land for over 6 years the right to buy it outright or by redeemable rent payments. Even though this decree had no force at the time because no one any longer paid rents or tithes, it nevertheless meant that private property still existed and that the government recognized its rights, even though all the deeds had been burned in a great celebration bonfire on the village square. The passage of time soon made this evident. The peasants had taken the land, but after the first surge of enthusiasm, they were confident neither of really owning it nor of having profited by their action. They were quick to turn their hatred on the militiamen who requisitioned, imposed, and pilfered, and they were not wholly convinced that the new masters really wanted to improve their lot. The revolution, at first so vigorous in the countryside, seemed to be bogging down there for lack of real leadership. Efforts at economic control. The uprising had destroyed the whole economic and social structure. The industrial regions were cut off from their suppliers of raw materials, the productive regions from their markets. Short of raw materials, the textile factories in Catalonia were soon functioning only 3 days a week, and the Levant peasants were wondering how they were going to dispose of an excellent crop. The towns were not receiving supplies, and famine threatened. When the strike ended, things were slow to start up again. Employers and their staffs were in flight, imprisoned, or dead. Some of the workers were at the front and others in the rear. It was a daunting task. Food supplies had to be maintained, productive forces redistributed, and markets reorganized. Above all, the militias had to be equipped and armed. The legal authority of the unions and the committees meant that immediate difficulties could be solved. The Bilbao junta issued promissory notes for provisions. Barcelona lived for a fortnight without money, on the basis of requisitions and vouchers. The unions took over the 4,000 taxi drivers, unemployed since the requisition of their vehicles, and managed to reclassify them. A decision by the Central Committee, backed by the authority of the CNT and applied by the control patrols, swept the Barcelona pavements clear of the horde of vendors and merchants that obstructed them after the revolutionary battles. After a few days, the towns received food supplies. In Madrid, on July 25th, a joint committee of municipal councillors and market workers distributed 20,000 rations daily. In Barcelona, the Central Committee put the Rabaser Torrents in charge of the Food Supply Committee. On July 24th, he banned individual requisitions, opened the shops, and took inventory. Thanks to the control patrols and the Commission of Investigation and to reports from the workers' administrative and control committees, he was given reliable information and wielded effective control, punishing infringements with heavy penalties. Essential food supplies for militiamen and for the inhabitants of the towns were guaranteed without an appreciable rise in prices. Moreover, the Food Supply Committee had a direct influence over commercial channels, guaranteeing Barcelona provisions for hospitals, charitable institutions, and popular restaurants. In August, it fed up to 120,000 people a day in open restaurants on presentation of a union card, and in September managed to reduce this figure to the more reasonable one of 30,000, excluding militiamen, of course. Committees of a similar kind, usually CNTUGT ones, took care of the militiamen and the unemployed in Valencia, Malaga, and Asturias, and in most of the towns, establishing direct contact with the village committees. However, not all had the authority of the Barcelona Food Supply Committee, which was both Commissariat and Economic Control Commission, and whose decisions had the force of law in the ports and markets of Catalonia. Moreover, all this was achieved with genuine enthusiasm and much goodwill on both sides. Of course, the militiamen, who at the start lived completely off the peasants, were not always kindly regarded, and there were many incidents. The Durruti column was forced to evacuate the village of Pina. Proof, all the same, that it was tractable and that it was not a horde of looters. Many of the peasants sold much more willingly, without raising their prices, because they were now assured of not having to share the profits of their sales with the landowner. Whatever else may have been said about it, the same goodwill and the same enthusiasm governed the improvisation of, or increase in, production in the war industries. In Asturias, the workers recaptured the arsenal in Trubia. Work started there again on July 25. It was the same in Toledo. In Catalonia, the situation was tragic, because there were no factories for war materials, and chemical and metallurgical firms had to be very hurriedly converted. Some machinery construction factories could not operate because the engineers had destroyed the plans or carried them away, and no one was able to replace them. Colonel Jiménez de la Barreza, former director of the Oviedo Arsenal, and two of his engineers, who had escaped from Navarre, applied themselves to the task with the contractor Tarradellas of the Escuera and the CNT workers Vallejo, a metal worker, and Martí, a chemical worker. The Hispano-Suiza factory was converted. Naturally, after 2 months, there were only slender results, but at least factories for bullets, shells, rockets, bombs, and armor plating had been established. Moreover, the difficulties derived from the general political and economic situation. Currency was needed for indispensable foreign steel, and even for Basque steel and Asturian coal. Expropriated fortunes financed the early efforts, but payments were merely deferred. All these problems could be solved only by an overall policy for the control of the economy. The revolutionary organs of power were seeing to it. Economic councils were set up in Malaga, in Valencia, and in Asturias. The Aragon Defense Council made a considerable effort to control the province's economy. In Catalonia, the Economic Council, set up on August 11th and ratified by a government decree as the ruling body of economic life, drew up a program that amounted to a plan for the socialist transformation of the country. It contained the following provisions: control of production according to the needs of consumption, monopoly of foreign trade, collectivization of large agrarian estates, which would be developed by peasant unions and through compulsory syndicalization of individual peasants, partial devaluation of urban property by the imposition of taxes and the reduction of leases, collectivization of major industries, public services, and local transport, seizure and collectivization of firms abandoned by their owners, extension of the cooperative system in the distribution of goods, workers' control of banking operations and even nationalization of banks, workers' syndical control over all firms that were still being privately developed, rapid reclassification of workers, rapid suppression of the various taxes in favor of a single tax. The presence within the Economic Council of the labor movement's most eminent specialists in economic affairs, Andrés Nin and Santillán, was to many a sign that it would be the nerve center for the economic and social transformation of Catalonia, the body for economic centralization and planning. Thanks to the authority of the Central Committee and the workers' militias, for several weeks the Economic Council effectively maintained the governing and controlling role that was allotted to it. However, like the other revolutionary organs of power, it very soon ran into the political problem of currency and credit, economics, politics, and war. In Catalonia, where it had reached the peak of its development, the revolution was marking time. Economic problems could not be solved independently of political problems. The controlling bodies were restricted to parasitical functions. A whole bureaucracy was flourishing in the shape of new committees and councils. Santillán wrote, "We were an anti-capitalist, anti-property movement. In private property we saw tools, factories, and means of transport, with the capitalist apparatus of distribution as the principal cause of poverty and injustice. We wanted the socialization of all wealth so that not even a single individual should be excluded from life's feast. We have done something, but we have not done it well. We have replaced the old proprietor with half a dozen who regard factories and the means of transport, which they control, as their own property, with the disadvantage that they are not always able to organize an administration and run a better management than the old one. 6 months after the revolution, the Spanish economy ran into terrible difficulties. It became the fashion to attack the anarchy of collectivization and syndicalization and the incompetence of the new makeshift leaders. But if the revolutionary achievements are to be assessed fairly, the terrible burden of the war must not be disregarded. The revolutionary gains of the Spanish workers had appreciable and profoundly significant consequences in the early months. The new principles of administration and the abolition of dividends permitted an effective reduction of prices, which in the end was cancelled out only by the soaring increase in the price of raw materials. A capitalist economy, in similar circumstances, could not have avoided it either. Mechanization and rationalization, introduced into many firms and thereafter demanded by the workers themselves, increased productivity considerably. In their enthusiasm, the workers agreed to enormous sacrifices, because in most cases they shared the conviction that the factory belonged to them and that they were at last working for themselves and their class brothers. A genuinely fresh wind blew through the Spanish economy with the concentration of scattered firms, the simplification of commercial channels, and the whole fabric of social achievements benefiting elderly workers, children, the disabled, the sick, and employees generally. The great weakness of the Spanish workers' revolutionary gains was, even more than their improvised character, their incompleteness. The revolution, still in its infancy, had to be defended. It was the war that reduced the revolutionary gains to rubble before they had time to mature and prove themselves in a day-by-day experiment compounded of progress and retreat, of groping and discovery. 7. From revolution to civil war. According to several nationalist historians, on the evening of July 20, General Mola felt that the rebels' cause was lost, and he only carried on the fight because he was no longer in control of the Requetes and Phalangists whose advance he had led. In fact, there was an explanation for this pessimism. The pronunciamiento had been crushed in the most important regions, the industrial and commercial centers, in Madrid and the surrounding area, in the most active part of the north, in Asturias and the Basque provinces, and along the whole of the eastern coast. Moreover, the counteroffensive by workers' militias in the days after their victory in the urban centers seemed to be turning out to their advantage. The Catalan militias were engaged in the conquest of Aragon and were knocking at the gates of Saragossa and Huesca. The Madrid militias halted the advance by Mola's men at Somosierra and Guadarrama. Madrid was saved. A few days later, the recapture of Albacete by loyalist troops and militia columns meant that communications could be restored between Valencia and Madrid. The recapture of Badajoz cut the insurgent forces in two and deprived Mola of any immediate aid from Franco or Queipo de Llano. The fall of the remaining barracks in Gijón gave the workers control over the largest naval port in the north. The fleet, off the coast of Tangier, commanded the straits and prevented reinforcements from the army of Morocco from reaching the mainland. The balance of military power. The rebels, who were in a strategically disadvantageous position, had only slight superiority in terms of men and material. The navy, as we saw, had come out against them. The air force, admittedly weak in numbers, had gone over to the popular camp. Mola had only a dozen old planes, captured by a surprise attack on the Leon airport, for the whole of the north. Naturally, the generals had more men under their command. Rabasir estimated them at 15,000 officers and NCOs, 38,000 legionaries and Moors in Morocco, 30,000 civil guards, 30,000 Requetes, nearly all with Mola, and about Moot regulars. But nowhere near all these troops could be used. The young recruits in the regulars had often thrown in their lot with the workers, and there seemed to be doubt about committing them. It was necessary to keep substantial forces in the rear. Note, however, it was the political militias, especially the Phalangist ones, that seemed to devote themselves to the task of mopping up. Endnote. The struggle went on for several more weeks in Galicia and Andalusia. Moroccan troops were arriving only in dribs and drabs. In early August, the rebel generals were deploying only small columns with limited numbers: 3,000 against Badajoz, 10,000 in Extremadura, and 20,000 for the first attack on Madrid. Throughout this period, German diplomats echoed the anxieties of nationalist Spain. They were short of money, they were short of arms. Warlike and disciplined troops like the Moors and the Tercio were of course a substantial trump card. However, there was nothing to suggest that they were able to decide victory on their own. On the other side, the workers' and peasants' militias very soon revealed their weaknesses and the limits of their efficiency. Their courage, enthusiasm, and spirit of sacrifice made them unbeatable in the streets of their towns and villages. But at war, difficulties arose. Their military organization was, on the whole, total chaos. As Durruti said, "Until now we have had a very large number of different units, each with its leader, its men. They vary incredibly from day to day. Its arsenal, its baggage train, its provisions, its own particular policy toward the inhabitants, and very often its own special way of interpreting the war, too." Jean-Richard Bloch, describing what he called the picaresque stage of the Civil War, wrote, "The first scene provided by the Civil War was one of a large number of disparate columns, fighting on their own, carving out their own operational sectors, where they lived, got their food supplies, and sometimes developed along independent lines. Moreover, all kinds of surprises were possible on the front. Wandering about, you could find yourself in the rear of the enemy lines, you could be ambushed in the rear of your own lines, and there was no way of telling to which camp the units whose passage was reported by the villagers belonged. It was not until August 26 that a war committee of 12 people, officers and political militants, was set up. Even so, its authority remained quite illusory. No overall plan was possible. The parties formed or reinforced a column for a particular raid, but once the sortie was over, the men all went home. The militiamen protested against anyone who wanted not only to make them do guard duty but dig trenches too. Moreover, you went back home between 2 turns at guard duty, and you were regarded as a madman if you refused to sleep when you were on guard at night. A column that strayed from its base lost most of its militiamen. They liked to sleep at home at night. Durruti said that he was handed out all the old soldiers' tales: the sick baby, the pregnant wife, and the dying mother. In the open countryside, the militias soon proved rather ineffective. Their initial successes were gained at the cost of very heavy casualties. Not only did the men not know how to protect themselves, they did not even want to know. The leader of an anarchist column made it a point of honor to march exposed at the head of his men. This was how Esqueso had died, and this was how Mola was to die. There was contempt for the technique of the professional soldiers, because the enthusiasm and spirit of the militants seemed to be the essential ingredient, as it had been during the street fighting. The militiamen did not know how to maintain their arms and often even how to handle them, and once they had them, they damaged them and wounded themselves through inexperience. Arms and ammunition were scarce. On the Aragon and Madrid fronts, units being relieved handed over their arms to new arrivals. In Oviedo, the military command put a ban on shooting at an enemy except during a general attack. Naturally, improvised weapons such as dynamite cartridges, skillfully handled by the miners, the dynamiteros, proved formidable. At Oviedo, in August, the militiamen managed to pierce the nationalist defenses with trucks armored with cement, full of volunteers armed with flamethrowers. These were makeshift methods, capable of achieving surprise, but unable to swing the balance decisively. Moreover, the militiamen were no better at dealing with their ammunition than with their lives. They wasted their cartridges on planes and even on ships. These men were not regular soldiers. They were not trained, nor did they have NCOs. Many temporary leaders proved helpless. Many of the Republican officers turned traitor, rounded on their own men, and committed active or passive sabotage. Artillerymen knowingly shelled their own troops. Even the loyalist officers were suspect. They were disobeyed precisely because they were officers and nobody trusted them. In July and August, it was perhaps the unit of command that was most grievously at fault. The first successful strategic moves had been made just after the rebellion. Afterwards, everyone locked himself away in his own region. Anarchists and nationalists eyed each other in the Basque provinces. Mola, in the early weeks, was able to turn his back on them in peace. The Catalans, who were hammering away at Saragossa without artillery, had little impact on the plans of an enemy aiming at Madrid. Note: according to Kaltsov, Durruti told Truba, "Take the whole of Spain, but don't touch Saragossa. The Saragossa operation is mine." Ispansky Dnevnik, page 45. Every group more or less shared this outlook. Endnote: everyone seemed to be fighting his own war without caring what was going on in the next province. Finally, the opposing forces seemed to cancel each other out in a precarious balance. Mola ran up against the Sierra as the Catalans had at Saragossa. The miners were blocking Oviedo, but Aranda was preparing there for a siege that threatened to be a long one. The siege of the Alcazar in Toledo began. The civil guards who had revolted on July 19th had shut themselves in the old fortress with provisions, ammunition, and hostages. The militiamen who were laying siege to them, as they had laid siege to suspect garrisons in Valencia and elsewhere, were firing random shots at its thick walls. It was not until the 34th day of the siege that a field gun was brought up. It did not immediately shell the Alcazar but merely destroyed the surrounding houses in order to isolate it and to cut off altogether the besieged men's links with the outside. In Gijón, the two barracks were captured by the end of the second week in August, literally dynamited by the miners. No one in Toledo dared take the initiative with such methods, because Colonel Moscardo, who was in command of the besieged, refused to release the 600-odd hostages, women and children rounded up in the working-class districts after the retreat, who spent some terrible weeks in the darkness and stench of the cellars. The siege of the Alcazar was in fact a phony war. Seeing it for the first time after 34 days on August 24th, Louis Delapre wrote, "In the town's little twisting alleys, as soon as you see one of its 4 towers between 2 roofs, you want to flatten yourself against a wall. Here and there, piles of sandbags block the view. Militiamen in large straw hats, hiding behind the barricades, are watching the watchers across the way, at a distance of 50, 40, and sometimes 20 yards. Now and again, fed up with exchanging bullets, they hurl insults at each other. In the end, you don't know if you are besieging or being besieged. The Reds," wrote Henry Clarice, "only had to will it in order to crush the heroic garrison. The fact is that they did not wish to do so. It was August 3rd before they brought up a heavy piece of artillery, a 420 mm field gun. Until then, the besiegers tried to spare the lives of the hostages by promising mercy to all the besieged in return, but they obstinately refused. Then Major Rojo, former professor at the military academy, Father Camarasa, canon of Madrid, and the Chilean charge d'affaires tried to convince them, in the course of those colorful truces described in almost identical terms by Malraux and Kaltsov. The militiamen insulted the civil guards by handing them cigarettes and razor blades. For a few brief weeks, the Spanish conflict resembled what was taking place around the Alcazar. Neither of the two enemies seemed likely to carry the day. The balance is upset. Owing to foreign intervention, the balance was very soon upset. Portugal had long been one of the centers of the conspiracy. From the very first, it had been one of the bases for the uprising. The Hotel Avish in Lisbon served as a relay station for telephone communications between Burgos and Seville. The rebels circulated freely between Spain and Portugal, and the first German planes were based on Portuguese territory at Caia, a mile from the frontier. In return, Salazar's government handed all left-wing refugees over to the rebels. Italy, for her part, sent the first of the planes promised to the rebels at the end of the month. By early August, Germany was also supplying war material, landing it at Lisbon. The German and Italian fleets tried to protect the Moorish troops on their passage from Morocco to Spain by interposing themselves between the Republican fleet and the nationalist troopships. Junkers and Caproni planes secured the first air bridge, which enabled Queipo to achieve victory. The Republicans received no comparable aid. The first consignments of planes agreed to by the French Air Minister aroused public protest. The French Popular Front government yielded to British pressure and to the press campaign unleashed against it. On July 17th, it banned arms deliveries to Spain and then initiated the idea of non-intervention, to which Great Britain and the USSR subscribed. From then on, the rebels received continuous and substantial supplies of arms and ammunition, because Germany and Italy, while also belonging to the Non-Intervention Committee, did not stop their deliveries. Note: the Spanish government, however, did nothing to mobilize sympathetic opinion abroad against non-intervention. The Socialist de los Rios, speaking in its name, insisted that Léon Blum not resign but remain in power, although he was taking the initiative in favor of non-intervention. See Part 2, Chapter 1. On August 9, Premier Giral stated, "The Spanish government does not want any foreign intervention in the struggle that it is carrying on, whether it be overt or in secret, direct or indirect, and whether it favors one or the other camp." Endnote. From this point on, the Spanish Republic was isolated, and the rebel generals benefited from a de facto international alliance. Under pressure of threats from Franco and demands from Rome and Berlin for the status of Tangier to be respected, the London and Paris governments persuaded Giral to remove the Republican fleet from the coast of Tangier in early August. On August 4th, the first massive Moroccan contingents landed at Tarifa. From now on there was no hindrance to communications between Morocco and Spain. The nationalists lacked neither men nor material. The nationalist offensive. The nationalists were able at that point to launch their first large-scale offensive and to try and link up their two zones. On August 6th, Franco's Moroccan troops attacked in a westerly direction. Portugal's complicity protected their left flank as they made a two-pronged advance toward the north to link up with Mola's troops. The columns moved forward without meeting real resistance, following the main roads, and first surrounding and then dismantling the flimsy barriers erected on the road through the efforts of workers' and peasants' committees. On August 11th, the Tella column seized Merida, which, though completely mined, did not blow up. The Yague column, 1,500 motorized troops with a few batteries of light artillery, crossed the Sierra Morena on the 7th, reached Badajoz on the 13th, and took it on the 14th. By the 12th, the leader of the Badajoz assaltos, Major Avila, had crossed the Portuguese frontier, denouncing the domination of the town by the armed populace. On the morning of the 13th, the mayor of Badajoz fled. 50 militiamen shut in the cathedral resisted the assaults of the Moors for 2 days and killed themselves when their ammunition ran out. The heroism of the troops did not compensate for the military leader's betrayal and the chaos resulting from the revolution. The nationalists now brought their main efforts to bear on the northern front, where Mola, although he was well supplied with troops, red-beret recruits covered with holy medals and scapulars, was afraid of running short of ammunition. On August 1st, the Marquis of Portugal, his personal envoy, was in Berlin asking for planes. On the 18th, the German ambassador in Paris passed on his request for 10 million cartridges. Material and munitions arrived by way of Portugal. The link with the south secured the rear. On August 15th, the offensive began to take shape. On the 19th, San Sebastián was almost surrounded and the Biorlegui column was at the gates of Iron. Franco's Moors now poured through Badajoz to reinforce Mola's troops. The march on Badajoz, July, August 1936. This was the beginning of the Battle of the Fortresses. Note, it was in fact a period of sieges. To Oviedo, Toledo, and La Cabeza were added Iron and then San Sebastián. Endnote. Here the militiamen were fighting with their backs to the sea against a manifestly superior army. German planes were supporting Mola's offensive. Their sudden appearance and their strafing and bombing threw the ranks of militiamen in the open countryside into panic. But in the towns they were prepared to cling to any scrap of wall. It was not always so with their commanders. The same dissensions arose among the ranks of the defenders as in Badajoz. The men of the CNT, ready to defend to the last, threatened to shoot the hostages if the bombing continued and wanted to destroy the towns completely and leave the enemy only with ruins if they finally had to yield. On the other hand, the moderate elements in the Popular Front, and especially the Basque nationalists, wished to spare the towns and their inhabitants and refused to carry out reprisals against hostages. The Basque militias supervised the protection of property and the church against the anarchist militiamen to the end. There was fierce resistance at Renteria near Iron, under the political leadership of a workers' committee of metalworkers and under the military leadership of a former officer, Jacques Monachim, a French volunteer. The authorities tried to save the 180 hostages incarcerated in Fort Guadalupe, and they were eventually released. 139 in the end they threw in their hand. The war commissar crossed the French frontier 3 days before the fall of Iron. But the communists and the men of the CNT, along with a handful of international volunteers, fought to the last round. When they had run out of dynamite, the 8 defenders of Fort Martial, which had held out against the Moors for 60 hours, rolled rocks at their attackers. As the last militiamen crossed the international bridge on September 4th, they pointed derisively at their empty ammunition belts. An ammunition train sent by the Catalans was stopped by the French authorities. Cases containing 30,000 cartridges were waiting in Barcelona for the Douglas promised by the government to transport them to Iran. The town was in flames. All that the nationalists had gained was ruins. The tragedy of Iran seemed to revive the differences in the Republican camp. On September 8th, San Sebastián was, according to the correspondent of Havas, the scene of actual street fighting. The CNT militants had launched an attack on the pump room, where hostages had been incarcerated. The governor, a socialist and officer in the Carabineros, Lieutenant Colonel Ortega, tried to negotiate with Mola. His son went to France in order to enter nationalist Spain. The rumor went around that he was offering the rebels a promise to respect hostages, houses, and monuments, and to surrender San Sebastián if the nationalists agreed to an amnesty for the troops beforehand. Nothing was officially published about these deals. But on the 11th, nationalist planes dropped leaflets on the town. Respect law and order in your town. I am granting you 48 hours respite. I am ready to listen to the voice of the Basque nationalists. The hostages, heavily guarded, were transferred to Bilbao. The situation in San Sebastián was confused. The nationalist radio announced the murder of Lizela and the arrest of Araujo by the anarchists. On the 11th, Maurice Leroy cabled Peressoir that Araujo was in control of the situation, and on the 13th that the anarchists were in control of the town. In fact, the Basque nationalists were in control. The revolutionaries were defeated in this civil war within the civil war. 140 looters and incendiaries were summarily shot by police and Basque militias. On the 14th, the Republicans evacuated San Sebastián by the Bilbao road freed by the Carlists. The same day, immediately after their departure, Mola's troops entered the capital of Gipuzkoa, where 50 civil guards had remained to ensure that law and order were preserved. Threat to Madrid. The balance of power, upset by massive aid from the Germans and Italians, was such that, in early September, most observers expected the imminent fall of Madrid. It seemed unlikely that the militiamen could hold out against the professional soldiers, tanks, and planes facing them. But the expected offensive was deferred. Franco cautiously postponed it because of the reinforcements that had to be sent to the north. He seemed to be willing to concentrate sufficient forces only in order to strike a decisive blow. But, more important, an emotional factor had intervened in the course of military operations. Since the beginning of August, the nationalist press and the foreign newspapers who were in sympathy with the rebellion had been singing the praises of the cadets of the Toledo Military Academy. In fact, there were only a dozen officer cadets among the defenders of the fortress. Note: Clarice pointed out that the garrison included 650 civil guards, 150 asaltos from the 14th Tercio in Madrid, a dozen officers, and 8 cadets. Endnote: but the heroic defense by the civil guards was put forward by this propaganda as the work of the cadets, who thus came to symbolize the resistance of Spanish youth to Red domination. The cadets of the Alcazar became legendary. Note: see on this subject the book by Henri Massis and Robert Brasillach, Les Cadets de l'Alcazar, translated into English as the Cadets of the Alcazar. For instance, the authors reported this particularly dramatic episode. On July 26th, militiamen telephoned Colonel Moscardo with threats to shoot his son if he did not yield up the fortress. Moscardo refused and his son was executed. Relying on Herbert L. Matthews' evidence and on comparative criticism of various descriptions of this affair, Pedro Isasi claimed in El Socialista, September 26, 1957, that this episode had been a complete fabrication, Moscardo's son having, according to him, been killed in the assault on La Montaña and his family having remained free. He further asserted that the external telephone line from Alcazar had been cut since July 22. Matthews, in the English edition of his book The Yoke and the Arrows, admitted that he had been wrong about the death of young Moscardo in the attack on La Montaña. After comparing theories and questioning various witnesses, Hugh Thomas confirmed the validity of the nationalist version. Endnote: with the formation of the Caballero government, pressure by the besiegers increased. The building, shelled this time, was in ruins. The civil guards were still holding out in the vaults. But provisions began to run out, and stocks of water were diminishing. Note: the fortress's meat reserves were made up of 98 horses and 12 mules, according to one of the besieged. Endnote: Franco rejected the possibility of a march on Madrid and tried to liberate the Alcazar. Note: of all the nationalist historians, Aznar was the only one who approved Franco's move. All the rest held that the detour by way of the Alcazar had prevented the fall of Madrid. Endnote: his army attacked in the south along the Tagus Valley. On September 4th, Colonel Yeag's Moroccan advance guard entered Talavera de la Reina. Here and there the militiamen resisted, but elsewhere they were seized with panic and fled in a fearful stampede, of which Malraux gave a striking description. 2 columns of motorcyclists sent from Madrid to reinforce Toledo were encircled by surprise and wiped out. On September 27th, General Varela's Moroccan advance guard entered Toledo. At dusk, a section of Moors linked up with Moscardo's men. The Alcazar was liberated. The besiegers of the previous day, themselves besieged in the surrounding houses, fell one by one. From now on the capital was threatened. The whole world was waiting for its fall, and for terrible reprisals. The March on Toledo, August, September 1936. The terror. The military uprising had begun everywhere with the arrest, murder, or execution after summary trial of Republican officers and soldiers. Note: for instance, Lieutenant Colonel Caratala in Madrid and General Malero in Valladolid. Among well-known persons shot later were General Batet, the vanquisher of the 1934 uprising in Catalonia, Air Force General Núñez de Prada, and then, in Saragossa, General Salcedo, Caridad Pita, Romrals, and Campins, proof that not the whole of the army was with the rebels. Endnote: the purge thus initiated had been accompanied everywhere by the prompt elimination of anyone who could be regarded as a Union, Workers' Party, or merely Republican leader. The paseo was common here, too, with this difference only that no one called for an end to it because their organizers, Requetes and Phalangists, were also in control of public order. Massacres of prisoners became a daily occurrence, the only means, it would seem, of making room in the ever-crowded prisons. The urge to destroy the enemy was equally obvious on the other side. Among the Republicans it was massive, public, and spontaneous. Here it was organized, controlled, and justified by all, including the highest ecclesiastical authorities, such as the Archbishop of Toledo, who proclaimed that it was the love of the God of our fathers that has armed half of Spain against the modern monster, Marxism or communism, seven-headed Hydra, symbol of all heresies. Note: Louis Martin Chauffier, in Catholicism et Rebellion, contributed many instances of persecution carried out by the nationalists. Churches burned, Protestant ministers shot. Endnote: it was several months before precise indications were available as to the White Terror that was rife in the whole of nationalist Spain. Better known are the rebel army's methods of handling its conquests. War correspondents were allowed to go to the front, while the prisons were evidently off-limits for them. The Moorish soldiers, recruited from the most primitive tribes, were given their head. They raped women and castrated men, which was, in the view of Brasilac and Bardèche, a quasi-ritualistic type of operation. But the other troops were not behindhand. Women were the preferred victims of general sadism. They were not only raped, but systematically humiliated, shaved, painted with red lead, and purged with castor oil. General Queipo de Llano was proud of it. On July 23, he stated on Radio Seville, "The Reds' women have also learned that our men are real men and not emasculated militiamen. Kicking and screaming will not save them." Bertrand de Juvenal described in Parasoir on July 23 the execution of the railroad workers who had defended Alfara against the Requetes of the Escamas column. Note: especially in Lujernal and Parasoir, the mass executions during the conquest of Andalusia. In each village, according to de Juvenal and Leroy, the arenas were converted into cemeteries. Triana was mopped up by knife and grenade. Executions of hostages followed, and their corpses lay in the open for days on end. See also Henry d'Anjou's account of the attack on Merida by the legionaries and the execution of the worker militants who had defended it, such as Anita Lopez, moving spirit of the committee. Endnote: the entry of the nationalists into Badajoz was accompanied by real carnage. The Havas special agent cabled that there were corpses in the cathedral, even at the foot of the altar, and that the bodies of government supporters executed en masse are laid out in rows in front of the cathedral on the main square. The correspondents of the New York Herald and Le Temps described this butchery, which the nationalist officers tried to justify by the impossibility of holding prisoners. A column of fugitives was driven back to the Portuguese frontier, led back into the town, and massacred on the spot. The correspondent of Le Temps referred to 1,200 executions, of pavements covered in blood in which helmets are still weltering, while the shooting continued in the main square. Rough methods, Brasillach admitted, adding that every combatant was shot, because as long as there had been no general mobilization, he was considered a militant. Note: the emotional effect of these press reports on international opinion was considerable. In the future, censorship was to be harsher in nationalist Spain, out of which little information or documentation on the repression filtered from then on. Robert Broué, cameraman for Pathnathan, was arrested in Seville and accused of having sent photos of Badajoz to France. Endnote: terror was the means of putting an end to resistance by the masses. At least this was how the leaders of the rebellion saw it. On July 30th, Franco told a journalist on the News Chronicle that he was ready, if necessary, to shoot half of Spain. On August 18th, Queipo Delano stated, "80% of Andalusian families are in mourning, and we shall not hesitate to have recourse to sterner measures." And Colonel Barato stated to the correspondent of the Toronto Star, "When we have executed 2 million Marxists, we shall have restored order." The massive flight of peasants before each nationalist attack showed that, at any rate, the military leaders had achieved their aim and that their troops were inspiring profound terror. A dispatch from Delapre described the vast exodus of peasants from Estremadura, driving their pigs and goats in front of them, the women dragging along their brats. However, in this horror-stricken crowd, the men, peasants with tanned faces, short smocks, and large hats, immediately demanded guns, from which they refused to be parted either to eat or sleep, and went back to fight. Terror is a double-edged weapon. Tens of thousands were fleeing along the roads, but just as many workers, peasants, and intellectuals were seizing arms in order to fight, no matter how, so long as they fought. All earlier preoccupations and aspirations seemed to melt away at this desperate urge to resist, to bar the way, to win. Thousands were now ready to do anything to oppose what seemed to them a better trained and equipped war machine with another machine, no less efficient. The slogans "discipline" and "single command" found a ready echo. They had to fight and hold on at all costs. In order not to perish, they had first of all to end the chaos born of the multiplicity of authorities and the conflicts of power, establish discipline, build a command, and adapt the militias to their vital task, the war. 8. The liquidation of revolutionary power. Badajoz, Iron, Talavera, and Toledo were stages in a summer campaign that was a disaster for the revolutionaries and a condemnation of the duality of power that was largely responsible for these military reverses. In fighting a war, a single authority is essential. The duality between the power of the committees and the state was an obstacle to the conduct of the war. In autumn 1936, the only problem was to know which of the two powers, Republican or revolutionary, would prevail: committees and Soviets. When Spanish workers and peasants created, on every level, administrative organs of the council type, organs of struggle, and organs of power known as consejos, committees, and juntas, they were unknowingly and in their own way carrying on the tradition of the 20th century workers' and peasants' revolution, exemplified in the workers', peasants', and soldiers' councils of the Soviets in the 1905 and 1917 Russian Revolution, and in the rate of the 1918 to 1919 German Revolution. The traditional split in the Spanish working class easily explains how it was that the initial form of organization of revolutionary power, after July 19th, resulted from agreements between parties and unions. Such as they were, however, the committees did represent at first far more than the sum total of the representatives of the various organizations, as we have seen. More than liaison committees, they were the expression of the revolutionary will of thousands of militants, independent of their political affiliations. The best proof of this was the hostility or indifference to their own party's instructions on the part of many militants who, in the early weeks, had appeared far more tractable toward their committees. But such a situation could not go on indefinitely. In order for the committees to become real Soviets, they would at some time or other have had to cease being made up of leaders of organizations, whether appointed or elected, and have become elected bodies subject to recall, acting democratically according to the law of the majority, not the rule of summit agreements. Now this did not occur anywhere in Spain. The workers and peasants appointed their committees spontaneously. But, equally spontaneously, they placed them under the aegis of parties and unions, which for their part had not decided to yield up, in favor of a new body, the authority and power that they had managed to seize thanks to the collapse of the state.